Chapter 2194. Long Chen had been to this place before. He remembered that it was a pavilion in the back of the mountain. Long Qinglong used to stay here. Every morning, he would practice his basic martial Dao here and grow step by step. The place where Long Chen felt the flow of time was different was next to this pavilion. Long Chen remembered that there should be several tall and ancient trees here. The question was, what was so strange about this place? Could it be that the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were here? Thinking of this, he stood up and skimmed towards the direction of the pavilion in the back of the mountain. A few gazes fell on him. As expected, there were more people coming in to search for treasures, and they were basically people that Long Chen could only deal with great difficulty. Once he fought, it would be a fight to the death. If that was the case, this green water palace would probably be destroyed. Therefore, he could only endure. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to reach his destination. Just as he was about to look for the place, he found Songya and 3 other martial artists of the same level sitting in the pavilion, drinking and chatting leisurely. Their wine was very fragrant, probably brewed with precious immortal essence. One could smell the fragrance from far away. Just a sniff would make one feel refreshed. Long Chen thought that if he would directly control the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow. He didn't have much confidence, and with so many people so close to him, it definitely wouldn't work. He looked in that direction. Among the ancient trees on the left, Long Chen instantly found what he was looking for. There were 2 ancient trees that were very close to each other. Now, they had withered and decayed. Not even leaves were left. However, there was something very strange about them. Their trunks were twisted and tangled together, forming something similar to a spiral. Long Chen always felt that it was like 2 old lovers hugging each other. Sure enough, it's these 2 trees. Even the dragon-enslaved arrow and dragon-enslaved bow are inside. Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement. After all, it was a Dao artifact with 700 Dao patterns. If he could control it, his strength would definitely rise to the next level. However, with the housefly right beside him, it was basically impossible for him to obtain it. So, Long Chen could only endure the desire in his heart. That was what Long Qinglong had left for him. In his heart, no one should even think about touching it, let alone fighting with him for it. They didn't have the light spots in Long Chen's hand, so Long Chen wasn't worried that they would notice. At this time, Songya and the rest discovered Long Chen. "Hey, what are you doing out here? Spying on us, little fellow?" They roared with laughter. "We have kept our promise and didn't damage your precious green water palace. Do you want to come over and have a drink with us?" They were teasing each other, and they were getting a little unbridled. Long Chen looked at them coldly and said, "You still haven't found it? If you still haven't found it, do you intend to keep searching here? Don't you have proper things to do?" Songya said, "It's not your turn to worry. Go back to your green serene hall and cultivate. The dragon-enslaved arrow is ours. Don't even think about it." They were clearly people who wouldn't give up until they reached the Yellow River. To make them retreat first, he had to defeat them. Long Chen was currently rushing to the late stage of the 3 Talents Calamity. Once he succeeded, with the Emperor Dragon Arrow, he would probably be able to make Songya suffer. It would be difficult for them to reach the demigod body. Long Chen would reach the late stage of the 3 Talents Calamity in less than a month. At that time, he would have more confidence in obtaining the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow. Thinking of this, Long Chen returned. All he needed to do was endure for another month. After Long Chen left, the few of them started discussing. "Damn it, what kind of dog is that? Long Qinglong, that dog. Isn't it just a Dao artifact? Why did he have to hide it so tightly? Songya, could it have been taken away by the Blue Fire Emperor and he's trying to trick us?" Songya shook his head and said, "Impossible. I can see from Qinghua's expression that he was defeated. He has lost to Long Qinglong all his life. It's normal for him to show such an expression. If he finds it, he will be overjoyed. In that case, where do you think those 2 treasures are? We can't just keep searching like this. There are too many restrictions. We might as well destroy the entire green water hall. I don't believe we can't find it." Songya smiled coldly and said, "If you destroy everything here, the Dragon Emperor will come looking for you to settle the score." At this time someone said, "Actually, I think it's most likely to be the Qingyu Hall, where Long Qinglong usually stays. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have occupied that place. Moreover, it seems like he has a well-thought-out plan. Could we have been fooled by him? Impossible. We've already searched the Green Hall. Even Qinghua. Songya said. I don't believe that we can't turn the Green Hall upside down. I'll find a chance and do it. That person stood up and began to plan. And Long Chen occupied the Green Hall. Of course, he didn't know what they were thinking. He had already found the location of the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow. He put all his effort into improving his realm, absorbing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. With his current efficiency, he improved greatly every day. It seemed that he would soon break through to the late stage of the Three Talents calamity. One day, 15 days later, Long Chen opened his eyes. There was someone in the room. He immediately stood up and was about to attack when he saw that the person was actually Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Her long silver hair shone with a mesmerizing light in the dark night. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night looked at Long Chen with her tranquil and gentle eyes. She said softly, I haven't seen you for a while. You've improved again. This junior greets Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Long Chen nodded. The question was, why did she appear here in person? Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night looked at the painting on the wall, revealing a nostalgic expression. Her lips curled up slightly. She said, I didn't think he would leave these things for you. What she was talking about were the 4 Dao tools. There were still 2 that she had yet to obtain. Seems like nothing can be hidden from you, Long Chen said. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night smiled. Don't worry. These things belong to you. Only you can find them. No one else can obtain them. Wait until you are capable enough, then go collect them. If Songya and the rest heard this, they would definitely go crazy. They had spent so much effort to find them, but they didn't expect that they could not obtain them at all. Even Blue Fire Emperor couldn't obtain them, because they couldn't be smarter than Long Qinglong. I came to find you today because the 1-month time limit is up. Didn't I say that I would allow you to see your father once a month? Now that the 1-month time limit is up, I'm here to fulfill my promise and bring you over. So it was because of this matter. These few days, Long Chen had annoyed them so much that they had forgotten about this matter. He stayed here to accompany Long Qinglong and figure out what was going on. So he quickly nodded and said, Thank you, Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. After hearing the news about Long Qinglong, he focused all his attention here. All right, come with me. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night waved her hand slightly. Under her long sleeves, the scenery changed. Long Chen only felt a gust of wind blowing on his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside of Qinglong Palace. Then, the surrounding scenery changed again. Not long after, Unending Palace was below his feet. Unending Palace was huge, but only Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was here. Other than the other 2 Dragon Emperors, no one else was qualified to enter. So, Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night had not appeared in front of the public for a long time. Follow me. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night walked in front. Long Chen quickly followed. Last time, he saw the monster like Long Qinglong. That was an incomprehensible pain in his heart. He must find out what was going on. He had such a strong desire, so he worked hard to grow. He believed that as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to understand everything. Soon, they arrived at the backyard. This time, Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night wasn't here. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night led him gently and delicately into the dry well. The slow cries of babies came from below. It was very frightening. Long Chen even smelled a disgusting stench. It was the smell of bugs. After going through the deep tunnel, Long Chen had already come down. Under his feet was the huge black ball of flesh, as well as the hundreds of octopus tentacles. The ball of flesh was densely packed with baby heads. This scene was disgusting and cruel. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night had seen this countless times. Seeing Long Chen's trembling eyes, she said, I'll let you accompany him quietly. I'll be up there. Come back in an hour. I'm afraid that you'll affect the time here if you stay too long. All right. Long Chen nodded. He didn't know what was going on, so he felt that it was enough to accompany Long Qinglong. He was also very grateful for Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night for giving him this chance. Darkness. The octopus tentacles waved gently, as if it couldn't sense Long Chen's existence. On the meatball, countless infant heads were gently swaying, extremely slow. That was because time was being controlled here, becoming slower. Father. Seeing him like this, Long Chen felt very bitter in his heart. Was he dead or not? Why was he like this? What was the secret behind all this? Nothing could be solved. Only the waving octopus tentacles proved that time was still passing. Perhaps this 1 hour of companionship would be over soon. Father, give me some time. I will clear up all this fog and give you an explanation. It was as if a shadow was approaching, making one's hair stand on end. Chen-er. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Long Chen's ears. Long Chen lowered his head in horror. He saw countless babies raising their heads and looking at him with pure eyes. Although the babies were pure, the black balls of flesh were too malevolent. When they were grouped together, it was even more bizarre. However, hundreds of heads were looking at him. This wasn't an illusion. Chen-er, let me out. I'm your father. Chen-er, save me. Chapter 2195. Long Qinglan. The baby's head seemed to have broken through the limits of time and shouted at Long Chen. It looked like a baby, but it was Long Qinglan's voice. Save me or it'll be too late. He emphasized once again, looking at Long Chen anxiously. Long Chen was stunned. He had never expected this to happen. No matter what, Long Qinglan wouldn't wake up at this time. However, the reality in front of him told him very clearly. Should he save him or not? This was the biggest problem in Long Chen's heart. On one hand, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. He doubted what he had seen and heard, and doubted the person who was talking to him. On the other hand, that familiar voice called out anxiously made Long Chen's heart tense up. If that was his real father talking to him, Long Chen couldn't imagine how much regret he would have in the future if he missed this opportunity. After all, he didn't have many opportunities to see Long Qinglan, and he had to see him alone. At that moment, Long Chen was in a dilemma. His brain was like glue, and he couldn't think at all. The word father was too important to him. He stared blankly at the hundreds of babies calling out to him. Chen-er, I'm really your father. I've trapped them here. As long as you save me, I'll return to my original appearance. You'll know once you try. Hurry up, you won't have this chance when they come in. Long Qinglan's anxious voice still echoed in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen's body trembled. The baby's anxious gaze and desire for the truth made him approach it uncontrollably. At the same time, he gradually believed the words of the monster in front of him. He was already very close, and the giant octopus tentacle was almost touching Long Chen. However, the pungent smell made Long Chen sober up a little. Come and save me, hurry. He seemed to be suppressing the slow flow of time. It was probably very difficult for him to speak so quickly. In that instant, Long Chen saw the eyes of countless babies. There was eagerness, desire, and even a hint of malevolence and cunning. Most of them were excited. It can't be him. Long Chen came to his senses in an instant. This could very well be a fake, not the real Long Qinglan. Ever since Long Qinglan died in Baiyang town, the Long Chen he had seen had always been solemn and peaceful. He had never looked so ferocious, anxious, and even a little strange. He was deceiving himself. Therefore, he hurriedly retreated. Just as he was about to retreat, several tentacles of the octopus reached out to grab him. Fortunately, Long Chen moved quickly and returned to his original position. Otherwise, he would have been sucked in. You unfilial son, are you trying to kill me? Come and save me. The countless babies roared. Who are you? Long Chen couldn't help but shout as he stared at the monster. At this moment, everything seemed to stop. The babies closed their eyes and mouths again and lowered their heads as if they were asleep. The waving of the octopus tentacles also slowed down. He returned to his original appearance. Long Chen panted heavily as he looked at him. He was more awake now, but he was also scared out of his wits. This was the transformation of Long Qinglan's corpse. Who was the one controlling this body? Who was the one who made that sound just now? The countless mysteries made him feel extremely pained. Father, what is the truth? Where are you? If you continue to be like this, then I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. He felt helpless. But no matter what he said, the monster below didn't respond. In reality, Long Chen still wasn't sure if it was Long Qinglan who was talking to him. He was just being cautious. But not long after, Dragon Emperor Yongye came in. She said, What are you talking to yourself about? Long Chen said. Nothing, just talking to my father. The Eternal Night Dragon Empress nodded. She looked at Long Chen with a gentle and pitiful gaze and said, Child, to be honest, I don't really believe that the one in control of this monster's body is your real father. I know Qinglan. He is full of ambition and righteousness. He won't. It seemed like this Dragon Emperor Yongye was a good person. Long Chen said, Thank you, I understand. Let me send you back. The two came out of the dry well. Dragon Emperor Yongye sent him back to the entrance of Qinglan Palace before leaving. Long Chen's mind was heavy. His mind was filled with a struggling appearance of the monster. Forget it. I have to go in a few more times anyway. I'll see what's going on then. Worrying about it now wasn't a solution. He could only go in next month. A month passed in the blink of an eye. He estimated that he would reach the late stage of the Three Talents Calamity in less than half a month. Long Chen still focused on cultivation. Let's get rid of these people first. He returned to Qinglan Palace. In the darkness, many people were looking at him. Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. He rushed all the way to the secluded green hole. Standing in front of the secluded green hole, he couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, he really felt like killing someone. At this moment, the entire Qingyu Hall was in a mess. All the books on the bookshelves were overturned on the ground, the desks were torn apart, and the ground was dug 3 feet deep, full of mud. Half of the wall had collapsed, and most importantly, even the painting on the wall had been torn in half. They actually came in to search while he was away. Looking at the mess, this was the most beautiful place in their memory. Now it was a mess. This was simply a blasphemy to the Sacred Heart of Long Chen. It was intolerable. His eyes couldn't leave these damaged places, especially the painting by Yang Yu. The painting by Yang Yu. Long Chen was burning with anger. To be honest, he hadn't been so angry for a long time. He picked up the other half of the painting from the ground. Unfortunately, this kind of fragile thing couldn't be restored. He was almost trembling. He put the 2 halves of the painting into the Divine Kingdom. In the painting, Long Qinglan and Yang Yu were broken into 2. He took a deep breath and walked out. Songya and the others were standing on the side. A total of 6 or 7 7-star reincarnation calamity realm warriors. They claimed to be Long Chen's elders. At this moment, they were unscrupulously laughing and chatting. Seeing Long Chen come out, Songya sloppily said, Little guy, I'm really sorry. We haven't made any progress for so long. We could only go in and search in detail. It seems that the inside is a bit messy, but we believe that you can clean it up and restore it to its original state. So this is not a violation of the agreement. Be obedient and go cultivate. We still need to continue looking for the imprisoned dragon arrow. Damn it, where did Long Qinglan hide the treasure? They laughed at each other. Let's go. Don't disturb him. Songya urged everyone. Long Chen took out the 2 halves of the painting and asked word by word, Who tore this painting? Songya and the others were walking. Looking back, they expected Long Chen's cold expression. Of course, they didn't care. They glanced at the painting. Songya said, This seems to be Long Qinglan and Yang Yu. They have a good relationship. Long Qinglan has never married, although there are many rumors about him. I've heard a lot about him, but it seems that he hasn't been with any woman before. Yang Yu is his maid, but she's not bad looking. Little fellow, could your mother be that stinky maid, Yang Yu? The maid from back then had now climbed above him and became someone like the Blue Fire Emperor. Songya's heart was filled with deep jealousy. Long Chen didn't answer him. Instead he asked again, Who tore this painting? Songya curled his lips and said, Just take it that I tore it. It's not a big deal anyway. Actually, it wasn't him. But it was no longer important. All right. Long Chen put away the painting and looked deeply at Songya. This was his cruelest and most bloodthirsty look. It hid endless murderous intent. He casually said, Songya, enjoy the last 10 days of your life. Then, he turned and walked back into Qingyu Hall. He closed the door but didn't tidy up. Instead, he entered Long Qinglan's training room. After entering, he sat down cross-legged. The power of anger made his whole body burn. His blood boiled. Power gathered in his body like the roar of the sea. Taisha divine power and reincarnation power intertwined and swallowed the power of heaven and earth. His speed was shocking. Outside the door, Songya and the others looked at each other. This little guy's eyes are very bloodthirsty. He really dares to kill people in Eternal Dragon City. He's not afraid of death, someone said. Songya, you have to be careful. I heard that his cultivation is improving very quickly. He's only a step away from us. They weren't worried at first, but now it was as if there was a rock pressing down on their hearts. When Longchen left, although he was still a youth, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes were too heavy. Why don't we kill him now? Someone suggested. Are you out of your mind? Who dares to kill him? Dragon Emperor Eternal Night brought him here. Songya scolded. He glanced at Qingyu Hall and thought about how he lost to Long Qinglan and Yang Yu. Now, Yang Yu had far surpassed him, and he was even afraid of Long Qinglan's son. He wasn't satisfied. So he said angrily, "Are you kidding me? I only have a dozen days left. 10 days is enough for him to fart. Everyone, don't think too much. Go find your treasures." Then, he turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other. To be honest, we're exaggerating too. He's just a kid. Other than those with demigod bodies, who else in this world can kill us? They burst into laughter. Chapter 2196. Weiyang Palace. Night-shrouded Weiyang Palace. In the depths of the well, a huge black meatball was wriggling slowly. It was surrounded by a time seal. Hundreds of octopus-like tentacles wriggled, sprinkling black mist that gradually filled the surroundings, shrouding everything in darkness. In the deepest part of the darkness, the seal of time loosened slightly. The black ball of flesh began to tremble, and the heads of the countless babies began to grow. Next to the heads of the babies, a pair of chubby little black hands stretched out, and the arms turned into wild hands. The arms turned into beast-like claws. A pair of claws held onto the meatball, and each baby's head actually crawled in through the meatball. A pitch-black body gradually appeared at the interface. It was as thin as a match, and it was covered in thick, dark red blood vessels that wrapped around its body. Probably from the waist up, all of them from the waist up, they all appeared outside. However, the black skinny bodies were completely different from the babies' heads. At this moment, time seemed to pass even faster. The babies' heads actually started to change, turning into 10-year-old teenagers. Their eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose became clear, as if they were carved by a sword. However, their color also turned black, and their skin became coarse. Their heads also became skinny. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes, which were filled with passion, longing, and ferociousness. They licked their dark lips with their long tongues, making smacking sounds. Hee, it finally loosened. Countless youths cheered and waved their arms excitedly. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. The huge meatball wriggled rapidly, causing the time seal around it to collapse. The countless tentacles of the octopus waved even faster. "When I get out, I will eat all of you bastards." Countless teenagers excitedly licked their faces. That was what Long Qinglan looked like when he was young. Hundreds of teenagers said the same thing. It was very strange. Soon, they chanted silently, and the excitement in their eyes grew stronger. It seemed like the entire well was loosening. At this moment, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Eternal Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Why is it loosening? Eternal Dragon Emperor was shocked, and roared angrily. "Stop talking. Hurry up and do it." Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rushed down. "Damn it, all of you should die." On the meatball, when the 2 Dragon Emperors appeared, countless young men suddenly roared in anger, revealing expressions of man-eating ferociousness. The hundreds of octopus tentacles also attacked the 2 Dragon Emperors, releasing a large amount of smoke, filled with unbearable evil. "It stinks. Damn it. Time imprisonment." The Eternal Dragon Emperor surpassed the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. His hands formed palms and spread out a net. Countless transparent threads entangled the monster. That was the power of time. Die! The monster waved its octopus tentacles, and the power it triggered instantly caused the entire Eternal Dragon City to tremble. At that moment, countless people were alarmed and looked around strangely. Many people realized that the source of the energy came from Weiyang Palace, which was the territory of the 3rd Dragon Emperor. What's going on? Almost everyone looked in the direction of Weiyang Palace in shock. They had never thought that such a huge tremor would occur in Eternal Dragon City. With the stability of Eternal Dragon City, this could only be done by someone of the same level as the Dragon Emperor. But the problem was that the 15 Dragon Emperors were all very close. Even if they wanted to spar, it couldn't be in Eternal Dragon City. All of a sudden, the entire Eternal Dragon City was in chaos. Long Chen, who was in the middle of cultivation, naturally felt the ground shaking. "Don't try to imprison me again." Suddenly, such a voice reached his ears. It was Long Qinglan. Long Chen stood up from the ground in shock, and looked in the direction of Weiyang Palace. He estimated that without the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor leading the way, he wouldn't be able to find Weiyang Palace. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was fighting against that monster. The transparent threads tightened on the monster's body, immobilizing its movements. At this time, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rushed down and strengthened the time seal with the power of time. For some reason, the time seal was a little loose. During this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had to imprison the monster. Otherwise, even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor might be injured. His power has actually grown to such a level. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was extremely shocked. The monster was struggling in terror. The immense power caused the Eternal Dragon Emperor's hands to bleed from the threads. One could see how terrifying its power was. Let me go, you two ants." On the meatball, hundreds of young men were roaring with bloodshot eyes. "Junior sister, hurry up." The Eternal Dragon Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. The monster's power was beyond his imagination. If he didn't hurry, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, who was very close to the monster, might be injured. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was very calm as he strengthened the formation on the formation's eyes. "You guys can't stop me." The monster laughed crazily. He waved his octopus tentacles. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's threads were actually breaking. Once all of them broke, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would be in danger. "Haha, I'm going to get out." The hundreds of young men laughed at the same time. At this time, a beam of starlight suddenly shot down from the dry well and pierced the monster's meatball. The strong and violent starlight directly pierced through the monster, bringing out a large amount of flesh and blood. Countless young men on the meatball screamed in pain, but the wounds were visible to the naked eye. They were healing quickly. That beam of starlight made the Eternal Dragon Emperor finally heave a sigh of relief. "Second brother, you're finally here." He controlled the silk threads in his hands and cast a net. As the monster screamed, the net completely trapped him and made him unable to move. Meanwhile, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor also took the opportunity to strengthen the seal. With the cooperation of the two of them and the attack of the third person, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would not be able to escape. After roaring for a while, the monster finally stopped screaming. All the young men closed their eyes and lowered their heads. Above the dry well, a beam of starlight slowly descended, falling between the two Dragon Emperors. In the starlight, a figure flashed, but it was not clear. It was as if there were countless stars rotating in the starlight. This was the second Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City, the Dragon Emperor. The existence of the Firmament Dragon Emperor. At this moment, they finally imprisoned the monster again. The three of them were a little scared. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's face was slightly angry. "What happened? You were guarding here, but something still happened. This time, if you didn't come in time, it would be over." The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's face was slightly cold. She shook her head. "It's because his growth is too fast. If this continues, we really don't know how to deal with him. It's very simple. I'll go kill him. Now that he has been sealed, this is our only chance." The Eternal Dragon Emperor said angrily. "Stop." The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stood in front of her and looked at him coldly. "You can't kill him yet. At least, we don't know anything yet." The Eternal Dragon Emperor laughed coldly. "Junior sister, are you waiting for him to grow, until we can no longer control him? You will only be satisfied when he continues to harm the world. Step aside. Let me kill him now and end all troubles once and for all." At this point, he was ready to make his move. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's eyes were slightly red. She shook her head. "You can't kill him. He is your son. Even a tiger will not eat its cubs. How can you kill him?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He shook his head. "Nonsense. He is not my son for a long time." While the two were insisting, the Firmament Dragon Emperor said with a young voice, "You two, my opinion is to observe for a while longer. If it still doesn't work, then we can only kill him." At that time, eternal night, don't make trouble. After all, your decision affects the heavens. The world. This was a compromise. It was delayed a little, but if the same situation happened again, then they had to make their move. Under the pleading of the two dragon emperors, the eternal dragon emperor finally chose to compromise. From today onwards, I will guard above. The eternal dragon emperor snorted and rushed up. Thank you. The eternal night dragon emperor said to the firmament dragon emperor beside him and also went up. When they were all gone, the firmament dragon emperor looked at the monster below and muttered, Long Qinglan, you still make people feel uneasy even after death. He laughed helplessly and rushed up to the sky. He turned into a star above the eternal dragon city and quietly rotated. The tremors finally disappeared. Long Chen had the star talisman that the eternal night dragon emperor left for him. He thought for a while and gave up contacting her. Instead, he quietly cultivated. With his current strength, he couldn't know any secrets. He could only improve himself. At the same time, he had to fulfill the oath of that painting. This was very important to Yang Yu, but Long Chen couldn't protect him. Therefore, he had to give Yang Yu and himself an explanation. Time passed bit by bit in the quiet cultivation. The power gathered bit by bit. The third layer of the ancestral dragon body was invincible. It was almost like a plundering improvement. It was very easy for him to go from the early stage to the late stage of the rebirth realm. After a total of 10 days, he finally completed this breakthrough. His ability increased to the next level. The reincarnation power in his body rose rapidly and reached a new peak. This was the power bestowed by reincarnation. It filled his limbs and bones, making him improve extremely fiercely. When everything was over, Long Chen stood up from the ground. Qingyu Hall was still not cleaned up. He took out the broken painting from the new world and looked at it for a while. Aunt Yu, the painting has been destroyed. Long Chen connected to the star talisman. On the other side, Yang Yu was very calm when she heard the news. Long Chen told her everything that had happened recently. Is that so? Yang Yu seemed to be a little absent-minded. It was obvious that she still felt very regretful. Go and kill him. Kanjia, right? He's a piece of trash who has lived for too long. He doesn't have the right to be where he is now, Yang Yu said in the end. Then do you believe that the person who talked to me was himself? Long Chen asked another question. That depends on you. Yang Yu said. Chapter 2197. That's up to you. Long Chen put away the star talisman. Yang Yu seems to be getting more and more mysterious. It seems like her story and world are not as simple as I thought, Long Chen pondered. But he was sure that Yang Yu was definitely on his side. From a sincere look he could tell. Qingyu Hall was a mess. Every time he saw this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel angry. Especially that painting that should have been eternal had been torn in half. Yang Yu knew Sangya, so you sent Long Chen to kill him. Sangya should be a super Shenshin. If he was an ultimate Shenshin, he definitely wouldn't just have this little talent. Late stage of the three talents calamity. Full of power. Wind and thunder roared within him, like a giant beast soaring in the sky. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment. Those who were wreaking havoc in the Green Wave Hall were like flies, like rat droppings. They were destroying the beauty of this place, destroying the memories that once belonged to Long Qinglan and Yang Yu. Before today, Long Chen had been patiently enduring. Today, the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He gently pushed open the door of Qingyu Hall, then closed it again, heading towards the pavilion. In the few days that Long Chen had been in seclusion, they had practically turned the entire Qinglan Hall upside down. They were even more unscrupulous. Even after all this, they still hadn't found the dragon-imprisoned bow and arrow. They had already lost their bottom line. Along the way, looking at the mess that Qinglan Hall was in, the destruction and injuries seemed to be acting on Long Chen. He was silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. He had already said that if they didn't know when to stop, they would pay the price sooner or later. Today was the day to witness it all. From Qingyu Hall to the pavilion. After failing to find the dragon-imprisoned arrow for many days, they gradually formed a group, discussing their thoughts. Most of the time, they actually gathered around the two entangled trees. Unfortunately, even now, they didn't see anything strange about the two trees. Brothers, come, let's drink. After we finish this cup, We will dig up the entire green waterhall and raze it to the ground. I want to see if we still can't find the dragon imprisoning Bao. Songya was already a little drunk. His face was slightly red as he called out to everyone. When the crowd saw Long Chen behind him, their expressions turned cold and stern. What are you doing? Songya chuckled and turned around to look at Long Chen. The killing intent made him sober up. He was stunned for a moment and shook his head. He saw the black Imperial Dragon arrow in Long Chen's hand. The Imperial Dragon arrow had a total of 600 Dao patterns. At that moment, every Dao pattern was flashing with black light. A strong murderous intent surged forward. That youth was like a huge ferocious beast, his eyes causing Songya's scalp to go numb. Haha, I haven't seen you for a few days. Where did you go? Don't tell me you really want to kill me? Songya laughed. He had fought against Long Chen before, so he had a rough understanding of Long Chen's strength. Therefore, only 10 days had passed. Of course, he didn't think that there would be any changes. Get lost. Songya waved his hand helplessly. Everyone stood quietly. They were different from Songya. When they looked closely, Long Chen's body had indeed undergone a huge change. Songya! Suddenly, someone shouted. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly moved. He entered the state of the Time Dragon and appeared in the next moment. When he appeared, he was already in front of Songya. The 600 Dao pattern Dao tool that contained supreme power suddenly attacked. In an instant, thousands of dragon shadows covered the sky. The sharp spear tip pierced towards his head. Songya didn't expect Long Chen to attack so decisively. This time, the aura was even more ferocious than before. At that moment, Songya was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly retreated and formed a star array with both hands. Only then was he able to block Long Chen's attack. However, the ferocious aftershock still completely destroyed the pavilion. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Buzz! There was a loud sound. Everyone separated and looked fiercely at Long Chen. Of course, they were on Songya's side. In the crowd, Songya was shocked. He patted the dust on his sleeves and snorted coldly. So you have improved. No wonder you want to fight me. But let me warn you, there are casualties in battle. If you accidentally die, don't blame me. Long Chen turned the Imperial Dragon arrow in his hand into a spear. He held it in his hand and asked, "You make it sound so nice. Do you have the guts to fight me alone?" Songya laughed heartily and said, "All right, everyone, I reckon that he really wants to kill me. I'll give him this chance. Let's see how much you can improve in 10 days. If everyone interferes, it means that I'm not your friend." When everyone heard this, they dispersed. They were still very confident in Songya. After all, he was one of the sons of Songqiong Dragon Emperor. Although his talent was average, he surpassed the others. When many of his brothers had already achieved the demigod body, although his strength was average, he was at the peak of the entire 7-star reincarnation realm. He was equivalent to Primal Chaos Kangwu and Lin Ming. He was actually stronger than Dream King and the others. Songya completely sobered up. His face was full of mockery. Without saying anything, he took out a Dao tool that also had 600 Dao patterns. Celestial War Halberd. A Dao tool personally bestowed by Songqiong Dragon Emperor. It had accompanied Songya for thousands of years and killed many opponents for him. This halberd was covered in starlight, and it was very beautiful. The blade was as bright as the stars, and there were 9 extremely precious dark meteorite star cores inlaid in the middle. Each pitch-black star core contained the power of the raging sea. There seemed to be a warrior practicing martial arts within it. The figure swayed, and his movements were profound and fierce. He vaguely revealed a strong martial arts aura, and it was very imposing. Songya raised the celestial war halberd and flashed with starlight. As Songya laughed, he held the celestial war halberd and fought against Long Chen with the Imperial Dragon arrow. 2 kinds of Dao tools with 600 Dao patterns. No one could gain the upper hand. This close combat battle was instantly ignited. The 2 figures flew up and down, making violent sounds of collision. A month ago, when Long Chen fought against Songya, he was unable to block the other party's attacks under the bombardment of Songya's divine power paragon. He could only use the time-roaming dragon. But this time, there was a huge change. The explosive increase in power caused the divine power in Long Chen's body to increase. He could already block the other party's attacks head-on. Therefore the more Songya fought, the more shocked he was. The current Long Chen seemed to be a different person from the Long Chen a month ago. He was still calm, but his performance was completely different. Previously, he only knew how to dodge. Now, his attacks were even more ferocious than Songya's. The Imperial Dragon Arrow turned into a long spear and clashed with the Celestial War Halberd again and again. The Imperial Dragon Arrow contained a dragon soul and was very ferocious. It was like a ferocious beast in Long Chen's hands. Under his control, it immediately displayed extraordinary killing power. It could even make Songya tremble every time. Eternal moment. Long Chen's figure flashed past, and he used the Void Universe Dragon's move to freeze Songya in place. At this critical moment, the Emperor Dragon Arrow pierced through like a poisonous dragon. Songya resisted with all his might, but it still pierced through one of his arms. As it tore off one of Songya's arms. Arg! As blood spurted out, Songya let out a miserable scream. Rumble! The Imperial Dragon Arrow swept out and sent Songya flying. He crashed into the ground and exploded into a cloud of dust. At that moment, everyone's expressions could only be described as marvelous. Of course, this kind of upper hand was nothing. It could not change the final outcome. When Long Chen put away the Imperial Dragon Arrow, Songya had already rushed into the sky again. At that moment, one of his arms was growing rapidly. He looked at Long Chen with a livid expression and said through gritted teeth, "I was careless. Let's stop here." He raised the Celestial War Halberd in his hand and stabbed it into the sky. Heaven and earth, 7-star ancient god, grant me the perfect divine power. 7 stars infuse body. A beam of astral light shot out from the azure halberd, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Songya's countenance was extremely cruel. That incomparably intense astral light started to radiate from his body. Long Chen felt as though he could see a star forming right in front of his eyes. But the most important thing was still in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the clouds started to shine. The vast clouds rolled like the sea. The stars in the sky started to appear and endless starlight sprinkled down. 7-star ancient god. In the farthest horizon, the 7 brightest stars appeared. They were extremely huge and were still expanding. The 7 stars were arranged in the shape of a spoon, the Big Dipper. They were Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migres, Mizar, Alioth, and Alkaid. They were very far away from the dragon sacrificial continent. In the dragon sacrificial continent, or rather in the eternal sacred realm, they had a new name, the ancient 7-star ancient god. According to legend, these 7 stars were formed by gods. They were so powerful that they even surpassed the number 1 god of the immemorial era, Jun. They illuminated the night sky. During the day, they became gods, looking down on the common people. During the night, they became stars, illuminating the heaven and earth. It was the ancient 7-star ancient god who controlled the 7-star tribulation that allowed more experts to step into higher realms. The 7 stars started to shine. Each star seemed to have a pair of vast eyes looking down on Long Chen, giving Long Chen endless pressure. Through the layers of starlight, Long Chen seemed to see 7 men and women. Their faces were wooden as they looked down on the common people and displayed their power. 7 rays of starlight pierced through the heaven and earth and descended on Songya. The 7 layers of starlight forged him into a star. This was the unique power of the 7-star reincarnation realm. It was called the 7-star imbuement. Only when they used the 7-star imbuement would they be at the ascendant spirit realm. Therefore, under the forging of the starlight, Songya's power rose again. His star-like eyes stared coldly at Long Chen and flickered. "You seem to be afraid." Long Chen was expressionless. Was he really afraid? No. Because the real battle had only just begun. Chapter 2198. Under the effect of the 7 stars imbued body, Songya had reached the perfect state. Whether in dragon or human form, he was a demigod after all. 7 layers of starlight radiated from his body, and dark black dragon scales appeared on his body. The starlight on his scales was resplendent, as though there was an endless river of stars. The surging power of the stars formed a starry sky map on his dragon scales, outlining ancient and powerful runes. Starlight flickered on the firmament battle halberd, twining around it. On the celestial battle halberd, the 9 dark meteorite star cores that were embedded in it began to shine brightly. The image of the martial artist who was practicing his martial arts became even more prominent. It was as if he had already entered Song Ya's body. His 20,000 years of cultivation had given him sufficient strength and combat experience. Facing the son of his former enemy, Song Ya's heart was filled with unwillingness. This unwillingness even drove him crazy. Why was everyone's fate so different? Why was it that this father and son pair were so talented and invincible, while he had to be surpassed one by one? Was he not working hard enough? After so many years, there was too much resentment in his heart. This anger was released as the 7 stars imbued body and the firmament battle halberd. At this moment, he was like a war god of the stars. On the firmament battle halberd and the dark meteorite star cores, every martial artist was practicing a different move. It was the most basic chop, slash, lift, slash, sweep, stab and so on. But every time these shadows attacked, it was like the stars changed, wandered, and fell. They streaked across the sky in a strange flash, piercing through heaven and earth. Every attack contained the essence of the revolving stars. This was, in fact, a connate Dao technique brought about by the firmament battle halberd with 600 Dao patterns. It was called the firmament battle song. And now, Song Ya was silently reciting the ballad of the revolving stars. He didn't dare to vent his anger as he stared fixedly at Long Chen. The 7 stars imbued body was very strong. Blood-colored dragon scales covered Long Chen's body. Suddenly, the spiritual refinement fire blazed. The blood-colored flames were like a blood sacrifice, driving his strength to grow. The more the spiritual refinement fire burned, the stronger it became. Under the influence of the spiritual refinement fire, Long Chen could fight without rest. The spiritual refinement fire caught up to the opponent's 7 stars imbued body. The stars and the flames confronted each other across the sky. The Emperor Dragon arrow moved forward like a dark Emperor Dragon roaring at the cliff. At this moment, the countless dragon scales on the Emperor Dragon arrow protruded slightly, forming sharp edges. Several dragon images rushed out of the Emperor Dragon arrow and circled around Long Chen. The might of the pitch-black divine dragon was unparalleled. The surging power of the Emperor Dragon arrow surged into Long Chen's body. It's an arrow. Only when it's an arrow can it unleash its most terrifying power. Long Chen glanced at the 2 trees hugging each other. Only after he chased these people away would he collect the dragon imprisoning arrow and dragon imprisoning bow. At that time, the Emperor Dragon arrow would be able to display its true power. And now, it was only to kill Song Ya. Boom! Song Ya brandished the firmament halberd and charged forward. The celestial war halberd slashed down from the sky like a falling star, drawing an incomparably bright trajectory in the air. It was as strange as the Milky Way suddenly falling down. This was the power of the celestial war song. In reality, no one present could withstand such power. Although Song Ya did not have much talent, he was still the person closest to a demigod's body after so many years. Song Ya is showing his might. The outcome of the battle will be clear very soon. I don't believe that this little guy can undergo such a metamorphosis in 10 days. Even if he has risen by a level, it's impossible. Because they roughly knew that Long Chen was far from the reincarnation tribulation realm. But now, when Long Chen faced the celestial war song, he did not say anything. At the last moment, the Emperor Dragon arrow in his hand pierced upwards. The sharp tip of the spear pierced the celestial war halberd's blade. At that moment, the collision of the 2 Dao tools produced an incomparably ear-piercing sound. Countless rays of light spread in the surroundings. As the celestial war halberd swung, it shook the sky and the starry sky. Even the entire world was overturned. However, the celestial war halberd did not strike down again. Instead, it froze in midair. This was because the tip of the Emperor Dragon arrow had stopped it. Time seemed to stop at this moment. But in reality, all of this happened in an instant. In the next instant, an explosive lightning sacrifice condensed in Long Chen's left hand. Purple lightning instantly expanded wildly, turning into a lightning ball with a diameter of dozens of meters. Under Long Chen's control, it crashed towards Song Ya. Song Ya had no choice but to withdraw the celestial war halberd to block it. Rumble! Lightning exploded in midair. Countless bolts of lightning flashed like snakes. Everyone saw Song Ya being thrown into the sky while Long Chen chased after him. Long Chen's true goal was to leave the Green Water Palace so that he would not destroy it. Then he would no longer be polite. After the lightning exploded, Song Ya looked at Long Chen in shock. It's very powerful. You're progressing very quickly. He gritted his teeth and spat out these words with extreme hatred. Long Chen said expressionlessly, "You shouldn't have said that you were the one who tore that painting." "I said that I was the one who tore it," Songya roared. What answered him was Long Chen's attack. Welcome. This was when Long Chen truly went berserk. At this moment, his blood was boiling and his anger was burning. In his body, countless dragons were roaring. He held the Imperial Dragon Arrow with one hand and controlled it with the other. Celestial War Song. Songya continued to practice the Star Martial Path, complementing it with the Celestial War Halberd. At this moment, Long Chen stretched out his hand and his dragon scales shone. Blood-sobbing dragon soul. 1,000,000 slaughter dragons burst out, filling up the entire space. They were densely packed as they charged towards Kanjia Wujin. Kanjia was incomparably shocked. Although the slaughter dragons weren't particularly strong, there were simply too many of them. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have 3 heads and 6 arms. In fact, even if he had the 3 heads and 6 arms ability of the Primal Chaos Royalty, it still wouldn't work. The slaughter dragons were everywhere, dealing a devastating blow to Songya. 100,000 dragons perished, but they tore off pieces of flesh from his body. Songya was anxious. He knew that Long Chen was hiding among the slaughter dragons. Once he attacked. When he realized this, Long Chen had already used the time dragon to appear behind him. Then the time storm. Buzz buzz buzz. The blood-sobbing dragon's soul instantly disappeared. Songya was engulfed by the time storm and had no way to escape. In fact, he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and instantly suffered the heaviest blow. The power of the time disorder shattered his flesh, bones, and organs. If it wasn't for his strong vitality, he would have already died. But even so, he still fell from the sky, heavily injured, and crashed onto the ground. Rumble. A large amount of smoke and dust rose. In the sky, Long Chen landed. The Imperial Dragon Arrow did not show any mercy and directly pierced through his opponent's body. At this moment, Songya no longer had the strength to resist. Such a reversal simply caused those martial artists with strength similar to Songya's to be stunned. They had thought that they could completely suppress Long Chen, which was why they were able to leisurely search for the dragon imprisoning bow here. But now, what they had not expected was that the strongest among them had actually fallen at Long Chen's feet. That young figure written all over his body was impossible. Quick, save him! Everyone exclaimed in shock. One by one, they resisted Long Chen's final attack, forcing him back into the sky. A few people attacked at the same time, and Long Chen indeed could not withstand it. He missed the best opportunity to kill Songya. All of you scram. On the ground, Songya, who was covered in blood, actually crawled up. The blood on his forehead had already flowed into his eyes. As if he had gone mad, he chased everyone around him away. Then, he looked at Long Chen with incomparable rage and hatred. He was in a state of madness. Today's scene was familiar. Back when he was defeated by Yang Yu, he seemed to be in such a helpless and hopeless state. From Long Qinglan to Yang Yu, and now to Long Chen. Really, really enough. Songya's entire body trembled. The most unbearable thing was Long Chen looking at him from above. Roar! He transformed into a huge astral divine dragon and soared into the sky. Super Divine Dragon. Unbounded Astral Dragon. The Unbounded Astral Dragon was a Tao treasure that Long Chen had once possessed. The dragon soul of the Unbounded Astral Dragon diagram was a higher level than the Unbounded Astral Dragon. The Unbounded Astral Dragon was a high-level divine dragon, and a very small portion of it would evolve into the Unbounded Astral Dragon. Songya's inherited essence blood was the Unbounded Astral Dragon. The purest astral divine dragon soared into the sky, bringing with it all his anger and unwillingness towards Long Chen. There was no right or wrong, only mutual enemies. Long Chen had never specifically targeted him. Instead, it was Songya who had offended him time and time again. Although Songya looked pitiful and came to fight for the last time, in reality, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. The Unbounded Astral Dragon broke through the crowd and soared into the sky. Long Chen stood in the starry sky, looking at him quietly. During that process, he gradually transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. In those cold blood-colored eyes, the Unbounded Astral Dragon grew larger and larger. The graceful divine dragon had turned into a demon of hatred. Long Chen scrutinized him. In the end, It was also to give Yongyu an explanation. To give that painting, and to give her memories an explanation. He transformed into the blood spirit spike and pierced through the unbounded astral dragon as he charged. In the end, Long Chen stood on the ground in his human form. Songya also turned into his human form and fell from the sky. There was a small bloody hole on his forehead. It was indeed a fatal injury. All of this seemed to have happened in an instant. Everyone's minds went blank as they watched Songya fall from the sky. All they could say was that everything happened too quickly. So quickly that no one could resist. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't help but look at the starry sky. He felt as though someone was looking at him. "Father, save me." Songya used the last of his consciousness to speak to the star closest to him in the sky. Save me, I don't want to die." Songya kept struggling. He wasn't afraid of death. He thought that under his watch, the star in the sky wouldn't let him die. However, at this moment, the star didn't move. "Songya, I don't have the urge to save you." Chapter 2199. He died with everlasting regret. Rumble. He fell to the ground for the last time and stared blankly at the sky. He dared to take such a risk because he felt that he wouldn't die no matter what. But now he really met death. What made him feel the most despair wasn't death, but the star in the sky. He didn't save him. He knew that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but he still had a glimmer of hope that he would care about life and death. After all, he hadn't cared about his children for tens of thousands of years. He focused on cultivation and becoming a god. The Sky Dome Dragon Emperor always stayed at the place closest to the sky, cultivating in the form of a star. Nothing truly major would ever disturb his determination to cultivate. From a young age, Songya knew that this man had no such thing as emotions in his heart. There were only two words to describe his feelings: eternal life, or becoming a god. Therefore, in Eternal Dragon City, besides the other two Dragon Emperors, basically no one had seen Firmament Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor Yongye was considered mysterious. Firmament Dragon Emperor was even more so. But it could also be said that everyone had seen Firmament Dragon Emperor, because they all knew that he was the brightest star in the night sky. He was like a cold god, looking down at Eternal Dragon City and the surrounding land. There weren't many things that could distract him from cultivation. Even when Songya died, he only said one sentence and then went silent forever. Cultivation. Becoming a god. Until Songya closed his eyes. Long Chen, of course, didn't know about Firmament Dragon Emperor. He didn't hesitate to defeat Songya and even kill him. 15 days ago, he had made it clear to Songya. Now, it was time to achieve the final goal. Songya was just the beginning. His calm eyes swept across the martial artists. Most of them were his elders, and even Long Qinglan's elders. Every one of them was a figure that the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants would welcome with great fanfare. "Everyone, you have caused enough trouble. Qinglan Hall doesn't belong to you. It's time to go." Long Chen said solemnly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible murderous intent. Everyone looked at each other. Among them, someone took Songya's body. Dead. They found it hard to believe that a martial artist who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years would die at the hands of Long Chen. So at this moment, their minds were blank as they looked at Long Chen in a daze. "You killed him. Could it be that you aren't afraid of death?" An elder asked. Long Chen said, "Yes, I am a person who is not afraid of death. As long as you stay in this Green Water Palace Hall and cause trouble, I dare to kill anyone. I might hide and secretly make a move against you all, not letting you all have peace until you all escape from here. The premise is that you all have to at least have the strength of Kanjia, otherwise, you will soon be played to death by me." He was not polite at all. Of course, there was no need to be polite. "Long Chen, how could you say that? We are your elders. This is the Eternal Dragon City, and the 3 Dragon Emperors are the ones in charge, not you. You killed the son of the Firmament Dragon Emperor. Just wait to be killed by the Firmament Dragon Emperor," they said angrily. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "The Firmament Dragon Emperor can naturally see through everything that happened. Now that I am still alive and well, it proves that he won't touch me. As for you all, you are my elders. To be honest, you don't have the right. Even if you are my elders, I will kill you all for running amok in my Green Water Palace Hall." He needed to shock them. Otherwise, in front of these greedy people, Green Water Palace Hall would never have peace. They wouldn't want to know how important this place was, and what every blade of grass and tree here was related to. Even if it was for Yang Yu, Long Chen couldn't let them destroy this place. Enduring until today was already his limit. Enough, Long Chen. At this moment, a cold shout was heard, causing Long Chen's ears to buzz. In the sky, experts gathered. They rushed over after hearing the battle. However, Long Chen's actions were too fast and he killed Kanjia in a short while. Therefore they were late. In a short period of time, more than 100 experts had gathered in the sky, and the number was still increasing. Among them, there were real high-level figures. For example, the Blue Fire Emperor, Heavenly Moon Emperor, 100 Battles Emperor, Buddha Emperor, Destiny Emperor, and more than 10 other emperors. They were all famous emperor-class overlords in Eternal Dragon City. The battle this time had drawn out many experts of this level. Everyone knew that Kanjia's strength was very close to a demigod's body. As long as he had enough, he would definitely break through. He was almost the strongest person in Eternal Dragon City below the Emperor-class overlords and demigods. In the entire Eternal God realm, he was definitely one of the top figures. But now, a young man who had cultivated for less than 1,000 years had killed him. This meant that this young man was already the best in the world. In the entire Eternal God realm, other than a few demigods and Emperor-class experts, there were few who could be his match. He was the best of the younger generation, and he was aiming for the top. Other than a few famous emperors, everyone else had already been trampled under Long Chen's feet. In fact, this was already a very frightening thing. When Long Qinglan was at this age, he was far from this level. If one thought about it carefully, they would know how frightening it was. For a moment, everyone's shocked and frightened eyes could no longer leave Long Chen's body. Hearing the sounds of battle, more and more experts arrived. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with people. More than 10 martial artists with demigod bodies landed on the ground in front of Long Chen. In the absence of the 3 dragon emperors, the Blue Fire Emperor was almost the supreme ruler of Eternal Dragon City. He looked at Kanjia's corpse, and his eyes burned with green flames. Almost gritting his teeth, he said hysterically to Long Chen in an extremely shrill voice, "Bastard, do you really understand that this is Eternal Dragon City, not your Slaughter Dragon City? How dare you kill someone? And you even killed the son of the Sky Dragon Emperor. Do you really not know how to spell the word death?" His voice was ear-piercing like a sword. He pressed on and continued to say in a voice that was as sharp as a knife, "Have I ever told you that giving you the Blue Dragon Arrow and the Emperor Dragon Arrow is already a gift from us? You still haven't forgotten about the dragon-enslaved bow and arrow. They are not yours, but the Eternal Dragon City's. If you really don't understand these concepts, I can teach you now." Not only was Long Chen not frightened, he even smiled and said in front of everyone, "That's enough, Blue Fire Emperor. It's good that you know I'm not your junior. I don't need to listen to your arrangements and nonsense. As for the dragon-enslaved arrow, I only need to know that this is my father's Green Water Palace, and that it was left to me by him. That's enough. Killing Kanjia is also a warning to you. From now on, don't come here easily." It was unbelievable that he could say such words in front of the Heavenly Moon Emperor, the Mandate Emperor, the 100 Battles Emperor, and the others. Everyone even thought that they had heard wrongly. However, Long Chen's expression was calm, and there was no fear in him at all. That was because he wasn't afraid of death. The saddest thing for a person wasn't death, but rather, there were so many things they wanted to do and experience in life, but they didn't manage to do a single one of them. In order to protect this place, he had no regrets. Being humiliated like this, the chaotic green fire in the Blue Fire Emperor's eyes burned even more fiercely, and a terrifying killing intent leaked out. If it wasn't for the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night and the others, he would definitely kill Long Chen. However, such humiliation made him so angry that he couldn't bear it. He suddenly raised his voice and said, "Everyone listen up. Long Qinglan is a monster, the incarnation of evil. He has brought endless disasters to our Eternal Dragon City. His son is equally talented, so perhaps you still have a glimmer of hope for him. But after hearing what he has said, he is clearly the incarnation of evil as well. It's just that he hasn't revealed his claws and teeth yet. Such a cruel person, if one day he possesses the power to rule the world, will he become another Long Qinglan?" His words caused countless people to respond. The entire Eternal Dragon City was filled with malice towards Long Chen. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the same. Except for two people. One was the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, who only wanted to become a god, who stood in the starry sky forever. He was cold. The other was the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, who was as gentle as the dark night. Only she was caring. "All right, Blue Fire." At this moment, the faint voice came from the void. There was no obstruction, and it reached everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone was mesmerized by the voice. No matter how much hatred and anger they had in their hearts, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only peace in their hearts. Even the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Chen felt the same. The Blue Fire Emperor's expression suddenly became respectful. He silently knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Blue Fire pays respect to the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. The others did the same. With incomparably sacred gazes, they landed on the ground and kowtowed devoutly. Long Chen didn't expect the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night to have such power. It seemed like the status of the three Dragon Emperors was rather high. For a moment, everyone submitted to him. Long Chen also knelt on the ground respectfully. No matter what, the other party appeared for him. In order to make the Blue Fire Emperor stop, he had to express his gratitude. In the dark night, the gentle voice continued to be heard. Cause and effect, sin, everything is unclear. Before the truth really emerges, any accusations are framing. Therefore, don't think that anyone is a sinner or a hero. Everyone, please be calm and face the development of all this with a peaceful heart. Long Chen, at least in my opinion, is a hot-blooded and sincere child. He doesn't scheme and only pursues. Perhaps, we can get along peacefully. Long Chen was a little confused. It seemed to be the first time he heard such words. Chapter 2200. Live in Peace. For almost everyone in Eternal Dragon City, whatever the three Dragon Emperors said was basically in order, because they were the pillars of Eternal Dragon City. Immortality, firmament, and eternal night were their beliefs. Unless something really big happened, they would not show up. But now, Dragon Emperor Eternal Night actually spoke for Long Chen and wanted them to live in peace with Long Chen. What really shocked them was that it was said that the three Dragon Emperors of Massacre City all thought highly of Long Chen. And now, even the three Dragon Emperors of Eternal Dragon City did the same. Just what kind of ability did Long Chen have to be able to achieve such a heaven-defying feat? In fact, the Sky Dome Dragon Emperor could even watch his own son die with his own eyes and remain indifferent. Obviously, at the last moment when Long Chen took action, he had weighed the pros and cons. Songya was not qualified for Firmament Dragon Emperor to save him. Not even his son. After all, the one who killed him was Long Chen. After thinking about it carefully, everyone realized the most terrifying thing. They hated and envied Long Chen, just like they had envied Long Qinglan in the past. Back then, Long Qinglan had become the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the ruler of the human race. Only then had they completely dispelled their jealousy. However, there was still some hatred buried deep in their hearts that would only erupt when they saw Long Chen. For example, Long Qingyue and Blue Fire Emperor. However, when Eternal Night Dragon Emperor personally appeared for Long Chen and spoke for Long Chen, they really understood how powerful Long Chen was. Although his current strength was heaven-defying, he could not be regarded as a top expert. But in other aspects, he definitely had unimaginable advantages. Horror and shock. This young man had completely frightened them. They looked at Long Chen with dry throats and chills running down their spines. They stepped back silently. Those who had wanted to get the dragon-imprisoned bow and arrow had completely given up on this idea. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor is right. I think he is a good person. He should live in peace with us, someone said fearfully. Yeah, with such talent, he is already invincible below the emperors. Given time, it will not be a problem for him to surpass Long Qinglan. So, everyone murmured. Some of them even did not know what they were talking about. Until now, the Blue Fire Emperor and the other emperors finally looked shocked. They looked at each other. In fact, they did not understand Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's decision. At the beginning, everyone's opinion was that Long Chen was the son of a traitor and should be spurned and punished. He should not have the same fate as ordinary people and should be hated by everyone. But why was he standing in the Eternal Dragon City and yet, the Dragon Emperor was speaking up for him? Long Chen had used his current strength to prove his unshakable position. Even the Blue Fire Emperor kept his mouth shut. With each terrifying breakthrough and advancement, Long Chen had proved to the whole world that this was his era. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's voice sounded again. One more thing, those 4 Dao artifacts were obtained by Long Qinglan himself. They were not given to him by the Eternal Dragon City. He has the right to leave them to his son, and Long Chen has the right to inherit them. The dead have passed. Everyone, please leave this place quickly. Do not disturb the peace here. In fact, the Blue Fire Emperor also knew that those Dao artifacts originally belonged to Long Qinglan. It was just that he did not want to see Long Chen grow stronger again and again. With this sentence from Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, the outcome was decided. Everyone hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement, no longer feeling unresigned. They left with heavy hearts, continuously turning their heads to look at that youth. The youth stood there calmly, but the light in his eyes was powerful, able to penetrate their hearts. All of this proved that this was his era. An incomparably bright star rose up majestically. After everyone left, the Green Water Palace that had been bustling for a long time finally regained its peace. "I'm sorry that I had to help you today," Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said. As one of the 3 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen was grateful that she was willing to help him with such a small matter. After a round of thanks, "Something happened a few days ago. It seems to be a day or 2 after you went to see him. He has already grown from the state of an infant to the state of a young man. He looks very similar to Long Qinglan back then. More importantly, he almost tore open the time seal and almost escaped. The 3 of us Dragon Emperors worked together to finally imprison him again." This news made Long Chen's heart even heavier. From an infant to a young man, he actually spent such a short time. His strength was also increasing. Now that he needed the cooperation of the 3 Dragon Emperors, if he were to transform into an adult, wouldn't that mean that he had truly recovered all of Long Qinglan's strength when he was at his peak? If this monster were to escape, it seemed that no one in the world would be able to subdue him. "We are all worried that the Dragon God domain will be in chaos because of him. We can't sit still and wait for death. After a period of time, if he still causes trouble and continues to grow, we can only think of a way to kill him to prevent future troubles." From their point of view, there was nothing wrong with this approach. Anyone who saw this monster would definitely not be able to rest in peace. Long Chen could also feel that kind of terror. He gritted his teeth and said, "If it's possible, please give me more time. I will definitely find out what exactly happened. Please don't be in a hurry to kill him." Dragon Emperor Eternal Night shook his head and said gently, "Let's leave it to fate. I mainly want to ask you, on the day that you see him, what changes can you see?" That day, that monster had asked him for help, claiming that he was his father. Long Chen still couldn't forget the scene that day. He was so conflicted at that moment. Even today, he was still hesitating over the solution back then. He still didn't know if his choice was correct. The next time he went to see him, he didn't know if he should save him and ask him what exactly was going on. Nothing changed. This was the only answer Long Chen could give. Otherwise, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others would probably want to kill him even faster. Long Chen wanted to give him one more chance. "All right, after a few days, I will bring you to see him again." With that said, Dragon Emperor Eternal Night left. What is the answer to all this? Long Chen was deeply perplexed. The Green Water Palace was finally at peace. This matter had been resolved, which made Long Chen feel a lot more relaxed. Now that everyone had left, he was about to put away the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrows. With the words of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, even if he took the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrows in front of everyone, no one would dare to snatch them away. His line of sight fell upon the 2 trees that were hugging each other. The vigorous ancient tree was now almost dead, but even now, the 2 trees were still tightly entwined, like a pair of lovers. Long Chen walked forward. When he stood under the 2 trees, the 2 golden specks of light in his hands trembled slightly. At the same time, he discovered that the flow of time inside the 2 trees had indeed slowed down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Go! The 2 drops of golden light spots gradually left his palm and moved towards the 2 ancient trees. They converged on the 2 ancient trees and seeped into them. When the light spots integrated into the 2 ancient trees, the ancient trees gradually emitted a golden radiance. The radiance gradually extended until the 2 trees turned golden. Under the illumination of the radiance, the 2 ancient trees seemed to have been reborn, returning to the time when they were full of vitality. Circles of golden dragon scales began to appear on the ancient trees. Unexpectedly, These two Dao tools with a total of 700 Dao patterns should be very difficult to control, just like the star core that Lingxi had obtained. In order to fuse with the star core, Lingxi had spent a long time and still hadn't succeeded. The dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were not inferior to the star core. However, until now, Long Chen didn't feel any violent resistance or struggle from them. The two trees were still intertwined, and it was very beautiful. Their radiance began to shine on everything. They began to evolve from the two trees into two golden divine dragons. It was hard to see their specific appearance in the radiance, but Long Chen found it strange that these two divine dragons only had one dragon horn and two dragon claws. The dragon horn and dragon claws of one divine dragon were on the left, while the other was on the right. Their bodies were still intertwined like the ancient trees. Only when they were together did they look like divine dragons with a pair of dragon horn and two dragon claws. The two divine dragons were still intertwined, sprinkling down rays of divine light that wandered in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was as though Long Chen had been brought into a dream world. The surroundings were gradually covered by the golden radiance. Long Chen was above a layer of golden clouds, but the two divine dragons before him had already expanded thousands of times. They soared below Long Chen like an entire continent. Each golden dragon scale was as big as the entire Eternal Dragon City, or even the entire Sea of Time. The most obvious feature was that each had only one dragon horn and two dragon arms. Just like the legendary lovebirds, they roamed the sky in pairs. It was beautiful and peaceful. They are called enslaved dragons. They are the supreme mystical dragons among the many mystical dragons, second only to the 10 ancestor dragons. These two enslaved dragons are the two companion dragons of one of the ancestor dragons that controls fate. All of a sudden, a melodious voice rang out in Long Chen's ears. The mystical dragons were still dancing below. "Father, is that you?" Long Chen was stunned. The voice was so familiar, but it was younger than he had imagined, so he could still hear it clearly. No matter how he asked, the other party did not seem to hear him. He laughed heartily and said, "In the primordial era, an expert obtained the bones of these two enslaved dragons and refined them into the enslaved dragon bow and enslaved dragon arrow. Both were Dao weapons with 700 Dao patterns. When combined, their power exceeded that of ordinary 700 Dao patterns. They were extremely powerful. I once used them to kill a demigod expert." Chapter 2201. As expected, it was Long Qinglan. But Long Chen also knew that this was just a message he left behind in the two Dao treasures. Moreover, it was when he was young, before he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Back then, he was at his most high-spirited. Just like his tone, he was carefree and unstoppable, looking down on the common people with an indomitable drive. At that time, he definitely could not have imagined that he, who had become a ruler, would encounter such a miraculous fate, leading to his downfall. Now, everything was a mystery. Long Chen looked at the golden mist around him. Divine dragons danced under his feet, as if a continent was moving. I once flipped through some materials and found some stories about the era of the divine dragon. Of course, these are just rumors. It is said that these two imprisoned dragons are explosion and binding. They have mastered these two supreme rules. One has terrifying offensive power, while the other has terrifying confinement power. When both of them are used together, even the supreme divine dragon above them is no match for them. However, the enslaved dragon who controlled explosion had a violent temper. He often stirred up trouble and killed the innocent. Finally, one day, he angered the ancestral dragon who controlled fate. The ancestral dragon wanted to break all of his dragon horns and claws, making him lose them for eternity. This almost took away half of his power. To a supreme divine dragon, it was a fatal blow. At that time, the other imprisoned dragon who controlled binding knelt before the ancestral dragon and was willing to share the punishment with the imprisoned dragon. Thus, the ancestral dragon broke off half of their dragon horns and claws. After the punishment, their status in the era of the dragon god should have plummeted. However, because the two loved each other, the guilty dragon turned over a new leaf. Even though they each lost a small portion of their power, their cooperation became even more seamless. Their battle prowess increased greatly, and they became a legend for a time. On the dragon sacrificial continent, there were also legends of imprisoned dragons among the people. They symbolized dedication and love, as well as vowing to die together. In many weddings, There would even be a pair of imprisoned dragons carved on many objects to show their happiness. Long Chen listened quietly until the voice disappeared. The voice was young, passionate, and full of confidence. This was the young Long Qinglan. He was knowledgeable and had great potential. No one could match him, and he was in the limelight at his peak. But now, everything had disappeared. The divine dragon beneath his feet was also gradually disappearing into the distance. And where is my love? Long Chen had thought that it was over. He hadn't expected Long Qinglan to say something at the end. His love. At least in Long Chen's memory, it seemed to be blank. The only woman who was closest to him was his maidservant, Yang Yu. Of course, there were so many fanatical pursuers in the world, but the Long Qinglan at that time was probably so outstanding that no one could match up to him. After the last sentence, the golden radiance gradually disappeared. In front of Long Chen, the two brilliant divine dragons gradually evolved. One of them turned into a golden dragon bow, and the other into a golden arrow. The two 700 patterns Dao weapons were covered in golden dragon scales. They were vivid and lifelike, and their charm was especially similar to the two divine dragons. They were entangled together, and it was hard to imagine how much power these two Dao weapons contained. Long Chen knew just by imagining the size of the unparalleled divine dragon. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't fully unleash the power of the dragon-imprisoned bow and the dragon-imprisoned arrow. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to subdue them, but reality was different from what he had imagined. The two Dao treasures floated in front of him docilely, without any intention of resisting. It was obvious that Long Qinglan had already prepared everything. Long Chen reached out and held the bow and arrow in his hands. He felt a warmth in his palms, and when he sensed it carefully, he could feel the terrifying power that was like a golden ocean. It came from the unparalleled divine dragon and the top-notch forging power. After being forged into Dao weapons, it could only be released and controlled by Long Chen. 700 Dao patterns. Taking a closer look, each dragon scale had a circular pattern on it. In other words, it was a circle. Each golden circle carried a golden power that was like a lake. 700 lakes, forming an ocean. When he held the two Dao weapons, Long Chen felt a sense of familiarity. He was already the owner of these two Dao weapons, and didn't even need to subdue them. This was because Long Qinglan had long planned to leave these two Dao weapons to him. I really don't know when he left these two Dao weapons to me. These two Dao weapons contained the words that Long Qinglan had left behind, but they were from when he was young. At that time, he definitely wouldn't have thought that he would leave them for his son. It should have been later. But why didn't he leave behind a message when he left them to me? Holding the dragon-imprisoned bow in his hands, Long Chen fell into deep thought. From today onwards, I will practice the bow and arrow. Only an expert with a half-god body could truly control a Dao tool with 700 Dao patterns. However, the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were extremely compatible with Long Chen, and Long Chen also possessed the primordial divine power that was equivalent to the divine power. Therefore, he still had some confidence in controlling a Dao tool with 700 Dao patterns. Of course, if he wanted to use the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow together, it would consume a lot of energy. I will try to use the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow as many times as I want within a month, and I will be able to use the power of the imperial dragon arrow with the dragon-imprisoned bow. As for the combination of the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow, I will have to wait until I reach the next level, or even the level after that. Long Chen had already made up his mind. He wanted to find out what was going on with that monster. Therefore, what he needed was power, power, and power. Time did not allow him to take things slowly. Right now, everything about his father was a mystery, including the Dao items he had left for him. However, it was undeniable that he had encountered an unimaginable calamity, and he had placed all of his hopes on Meng Hao. As a son, he had to fulfill his responsibility. It was not as simple as responsibility. That was called familial love. Along the way, the word father had become increasingly important in his heart. Perhaps one day, when he became someone else's father, he would understand it better. The strong desire for power drove him to forget himself. Controlling the dragon-imprisoned bow, blue dragon arrow, and imperial dragon arrow required a very short amount of time. Long Chen had absolute power, so he did not need to be too flashy. With his control over time and the entire world, he could easily lock onto his target. Finally, he just needed to imbue the arrow in his hand with power and shoot it. When the combination was truly combined, Even if it was the blue dragon arrow, the dragon-imprisoned bow with 700 Dao patterns, would be a terrifying killing intent. Time passed quietly. The story of the two imprisoned dragons made Long Chen miss Lingxi even more. With Lingxi's hard work, the day of their reunion seemed to be getting closer. Basically, every day, Long Chen would take time out to contact his most beloved. "Chen, do you want a baby?" Lingxi would sometimes ask naively. Of course, Long Chen wanted one. Although according to the Eternal Sacred Territory, he was still a child, according to the Baiyang town, he was already quite old. It was just that the inheritance of the dragon martial artist was very difficult. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others spent tens of thousands of years to give birth to more than a dozen descendants. The nobler the existence, the harder it was to inherit. And on the dragon sacrificial continent, the fastest reproduction was basically pigs. Therefore he did not think too much about it. Even though he had been with Lingxi for a long time. "If I can have a child, I will protect you well. Maybe it will help me grow." Long Chen was also looking forward to it. "I don't know why, but I keep having a feeling recently. Maybe it's intuition, or maybe it's something destined in the dark. It seems like a new life will be born in my body in the future. His growth will be very slow, but in reality, it seems like it started when I found you in the Serene Hell Mansion when we were still on the dragon sacrificial continent. That time seemed to be when Long Chen had Lingxi for the first time." "You're only reacting now." Long Chen could not help but laugh bitterly. But at the same time, he felt an indescribable excitement, or a feeling of longing and fear. He asked blankly, "Little She, is what you said true? Don't lie to me, I don't have much experience in this area, I'm still very scared. What would it feel like to be a father? What would Long Qinglan feel towards him?" Hearing Long Chen's words, it was hard to imagine that a man of indomitable spirit would be so cowardly. Lingxi was so happy that she giggled. After laughing for a while she said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. After a while, when it really appears, I think I'll be the first to tell you. Right now I'm just guessing." Cultivation is a very mysterious thing. When life reaches a very high level, it seems like everything will become different from normal, especially your physique. Who knows, if you give birth to a baby, what will it be like? Only God knows. Long Chen smiled awkwardly. This news suddenly made him feel that life and life were actually so beautiful. His entire life was full of expectations, full of indescribable excitement. It had been many years since he had the feeling of wanting to jump up and announce to the whole world. Long Chen carefully put away his ecstasy and panic. After all, it had not really happened yet, so he could not celebrate too early. However, he felt that in order to not appear so useless when his son or daughter was born in the future, he would not lack the power to protect them. During this period of time, he absolutely had to achieve real results. "I hope when he is born, he will not have so many troubles since he was young like me." Chapter 2202. After a period of time, he had more or less mastered the new Dao weapon. Before the arrival of the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulations realm, Long Chen set his sights on the cultivation of the Dao of Time. After all, he was in Eternal Dragon City. Outside of Eternal Dragon City was the Sea of Time. To him, the Sea of Time was a great help in sensing the changes in the Sea of Time. In fact, he should have gone to the Sea of Time a long time ago. It was just that he was delayed by the dragon-enslaved Bao. Therefore, he left Green Water Palace and headed out of Eternal Dragon City. After that day, his status in Eternal Dragon City had changed quietly. Even the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Darkness became famous because of Long Chen. For a time, Eternal Dragon City was in an uproar. No one dared to criticize Long Chen. At most, they would speak ill of him behind his back. Even the Blue Fire Emperor could not do anything to Long Chen, let alone others. When Long Chen appeared in Eternal Dragon City, everyone along the way noticed him. If it was in the past, they would definitely surround him and mock him. But now, they all had a strange look on their faces. They looked at him from afar and did not approach him. "It's that Long Chen. How impressive. Even the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Darkness is protecting him." "Don't say that. Now, no one can do anything to him. With his talent. Can you imagine what will happen in 10 years? In 10 years, you probably won't even reach the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulations realm. He will probably become a demigod expert." Deep down they gave in. At the same time, they were vaguely impressed. As for jealousy, they could only hide it carefully. They were not unfamiliar with this feeling. In the beginning, many people were jealous of Long Qinglan. They did not expect him to rise to such a terrifying level. It had only been a few years since he became a figure that dominated the entire human race. Everywhere he went, everyone looked at him. However, no one dared to show hostility to Long Chen in such an open and above-board situation. He walked all the way to the Eternal Dragon City. Outside was the Sea of Time. A commandant from the Eternal Army bit the bullet and walked up to Long Chen, blocking his way. "Where are you going, sir? Your identity is special. You have to get permission from the higher-ups to enter and exit the Eternal Dragon City." As soon as he finished speaking, the Blue Fire Emperor appeared behind him. He quickly excused himself and left the place to the Blue Fire Emperor. Thinking back to a month ago, the Blue Fire Emperor had tried everything he could to get Long Chen to leave. Now that Long Chen was standing here, the Blue Fire Emperor was blocking his way. This scene was indeed hilarious. "You want to leave? Why? Is it because you have obtained the Dragon Enslaving Bow and Dragon Enslaving Arrows?" The Blue Fire Emperor said coldly. Long Chen chuckled. "You're too sensitive. I just want to go out and cultivate in the nearby Sea of Time. There are natural advantages here that will be of great help to me. You also cultivate the Tao of Time, so you should understand. Time was an extremely profound law of the heavenly Tao. Eternity was time. Therefore, there were many people in the Eternal Dragon City who cultivated the Tao of Time in the Sea of Time. In fact, there were quite a few of them now. This was normal, but because of Long Chen's uniqueness, they were too nervous. In the past, the Blue Fire Emperor would definitely make things difficult for Long Chen. But now, he just dodged and disappeared in front of Long Chen without saying a word. The Eternal Army also made way for Long Chen. Long Chen came out of the Eternal Dragon City and flew forward. As far as the eye could see, the clear seawater in front of him was very beautiful and cool. It was the polar opposite of the Massacre Dragon City's Blood Sea. Below, the clear seawater was very calm with ripples. Of course, there were fast and slow ripples. Of course, there were fast ripples that formed waves. This is the real Sea of Time. Long Chen closed his eyes and slowly immersed himself, allowing the seawater of time to surround him. He allowed himself to sink, and at the same time, he allowed himself to drift. Time turned into seawater and flowed past him, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The most convenient way to experience time was through touch. Long Chen wandered in this Sea of Time like a fish swimming in the water. He enjoyed it to his heart's content, comfortable and free. There was no place that could make Long Chen feel the strangeness of time so intimately. His primordial spirit was the Void Aeon Dragon, the ancestor that controlled time. Although it was still young, under the guidance of the Sea of Time, it had gradually unlocked the talent it should have. In the past, most of it was the physical body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon that had strengthened. Now, the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon was also growing. Everything seemed like a dream. Time quietly slipped away, passing through Long Chen's fingertips. His appearance had already transformed from a human into a young and illusory divine dragon. He swam in the Sea of Time and sensed it. He began to recall, from the initial time disorder to the mystical ability Dreamy Bubble, then to the eternal instant of time stop, then to the time roaming dragon, and then to the time reversal's origin of dream, and finally to the upgrade of time disorder, which was the time storm. All of this could be found in the Sea of Time that belonged to these mystiques. The Void Divine Dragon waved its dragon claws, and a portion of the river in front of it suddenly changed direction and rushed back. That was the dream bubble. He stretched out his dragon claws and pressed down on a portion of the water, stopping it from flowing. That was the time stop. His body went against the flow. That was his own time reversal, which was the origin of the dream. He tumbled and stirred, causing the surrounding water to vibrate. That was the time storm. Every change could trigger a mystique that belonged to the Void Aeon Dragon, which was obtained through his manipulation of time. After deepening his understanding of some of the changes that he was familiar with, a few days had passed. In these days, Long Chen had learned a lot. And then he was thinking about whether there could be a higher level of mystique. The flow of time in the Sea of Time could speed up the growth of the Void Aeon Dragon, which would become an opportunity for new mystiques. But this also required thinking and experimentation. In the time that followed, Long Chen was constantly thinking and experimenting. He constantly tried new ideas. Although he failed again and again, proving that his ideas were wrong, the more mistakes he made, the closer he was to the truth that he wanted to understand. Finally, after repeated failures, he gradually found the right path. He had found a new development on the path of time reversal. Reversal was an attribute of the Tao of time. Among the time reversal attribute, dream return origin was developed. That was Long Chen's own time reversal attribute, which could allow him to recover. But time reversal was far more than that. What really gave him a bigger idea was that time when Kitten used the Void Dragon Talisman to reverse the flow of time in the entire Baiyang town. That was the most terrifying time reversal. Not just to the surroundings, but to the tens of thousands of lives. Even now, it was impossible for Long Chen to do it. But he had already started on this path. The so-called dream return was the beginning of time reversal. It was just that his body moved in the direction of the flow of time. And a higher level of time reversal should be to reverse himself and the water around him, so that they would flow back in a certain amount of time and return to their original position. As for the most terrifying level, if the Sea of Time was the entire dragon sacrifice world, then when it was strong enough and huge enough, could it control the entire Sea of Time and make it flow back, which was to make the entire world return to the past? As the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao, the most mysterious part of the Tao of Time was here. Once it controlled the pinnacle of time, it would be terrifying. Of course, Long Chen was now only thinking about how to make a part of the Sea of Time return to the past with him. He tried his best to hit time and make it go back, but his strength was limited, and it was not so easy. This was different from the dream return. The dream return was the simplest time disorder, which only made a part of the Sea of Time slightly chaotic, and some of it flowed back. But time reversal was to make it go back. The farther it went, the more time would go back to the past. It did not even need to go back himself, but to make others reverse time. Once he found the right direction, he needed to think again and again. A man with faith would never stop. Long Chen was like this. He thought tirelessly, and the thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. He had more and more control over this new path. He could influence the flow of time within a certain range, and he could make time flow backwards. As he became more proficient, he became more and more familiar with this new path. This was the new mystique of the Void Dragon, and it was taking shape. Long Chen hoped that one day he could achieve the grand scene of the Void Dragon Talisman, and even make the entire world reverse time. It was said that the Void Dragon had such power. Days and nights passed. It seemed that it was almost time to see Long Qinglan again. Long Chen was ready to go back and see his father, and then continue to work hard. He opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already in the deepest part of the Sea of Time. He began to move upward in this clear sea. He was about to see Long Qinglan again, and his mood was undoubtedly quite complicated. But at this moment, he encountered the most chilling feeling in his life. It was like when he was still very weak and had encountered the city lord of the wronged. That kind of terror could not be described with words. He had been targeted. The person who was watching him was behind him. He could see the sea water stirring gently behind him. At this moment, he took in a deep breath and turned around. When he turned around and saw the gigantic creature behind him, his heart trembled for a moment. He still could not believe what he saw in front of him. The most impossible thing had actually appeared in front of him just like that. The sea water in front of him gently rippled. A black shadow covered Long Chen's whole body. Chapter 2203. It could be said that the thing that had suddenly appeared behind Long Chen had long been deeply engraved in his mind. In front of him were hundreds of thick octopus tentacles, dancing in the Sea of Time and stirring it up. In the center was a giant black ball of flesh, covered in lumps. They were people with only their upper bodies, and they were shrouded in a black mist. It was difficult to see what they looked like. The thing that should only have been in the well of Weiyang Palace had appeared before Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen couldn't help but wipe his eyes, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But seeing it with his own eyes couldn't be as simple as an illusion. At the very least, that life-threatening crisis wasn't fake. "Dad," Long Chen couldn't help but say in a daze. But he immediately realized that something wasn't right. The figures shrouded in the black mist would occasionally appear. With Long Chen's familiarity with Long Qinglan, he could tell with a glance that it wasn't Long Qinglan at all. It was someone else. Long Chen seemed to have seen him before, but as for who it was, Long Chen couldn't tell right away. This was the second monster. There was actually a second existence like Long Qinglan in this world. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others definitely didn't know about this. And the feeling this monster gave him was even more terrifying than the Long Qinglong in the well. Long Chen, hee hee. The hundreds of figures called out Long Chen's name at the same time, and let out unpleasant laughter. This monster gave Long Chen the same feeling he'd had when he'd seen the sky blood hell. He hasn't made a move yet, so I'm not in a hurry to escape. Maybe I can find an explanation for my dad's current state from him. Long Chen was crazy. So, in his extreme shock, he didn't flee in panic. Instead, he chose to face him and challenge him. And who are you? He tried his best to face this frightening opponent calmly. The black monster cackled and said, "Who am I? I know you want to know everything about me and your father. I am the one who knows all these secrets. However, it won't be easy to get answers from me, unless what?" Long Chen asked. He actually knew the truth. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others were kept in the dark. No one in the dragon's sacrificial realm could understand. But he knew the truth. This news even made Long Chen unable to contain his excitement. But the other party's answer quickly brought him back to his senses. As expected, the other party said, "It's simple. If you let me eat it, I'll tell you, haha." Indeed, the other party said, "Simple. If you let me eat it, I'll tell you, haha." His eerie laughter rang out continuously. It was the sound of hundreds of mouths making it at the same time. It seemed that the entire world was under the control of this monster. If Long Chen wasn't in the Sea of Time and had a great advantage in understanding time, he would probably have been imprisoned by this monster. He restrained the huge fluctuations in his heart and said with slight anger, "All right, don't be long-winded in front of me. Tell me your real purpose today. Why did you come to find me?" The monster moved in the dark shadows. He began to sneer. "It's simple. I want to develop you into my kind." Kind. Hearing this word, Long Chen still couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. This opponent gave him the same feeling that the city lord of the tragic city gave him back then. His strength back then was actually similar to facing this monster today. After saying that, the hundreds of octopus tentacles stretched out and surrounded Long Chen. He made his move. With every inch he advanced, Long Chen's heartbeat sped up. This was no ordinary battle. Just like the sky blood hell, this monster's fighting style was unimaginable, but it could also display great effects. Time quietly passed. The demonic claws that covered the sky stretched out. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly moved. With the power of the 14th temper, he controlled the seawater around him and instantly rushed towards the monster. Instantly, the water within a 10-kilometer radius of the Sea of Time was under his control, condensing into a sphere that surrounded the monster. Long Chen didn't dare to stay. He used the recoil force to rush out of the Sea of Time with all his might. He was sure that as long as he left the Sea of Time, under the watchful eyes of everyone and the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others, this monster would definitely not dare to show itself. Time was of the essence, and the other party definitely didn't have good intentions. Long Chen didn't want his body to become a second Long Qinglong. If that happened, he and his father would really be defeated on all fronts. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Behind him, the hundreds of octopus tentacles extended infinitely as they chased after Long Chen. They were terrifyingly fast. Although Long Chen had created an opportunity, they were still behind Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Dragon Enslaved Bow. Azure Dragon Arrow. As he rushed up, he quickly took out the 2 Dao artifacts. The Dao artifact with a total of 700 Dao patterns shot out the blue dragon arrow. At this moment, the blue dragon arrow finally displayed the power that an arrow should have. Furthermore, it was supported by the Dragon Enslavement Bow. The shockwave blasted out and actually shattered several octopus tentacles that were close to Long Chen. Using the recoil force, Long Chen once again rushed upwards. The monster also rapidly regenerated, and once again chased after Long Chen. At this moment, the Dragon Enslaved Bow and Azure Dragon Arrow were playing a huge role, actually destroying the octopus tentacles. Other Dao treasures might not even be able to do this. This is quite interesting. That eerie voice once again came to Long Chen's side. With a swooshing sound, the massive monster's body arrived beside Long Chen. Countless tentacles lashed out at him. Without saying a word, Long Chen switched to the Emperor Dragon Arrow. The 600 Dao pattern Dao artifact and the 700 Dao pattern longbow aimed at the monster and shot it out. Once again, the tentacles that were close to Long Chen exploded. But Long Chen realized that the monster's body was getting stronger and stronger. After the explosion, There were still countless pieces of black flesh coming at him. Long Chen could no longer dodge them. Although he was very close to the water, the monster seemed to have been trying to grab him. At this moment, the huge monster actually stood in front of Long Chen, blocking his escape route. The game is over. Be a good boy and listen to me. The monster laughed coldly. At this moment, Long Chen decisively transformed into a divine dragon, becoming as huge as the monster. His body rolled rapidly, stirring up the seawater in the sky. Long Chen turned into the sharp blood spirit thrust, rushing towards the monster's body. This was his sharpest attack. The blood spirit thrust was said to be able to destroy everything in the world. Everywhere it went, a whirlpool appeared in the sea of time, and the blood spirit thrust rushed towards the monster. I told you I was just joking before, the monster said coldly. When the blood spirit thrust rushed towards him, he did not panic. He stretched out an octopus tentacle and whipped the blood spirit thrust violently, wanting to smash Long Chen back into the depths of the sea of time. The octopus tentacle that could even destroy the Azure Dragon arrow was now harder than a 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact. Under such a whipping, Long Chen's blood spirit thrust was actually broken. This was the first time since he used the blood spirit thrust. It had no effect at all. This outcome did not scare Long Chen, as he already knew how terrifying this monster was. It was basically impossible to deal with it. When the blood spirit thrust was broken, he instantly summoned 3 million blood-sobbing dragon souls, which instantly filled the surrounding sea region and blocked him from falling into the deep sea. Long Chen took advantage of this time to go around the monster and let the countless blood-sobbing dragon souls surround the monster. In that instant, 3 million blood-sobbing dragon souls were turned into ashes. This was a huge loss for Long Chen, as it was a huge drain on his strength. However, he finally found a glimmer of hope to escape. He could already see the light in the sky above the sea of time. All right, he will come. At this moment, one of the octopus tentacles grabbed towards Long Chen's waist. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Long Chen. If he allowed it to entangle him, Long Chen could only turn it into his own kind. He turned back in horror and saw the unstoppable octopus tentacle breaking through the heavy seawater. That feeling was really creepy. The fluctuations of the sea of time, his unwillingness, faith, and the deep sense of responsibility in his heart. With the arrival of the octopus tentacle, everything was crumbling. This time, he would definitely not be able to return. He might even become a monster like Long Qinglan in advance. This was a terrifying blow. Long Chen clenched his teeth. At the next moment, his eyes turned red. Go back. The octopus tentacle brought with it a large amount of seawater from the sea of time. It was as though time was coming towards him. After many days of bitter cultivation and attempts, Long Chen had a heart-wrenching realization before the octopus tentacle arrived. He had used the power of time reversal, and his only thought was to make the octopus tentacle return. And then he actually did it. The octopus tentacle did not advance. Instead, it retreated about 10 meters along its original trajectory. Although it was only an instant, Long Chen had successfully rushed out of the sea of time. The seawater below was full of black shadows. He was out of danger. The first thing Long Chen did was to inform the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. He immediately activated the star talisman and said, "Come to the gate of the Eternal Dragon City. A monster is trying to kill me." This was the fastest way to summon the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Long Chen did not believe that the two Dragon Emperors could not do anything to this monster. Well, consider yourself lucky. The monster's voice came from the depths of the sea of time, getting further and further away. First of all, I wish my brothers and sisters in the college entrance examination good results. The college entrance examination was just that. Life would be more exciting. It had been 4 days in a row, and there were still 5 days to go. To be honest, these days had been exhausting, and he had dozed off all night. Let's work hard together. Chapter 2204. At some point in time, the monster completely disappeared. Long Chen returned to his human form, still dripping with water. He stared blankly at the scene below. This time, it could be said that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it weren't for the fact that he had managed to make a breakthrough in his time reversal technique at the very last moment, allowing him to successfully push back his opponent's final shackles and allow him to break free, who knew where he would have been taken to? Nothing good would come of it anyway. He was still some distance away from the city gates of Eternal Dragon City. Therefore, Not many people saw what happened here. Of course, Long Chen had already told Eternal Night Dragon Emperor what happened here. So in the blink of an eye, a man and a woman appeared in front of Long Chen. They were Eternal Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. He went down. Long Chen quickly pointed down. Eternal Dragon Emperor rushed down without a word, while Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stayed by his side and asked, "What is the monster you mentioned?" Her expression was very serious. Long Chen answered honestly, "It's the same thing as the one in the well in Weiyang Palace. It tried to take me away just now." He didn't quite admit that the one in the well was Long Qinglan, so he used the word father instead. "What?" Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's shining eyes widened slightly, looking at Long Chen in disbelief. At that moment, she disappeared in front of Long Chen, probably to chase after the monster. The surroundings became quiet again. Long Chen definitely hoped that they could catch the monster this time. After all, she was the only one in the world who knew the truth. But after waiting for a while, there was still no sound of fighting. A fight between Dragon Emperor's level must be very scary, but since there was no sound, it seemed to prove that they didn't catch the monster. From Long Chen's escape to Eternal Dragon Emperor's arrival, only a moment had passed. In the blink of an eye, this damned thing disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor appeared in front of Long Chen. The mist on Dragon Emperor Eternal Night's silver hair dispersed. She quickly asked, "Tell me clearly what's going on. We've searched every corner of the Sea of Time, but we haven't found the monster you mentioned." Beside him, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's expression was a little cold, even impatient. He probably thought that Long Chen was messing with him. Long Chen said, "If we can't find him, then he must have escaped." The Eternal Dragon Emperor snorted coldly and said, "Bullshit. How long did it take for us to get here from the time you notified us? We came here, but we still didn't see him. That means he was already very far away by the time we arrived. I also asked the Dragon Emperor in the sky. He was watching from the sky, but he didn't see the monster you mentioned." Dragon Emperor of the Firmament. He was in the sky. Long Chen remembered that he had killed Songya a few days ago, but the Dragon Emperor of the Firmament was in the sky. This wasn't the most important thing. It was probably because of the Dragon Emperor of the Firmament that the monster didn't show up. "All right, Long Chen, tell us the details first. Also, go back to Weiyang Palace first." Recently, Long Qinglan had changed a lot. If it wasn't for Long Chen's summon, they wouldn't have left Weiyang Palace at the same time. On the way, Long Chen recounted everything that had happened. "Turning you into their kind. In other words, Qinglan might not have become like this because of himself." Eternal Night Dragon Emperor murmured. Beside him, the Eternal Dragon Emperor sneered and said, "You actually believe his nonsense? Eternal Night, how many experts in the world can escape from our sight so quickly? This is the Eternal Dragon City, the territory of time. So, do you think what he said is reliable? Or is it a story or an excuse that he made up to help Long Qinglan get out of trouble?" This suspicion made Long Chen very angry. He sneered and said, "The Eternal Dragon Emperor is so narrow-minded? I don't want to explain. Anyway, I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. I'll prove what I need to. I don't want to use such petty tricks. Besides, you won't fall for it, will you?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor just hated him. "Long Chen, you go back first. We'll ask the other Dragon Emperors about this and see if they know anything about it. We'll let you know if there's any news. Cultivate well. You've made great progress in terms of realm, Tao instrument, and way of time. You have a bright future ahead of you. You should cherish this opportunity even more. If you're going to the Sea of Time in the future, be more careful." Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said kindly. To be honest, Long Chen didn't dare to go to the Sea of Time alone anymore. He bid farewell to the two Dragon Emperors and returned to Qinglan Palace. The two Dragon Emperors also returned to Weiyang Palace. For some reason, perhaps because he had consumed too much energy today, Long Chen felt a little dizzy, as if he was extremely tired. The next few days seemed to be normal. Maybe because he had too many things on his mind, the appearance of the monster had shocked him greatly. He understood that there were still many secrets in this world that he wasn't qualified to know. If I have the power to completely dominate this monster, he will naturally say whatever I want him to say. Therefore he cultivated hard again. From the use of Tao instrument to the improvement of way of time. On the new path of time reversal, Long Chen had gone further and further. Now he had a certain level of attainment. He named this new move time reversal, because it looked like time and space were reversing. But in fact, only time was reversing. On the battlefield of true powerhouses, the effects of space-time reversal on time were simply unimaginable. The days fell into silence again until Eternal Night Dragon Emperor fulfilled his promise and brought him to see Long Qinglan. It seems to be the third time. He's different now. So I'm going to bring you in. Following Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, Long Chen entered the dry well again. Every time he entered, the feeling was different. This time, his feelings were especially complicated. When they reached the bottom, Long Chen finally saw Long Qinglan's youthful appearance. But now he was even closer to the monster, skinny and tanned. Only the outline of his face was similar to Long Qinglan's. He didn't move. Naturally, he wouldn't speak to Long Chen. Father. All of Long Qinglan's lowered their heads and didn't move. Long Chen looked at him silently. No one could understand what he was feeling. An hour later, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor finally patted his shoulder. Child, let's go. I'll take you out. Long Chen nodded. He suddenly realized that he still didn't know what was going on. He didn't even have the face to see his father. Just as he was about to leave, he felt someone speaking in his ear. He said, "Welcome to the Black Yama Beasts." It was Long Qinglan's voice. Long Chen looked back. Long Qinglan's monstrous body hadn't changed at all. The voice sounded like an illusion, and it didn't come again. Black Yama Beasts. What was this name that popped up out of nowhere in his mind? In a daze, Long Chen left the dry well and went deep into the courtyard. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was standing under the black willow, lost in thought. "I'll send him back first," Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, then led Long Chen back to Qinglan Hall. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor suddenly stared in the direction Long Chen had gone, and even inhaled sharply. Even when Eternal Night Dragon Emperor returned, he was still in shock and confusion. "What's wrong?" Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked. "Junior sister, do you think someone like me would be hallucinating?" Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, dazed. "If there's anything you want to say, just say it." Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, a little angry. The Eternal Dragon Emperor looked in the direction of Long Chen and said, "When you took Long Chen away just now, I looked behind him and saw something strange on his back. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Therefore, I suspect that I was seeing things." Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was startled. "What did you see?" "That monster's tentacle, like an octopus tentacle. It was on his back, waving at me. But when I looked closely, there was nothing," Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said with uncertainty. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Maybe you're sick. No matter how strong you are, if you think about the same thing every day, you'll have hallucinations." "I hope so. As long as I don't kill this thing down there, I won't be at ease." "He's your son." "He's not." It was daytime when Long Chen returned to Qinglan Palace, but Long Chen felt a little tired. Maybe it was because he had been cultivating too hard recently, so he hadn't recovered yet. Just as he was about to rest, someone knocked on the door. After opening the door, Long Chen didn't expect to see dozens of young and beautiful girls standing outside. Looking at them, they were all peerless beauties. Each of them was young and beautiful, with delicate figures and exquisite curves. They were all very attractive. Some were mature, some were young, and they all had their own beauty. When they saw Long Chen, they immediately showed admiration and admiration. The dozens of beautiful girls hurried to greet Long Chen. They were the best among the female dragon warriors in Eternal Dragon City. Some were warriors from Young Dragon Palace, and some had joined the Eternal Army. Long Chen also saw Long Hauga and others gritting their teeth in the distance, probably because all the beautiful girls had come to Long Chen's side. "What can I do for you?" Long Chen hurriedly asked after the group of girls introduced themselves with coquettish voices and winked at him with flirtatious eyes. "Big brother Long Chen, we heard that you even defeated Songya, so we wanted to come and get to know you. You're really powerful. Much more powerful than Long Hauga. Besides, the 3 dragon emperors all think highly of you. Such a person is in our Eternal Dragon City, so we sisters have long wanted to get to know you." "Why, big brother Long Chen, do you still want to chase us away?" "Yes, we finally convinced our elders to let us come here to play. You can't be so cruel to chase us away. All of a sudden, the fragrance filled the air, and the girls all rushed into Qinglan Palace. Chapter 2205. As Long Chen turned his head around, all he could see were young girls with enchanting figures and boundless vitality. They all entered Qinglan Hall, and then surrounded him with a look of worship. Since the last time Long Chen drove away Song Yao and the others, and Dragon Emperor spoke up for him, his status in Eternal Dragon City had changed greatly, and his image in the hearts of many girls had immediately reversed. Actually, we heard that some people were looking for Dao tools here, and made Qinglan Hall dirty and messy, so we boldly organized to come here and help Big Brother Long Chen clean up this place. I don't know if you can give us a chance. Don't worry, we won't disturb you for a long time, they said in a sweet voice. To be honest, it seemed to be a happy thing to see people here accept him, and it was even one of Long Chen's dreams. Of course he would not drive them away, after all, they were helping him out of kindness. Then, thank you very much, Long Chen said. With his permission, the girls were very excited, surrounding Long Chen and asking questions. Of course, they did carefully tidy up Qinglan Hall, making everything look new, no longer looking like it had been uninhabited for a long time, and even more elegant than before Long Chen came. And Qingyu Hall had Long Chen's instructions, so they also tidied up very carefully. Long Chen was recuperating in the training room. Recently, his body felt a little tired, which was very strange, and he was also looking for the reason. Outside, dozens of girls were very busy. They were all young girls who had their first awakening of love. Before they had heard of Long Chen's story, but the outside world exaggerated him to be too terrible. Now that they saw it, in fact, in their hearts, Long Chen with superior strength was simply perfect. In the past they thought that Long Chen was the most tyrannical genius in the world, but now compared to Long Chen, it was really nothing. Not even on the same level. Therefore, while they were cleaning up, they would often sneak peeks at Long Chen. From time to time, they would whisper, laugh and scold each other, or chase each other. They were full of youthful vigor. Outside, there was laughter. Although Long Chen was the same age as them, he had a different life from them. As time passed, he actually felt a little tired. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, the scenery before him was gradually turning illusory. It became more and more blurry. He didn't know when, but he seemed to have entered a dream that he hadn't had in a long time. He floated in an endless darkness, and he seemed to have no body. He was surrounded by a pitch-black fog. The fog was very thick, and it was like a swamp. Long Chen dodged the fog to avoid being swallowed up. Why am I here? He had forgotten how long he had been floating in this world of darkness. He didn't know when, but a spot of light appeared in front of him. A spot of light shone down from the sky, and there seemed to be a black dot below. Long Chen was rapidly approaching this black dot. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. This was because he could vaguely see that the black dot under the light didn't seem to be anything good. It even seemed to be painful for him. When he saw it clearly, he seemed to be unable to control himself. He could only fly in the direction of that thing. Hundreds of pitch-black octopus tentacles danced under the light like demonic snakes. At the center was a black ball of flesh. That ball of flesh was pulsating like a heart. On that ball of flesh a humanoid figure grew out. Who is that? Long Chen felt that it was rather familiar. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of his monster. He was shocked to see that the humanoid figure on the monster's body wasn't Long Qinglan, nor was it the monster he saw in the Sea of Time. It was him. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were looking at him, and they revealed strange smiles. Who are you? That terrifying sense of danger surrounded Long Chen. In front of this monster, he could feel an intense sense of danger. Who am I? I am you. All of a sudden, hundreds of mouths opened up. That monster spoke in front of Long Chen. Bullshit. Long Chen wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't change anything. He discovered that his body was still charging towards that monster. At a certain moment, he suddenly collided with the monster's body, smashing through the sky full of flesh and blood. After that, he fused with it, becoming one of the hundreds of humanoid figures. Ha! Long Chen watched as his body fused with that monster. Even his blood vessels and meridians were connected. Long Chen felt disgusted and terrified. He felt his hair stand on end as he tried his best to tear off those sticky things on his body. However, after tearing off one, another would appear, until they were completely connected. What's going on? Amidst the extreme struggle, Long Chen woke up. His head and body seemed to hurt a little. When he woke up, he already knew that it was a dream, a very terrifying dream. From the moment he saw Long Qinglan, that monster had been lingering around him. He began to open his eyes and look around. Around him, there seemed to be waves of terrified screams. Long Chen was a little confused. But when his eyes became clear, the scene that he saw was a huge shock to him. It was almost the same as in his dream. In fact, it was even more terrifying than in his dream. He saw that Qingyu Hall had been razed to the ground. Even the surrounding thousands of meters were in ruins. He saw many blood-stained corpses on the ground. They were the girls who had come to clean up Qinglan Hall for him. Their faces were ashen and their bodies were bloodless. They left with the most horrified expressions. That kind of horror was simply indescribable. That expression broke Long Chen's heart. He also saw some people dying in other places, and some people struggling. Those people had died under the tentacles of the octopus. Although these tentacles weren't thick, there were only 20 or so of them, and they all danced around Long Chen. There were 1 or 2 girls wrapped around them, and black tubes extended out of them and stabbed into their bodies. Some of them had already died with pale faces, while others were still struggling in pain. Those who died, their terrified eyes were actually looking at him. When those who were struggling saw that he had opened his eyes, they were even more terrified, crying and letting out ear-piercing screams. Long Chen's first reaction was that the monster had come again. However, those fearful and hateful eyes made him look at his body. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. What he saw was that those octopus tentacles were stretching out from his body. They were stretching out from his flesh and blood. They had completely fused with him, as if they were a part of Long Chen's body. Of course, unlike other parts of his body, Long Chen couldn't control them at all. This was like a dream. Long Chen even thought that it was a dream when he was in a trance. In fact, when he was dreaming, he would guess if he was dreaming or not. However, if it was reality, when he woke up, anyone with a bit of brain would know that this was definitely not fake. It was real. There were no words to describe Long Chen's feelings at this moment. Fear, grief, helplessness. However, given his character, even if he couldn't accept this reality, the first thing he did was to take out the god-slaying sword and slash. Those newly grown octopus tentacles were very delicate. When Long Chen's god-slaying sword slashed at them, they were broken at the base. Large amounts of blood spurted out. However, at the same time, Long Chen felt a pain that was almost equivalent to having his arm broken. Just like how the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, this pain was also very clear. However, because of this, the octopus tentacle that was broken rapidly rotted, turning into thick black smoke and disappearing. The girl who was controlled by the tentacle also fell to the ground. One of the people who didn't die was also trembling in fear, unable to stand up and escape. Don't be afraid. Their almost lifeless eyes made Long Chen's heart suffer a heavy blow. Compared to fear, he felt more hatred. This was definitely not his last wish. It didn't matter that he was framed, but now he had harmed these innocent girls. Long Chen gritted his teeth and continued to swing the god-slaying sword. This time, he gritted his teeth and displayed his strong and terrifying willpower. Sword after sword landed, and in the blink of an eye, almost all the black tentacles that grew out of his body were chopped off. That terrifying pain was like having his arm chopped off countless times. Long Chen's face had already turned the color of a pig's liver. After being cut off, the broken tentacles that were still on his body slid back rapidly until they disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared on Long Chen's body. Long Chen returned to his original state. However, it seemed like there was no way to undo what had happened. Fortunately, there were about 20 girls who were still alive. However, what happened today would definitely be a huge blow to them in the future. At this moment, they stood up in a daze and looked at Long Chen with a look of despair and fear. Their previous enthusiasm and liveliness might disappear forever. Long Chen also looked at them in a daze. Suddenly, there were countless passionate gazes looking at him from the sky. It was only then that Long Chen realized that after he woke up, many people had already arrived in the sky. The Blue Fire Emperor, the Heaven's Fate Emperor, the Heaven's Moon Emperor, the 100 Battle Emperor, and hundreds of powerful warriors had already arrived. Among them, more than half of them had seen Long Chen cut off the strange things on his body. It was the communication of the girls who were still alive that led these people to come here. This extremely tragic scene was simply unimaginable. They had already seen everything. Although they were heartbroken, they were also filled with hatred and anger. Those were more than 20 fresh young lives, but now they had died in fear. As for Long Chen, who had finally turned his reputation around, they didn't expect him to be such a thing. Chapter 2206. The Blue Fire Emperor's eyes, which were burning with green flames, moved from the corpses of the girls to Long Chen. No matter how much he hated Long Chen, he could not have imagined such a scene. He did not know what had happened to Long Qinglan's corpse, but he had seen Long Chen's transformation with his own eyes. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. This was the truth, and there was no room for quibbling. Do you still need to explain? The Blue Fire Emperor's voice was extremely cold. At the same time, almost everyone's eyes were bloodshot. They were filled with deep shock, disgust, and hatred. The scene before had indeed shaken everyone's hearts. At this moment, it was as if they had finally dug out Long Chen's true colors, and they could not help but want to tear Long Chen apart. If this guy was not a monster, how could he have leveled up so quickly? If he was not a monster, how could a mere heaven, earth, and power tribulations defeat a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm? It turned out that the unparalleled divine dragon was not the truth. This was the real truth. There was definitely a terrifying creature in this world. A true evil demon. Long Chen was such a terrifying evil demon, and his father, Long Qinglan, the former Eternal Dragon Emperor, was also such an evil demon. This matter would definitely cause a true upheaval in the world. As long as this matter was spread, the impact would be huge. Long Qinglan and Long Chen's true identities would finally be revealed. They were not humans at all, but a terrifying creature, a terrifying evil demon. Now, they gritted their teeth and looked at Long Chen as if they were looking at an evil demon. In fact, a few Emperor-level overlords had already spread out in the surroundings, completely sealing off Long Chen's escape route. As long as the real mastermind arrived, they would be able to make their move. Shock. Hatred. More and more people came. Those who came later heard the accounts of the people in front and knew what had happened before. They used star talismans to spread the news, and in less than 15 minutes, it would probably spread throughout the Dragon God domain. Faced with the heavy pressure and inner criticism, Long Chen indeed felt like breaking down. I can't be intimidated. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and tried to keep himself awake. He began to recall what had happened. That must be it. Back when we were attacked in the Time Sea, that monster had already done something to me. It said that it wanted to turn me into one of its kind. I thought that I had escaped, but I still fell for it. That monster actually has such a terrifying ability. My father's current transformation must have something to do with it. Dark Yama Beast. Long Chen recalled that this monster was called the Black Yama Beast. In fact, Long Qinglan seemed to have told him the same thing the last time he entered the well. He said that he would become like him. This was obviously the truth. Of course, no one here could understand the truth. Not even the Blue Fire Emperor. Just as they were about to kill Long Chen activated the Star Talisman and contacted the Dragon Emperor of Evernight. Come to the Green Water Palace quickly. There's something very important. Long Chen said. In fact, the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't decide what to do here, so he had already informed the Dragon Emperor of Evernight and the Dragon Emperor of Evernight. Long Chen, kneel first. The Blue Fire Emperor snorted coldly, and a vast pressure came. This time, he didn't hold back. Green flames swept over and surrounded Long Chen. With just a command, he could burn Long Chen to ashes. The chaos green fire was too hot. Although it was only surrounding Long Chen, it still caused his dragon scales to crack and it was extremely painful. In the blink of an eye, 2 more illusory figures appeared in the sky. At that moment, countless people from Eternal Dragon City knelt in the sky and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Eternal Dragon Emperor of Evernight. Get up." The Eternal Dragon Emperor's voice contained a kind of suppressed anger. It seemed like he would explode at any moment. Without saying anything, the Blue Fire Emperor used the power of time and the power related to time reversal. Of course, it wasn't as profound as Long Chen's time reversal. It was just a way to reverse the flow of time. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the clouds, the scene of Long Chen waking up and cutting off the black tentacles was clearly shown in front of everyone. When they saw this scene again, there was dead silence. The Blue Fire Emperor took a deep breath and said to the two figures respectfully, "Father, and Dragon Emperor of Evernight, the truth trumps everything." The Green Fire Emperor took a deep breath and said to the two of them respectfully, "Father, and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, the truth trumps everything." Back then, Long Qinglan's cultivation was so fast that I started to suspect that there might be an evil monster in this world. Let's call them demons for now. They have terrifying talents and evil hearts. They have hidden themselves in the human race and brought us great disasters time and time again. Today, Long Chen, who is as talented as Long Qinglan, has appeared. He has shocked us countless times and has surpassed the limits of the human race. I have also been suspecting this. Today, my guess has finally come to light. The result is that this kind of demon really exists. Look at that octopus-like tentacle, evil, heartless, as disgusting as a reptile. He could kill a girl who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken without any mercy. Such a demon is exactly the same as Long Qinglan back then. It's hard to imagine that if he is allowed to grow stronger, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Two Dragon Emperors, you are not of the same race, so your intentions are definitely not the same. Please reconsider. He had basically said what was on everyone's mind. The other Emperor-level overlords also expressed their opinions. They had seen everything with their own eyes just now. Seeing is believing. Kill the demon and let him never be reincarnated. Such a terrifying and evil thing has actually snuck into our human race. They're simply a nightmare. We've accidentally exposed ourselves this time, so we must kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all be finished. If they have other of their kind, won't we be even more miserable? We absolutely cannot show any mercy. Once they show mercy, they will be plunged into misery and suffering. Such a demon is even more terrifying than the demons of the Demon Star. He is a monster. The crowd was in an uproar. For a moment, it was as if everyone was thousands of miles away from Long Chen. Those venomous and hateful gazes were even more exuberant than when he had first arrived at the Dragon God domain. The accident this time had truly destroyed all the image and reputation he had built up previously. This was definitely something that would cause one to collapse. Now, it seemed like he had already fallen short of success. It was all that shameless monster's doing. But Long Chen was not someone who would admit defeat so easily. Everything depended on the two Dragon Emperors' decision. Long Chen hurriedly looked at the two Dragon Emperors. He communicated directly with Eternal Night Dragon Emperor through his primordial spirit and said anxiously, "Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, I have already found the reason why my father became like this. Just like my transformation just now, it was all because of someone. That day, I saw another monster with my own eyes in the Sea of Time. He was the one who caused me to become like this. As long as we find him or even kill him, everything will be solved. As for my transformation that day, he said that he wanted to turn me into his kind. I thought I had escaped, but I still fell into his trap." He explained the situation clearly in a short period of time. "That's a good story," the Eternal Dragon Emperor said coldly. It could be seen that he was no different from the Blue Fire Emperor. He disliked Long Chen deep down. Now that such a thing had happened, he also found it hard to believe Long Chen. "Let's talk when we get back." The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor glared at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Previously, they had been talking secretly. Now, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said to the Blue Fire Emperor and the others, "There are many other suspicious points in this matter that you can't come into contact with. I will bring Long Chen to the Weiyang Palace. Before the matter is solved, I will not let him out. You can rest assured. Of course, we will also give you an explanation." Hearing this news, everyone was quite confused. The Blue Fire Emperor said in a daze, "Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, things are already so clear. Shouldn't you kill him on the spot? Are you going to show mercy? That will bring endless trouble. Who knows how powerful this guy will become in a few days." The others also started to shout. This was the first time they dared to raise an objection to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. "Shut up. All of you go back." Eternal Night couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He directly wrapped up Long Chen and brought Gale back to the Weiyang Palace. The Eternal Dragon Emperor stayed for a while before following them. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Everyone's eyes were still full of anger and hatred. "No, we can't let him live. Otherwise we will be doomed." The Blue Fire Emperor sighed and said, "Don't worry too much. I believe that the 3 dragon emperors will definitely handle this properly. After all, they know far more than we do. We just took a look and might not know enough. Of course, it is certain that Long Chen and Long Chen are evil demons. In order to let all human compatriots know clearly how terrifying Long Chen is in the future, you'd better announce this matter to the world as soon as possible. I believe that before long, even the other dragon emperors will come in person. At that time, it will be the time to judge Long Chen together. Blue Fire is right. Everyone, spread the news quickly. In an instant, the major event that happened in the Eternal Dragon City swept the entire Dragon God domain like a storm. It reached the ears of countless warriors and even spread to the Spirit God domain, the Demon God domain, and the Chaos Galaxy. This only happened in a short period of 2 hours. The 5 major dragon cities and the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants all received the news. The word evil demon shook the world. Countless people learned the truth and suddenly realized that this was the reason why the father and son were so heaven-defying. They were not humans, but terrifying creatures that had infiltrated the human territory. On this day, the entire human race was discussing this matter. Those people that Long Chen used to know certainly knew about it, including Li Xuanji and the Battle Dragon clan of the Young Dragon Palace. Brothers and sisters in Wuhan, today's Chutian Gold News has published the madman's photos, deeds, and articles. You can find it on page A11. Chapter 2207. Long Chen could imagine all of this. Now that Li Xuanji was his own demon, as long as he wanted to speak to her, no matter how far away they were, she would be able to hear him. So on the way to Weiyang Palace, Long Chen told her to be at ease. No matter what she heard, she should not believe it or be impatient. There was always a solution to everything. In the blink of an eye, he and the 2 dragon emperors arrived at Weiyang Palace, deep in the courtyard. Long Chen stood in another corner, facing the 2 dragon emperors. Just as he was about to speak, the Eternal Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Instantly, a terrifying restraining force pressed down on him, making him unable to move. It was as if time had slowed down to the extreme. It was the same time seal that had sealed Long Qinglan. Everything below the head was sealed in this way. The Eternal Dragon Emperor stared at him with a piercing gaze. He laughed coldly and said, "I was wondering why both of you father and son were so terrifyingly strong and talented. So both of you were not humans from the start, but monsters. Long Chen, you really hit it well. When you first saw that monster, your eyes were filled with shock and excitement. You really fooled me." Of course, everyone had seen the changes in Long Chen, so he had the right to suspect Long Chen. Behind him, the Dragon Emperor glared at him and asked, "Eternal, if they are monsters, then what are you?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor said coldly, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Who knows if the Long Qinglan who became the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the same Long Qinglan from the beginning? Maybe the real one died long ago, and the one in front of you was that kind of monster from the beginning. This is definitely possible. Otherwise, how can you explain why humans have such terrifying talent? I think the Supreme Dragon Emperor can explain it. But don't you think it's nonsense that a 3 talents tribulation cultivator can defeat a 7-star reincarnation tribulation cultivator? A Supreme Dragon Emperor definitely can't do that." It seemed like they had always been suspicious about the problem of strength. However, Long Chen could not tell them that he possessed the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Only Yang Yu and the 2 dragon emperors know about this. "Can I say something?" Long Chen interrupted them. He couldn't be bothered to look at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. This stubborn old man was impossible to communicate with. Long Chen said to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, "I swear to you, before coming to Eternal Dragon City, I have never seen these monsters. Back in the Sea of Time, I met something that was exactly the same as my father in the well. He said he wanted to turn me into his kind and take me away, but I was lucky enough to escape. I told you immediately. I also know something else. These monsters are not demons. They are called Black Yama beasts. I guess they belong to something you may not have heard of, and that is the Sky-Swallowing clan. From their encounter in the battlefield of the gods, to the Massacre Dragon's tomb, and now to the Black Yama beast. Dragon-devouring beast, heavenly blood hell, Black Yama beast. All kinds of strange creatures gradually surfaced. Although there were very few of them, they were very terrifying. The 2 dragon emperors listened carefully to Long Chen. Black Yama beast, Sky-Swallowing clan. They seemed to be a little speechless. The Eternal Dragon Emperor shook his head and sneered. Don't make up nonsense. I have cultivated for almost 70,000 years and have never heard of such a thing. Who told you about the sky-swallowing clan? Long Chen remembered that he had seen a huge beast on the wall carvings of the martial god's tomb before it was swallowed into the endless starry sky. It was a huge beast that was comparable to the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. It floated in the starry sky and called itself the sky-swallowing race. As for the black llama beast, dragon-swallowing beast, and so on, they were all from the wall carvings, so they were more similar. However, the Eternal Dragon Emperor might not believe such an unimaginable thing if he told him. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor could still listen to him. She said, Long Chen, actually, I don't know what happened. Although I believe you, we really didn't find the black llama beast in the Sea of Time that day. Now that what happened to you has spread, I'm afraid everyone in the world wants us to kill you. So from today onwards, we definitely can't let you leave this place, unless the truth comes to light. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was very strong, but he seemed to give in front of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. He said, however, this matter can't be dragged on forever. We can't stop the rumors from spreading. So, unless you can prove what you said, I don't think I can help you even if I want to. This was the truth. Even if they were high and mighty, ruling over the world, they could not reverse the hopes of the entire human race. Moreover, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had never been fond of Long Chen. How could he bear the brunt of infamy because of him? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor wanted to say something but stopped. She could only sigh and look at Long Chen. Her beautiful face was now filled with sorrow. I just need to prove that I have nothing to do with that monster. Long Chen looked at them with a burning gaze. How can you prove it? The Eternal Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. In such a situation, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Years of experience had given him extraordinary perseverance. He clenched his teeth and said word by word, as long as I force this thing out of my body and show you its original form, it will be done. Of course, the premise is that you give me some space to move. Otherwise, I can't even move. How can I deal with it? You want to escape? Don't even think about it. Even if we don't imprison you, you won't be able to leave here, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said with disgust. Long Chen looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. At this time, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor walked forward and removed the time seal. Then, she expanded the time seal, giving Long Chen a spherical space with a circumference of about 10 meters. It was enough for him to move around. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Long Chen. She shook her head and said, Child, now that the public opinion has been formed, I can't help you either. You can only rely on yourself. I also want to know the truth, but I can't blindly trust you. This matter is too important. Can you understand? At such a critical moment, Long Chen could still smile. He was already very satisfied that he still had space to move around. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Wait for my good news. I am not someone who will fail so easily. All these years, he had encountered all kinds of opponents. He had even fought against the Lord of the Wronged City and the Llama Beast, let alone a worm that was hibernating in his body. Just like the goo he had encountered before. However, the Llama Beast was much more terrifying than the goo. At least, even now, it was as if it had completely disappeared from Long Chen's body. There was no trace of it at all. It was as if such a thing did not exist. With Long Chen's level of control over his body, he could see that the Llama Beast was absolutely terrifying. The giant beast he had seen in the starry sky was even more terrifying. Since they were of the same species, they naturally had this heaven-defying ability. Wait, the Llama Beast. Long Chen seemed to remember a person called the Black Llama Emperor. That person was Long Qingyue's husband. Every time he appeared, it was very strange. He could not help but feel suspicious. He said to the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, What kind of person do you think the Black Llama Emperor is? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor did not expect him to suddenly bring this up. She looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor and said, Isn't he his son-in-law? His talent is similar to Qinghua's, and he has worked his way up to where he is now. He was once an influential figure in the Devouring Dragon City when he was young, and once competed with Qinglan. In the future, he will be a strong competitor for the Devouring Dragon City's Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's gaze deepened, and he almost growled, Brat, you killed my daughter once, and I did not even settle the score with you. Are you suspecting Chen Ting? The Black Llama Emperor is because of the Llama Beast. Haha, you must have made up the name Llama Beast. Are you trying to frame him? Do you need me to go to the devouring dragon city to find him and kill him in front of you? He had not been so agitated in many years, and Long Chen had forced him to do so. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, Long Chen, you think too much. Even if what you say is true, it might just be a coincidence. The title Chen Ting was casually given to him by a dragon emperor of the devouring dragon city. It has nothing to do with the Yama beast you speak of. Besides, I have been paying attention to him since he was young. Ignore him. Let him prove that he isn't the Black Yama beast. If he can't prove it, no one will be able to save you. If you don't hurry up, you won't have long to live, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said sarcastically. After saying this, his body gradually disappeared. Remember, I will wait for your good news, Long Chen. Seeing him leave, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor also said, I will be nearby. I will not disturb you. Think about how to solve this. If you need help, I can give it a try. To be honest, I have already checked your body. There is no difference between you and a normal human, and there is nothing suspicious. No need. I will do it myself. Long Chen's voice was full of strength. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, recalling everything that had happened today. He recalled the state he was in when he first woke up, the bloody and terrifying scene. He started to search from every corner of his body. Where exactly does it exist? The Lingxi sword could hurt the primordial spirit. Long Chen had not used it for a long time. Back then he could use it to fight, but recently it was not very useful. He wanted to try using the Lingxi sword, but after stabbing it into his body, not only was his primordial spirit so stable that he could not feel it, but he also could not find the Yama beast. But he did not give up. He raised his head and thought of Long Qinglan's last wish. He thought of the cute woman on planet Celestial Dragon, who was working hard to fuse the star core for him. He thought of the child in her womb. He thought of their birth in the future, and he thought of becoming a father. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes became bloodshot. I cannot die here. Chapter 2208. Such news had already stirred up the entire Dragon God domain and caused countless discussions. They liked to say that at least 100 people in the Eternal Dragon City had seen it with their own eyes, and that it was definitely not false. The 20 or so girls who had died were also very clear evidence. It was indeed very difficult to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Although those people from Long Chen found it hard to believe that this was the truth, when the people around them said so, what they thought was no longer important. For example, the Battle Dragon clan. They had already regarded Long Chen as a legend, so naturally they would not doubt him in the slightest. Now that they were the third race, they naturally had to interact with others frequently. Because of this, they had suffered a lot of mockery and humiliation. Every time someone spoke ill of Long Chen, they had to refute and resist, and in the end, it became a battle. However, after something happened to Long Chen, there was no longer anyone to protect them, and their status also plummeted. If not for Empress Chen Xue holding down the fort, there would probably be even more people who would act against them because of old enmity. In despair, they did not leave their houses at all to avoid causing unhappiness. From the beginning to the end, they still did not suspect Long Chen even once. On the distant celestial dragon planet, everyone here should have heard this news. But no one, including Lingxi, knew about it because the news had been intercepted by Yang Yu. When Long Chen did not tell Lingxi about this matter, as long as Yang Yu did not say anything, the people on Celestial Dragon Planet would not know about it. At this moment, Yang Yu was under that black vortex, almost fusing with the darkness. She picked up a star talisman in her hand. It was from here that she had just received the news and details about Long Chen from the Dragon God domain. She did not have the impulsive impulse that Long Chen had imagined. Her eyes were calm, and she said somewhat absent-mindedly, "What will come will eventually come, but this time it is not as sudden and terrifying as the last time. This time, he has already made sufficient preparations, so he probably will not let Long Chen follow in his footsteps again." Perhaps, what she truly knew was much more than Long Chen imagined. While she was lost in thought, she sank into her memories. This is such a crucial time. I hope he won't lose again. If even Long Chen can't overcome this calamity, I'm afraid there's no hope for the dragon sacrificial continent anymore. It's only 100 years. She looked in the direction of the Dragon God domain. There was a determined young man fighting the Black Yama beast with his life on the line. Time passed day by day. Long Chen did not rest at all in the Weiyang Palace. He used all his skills to search for the Black Llama beast. This monster should have completely fused with his body. It could be a small piece of flesh, a small part of his meridians, or some bones. In any case, it was no different from Long Chen's body. These days, the two Dragon Emperors had also been paying attention to his progress. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's face became more and more gloomy. He could not see any hope of Long Chen finding a way to prove himself. In fact, he even suspected that Long Chen himself was that kind of unexplainable monster. The reason why he could not prove it until now was because he himself was one. Don't waste your energy. Exhausting your limited abilities will only let us see your true nature clearly, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said with a sullen face at the side. His face was basically sullen all year round. Long Chen was sweating all over. It had already been a few days, but there was still no progress. Even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was anxious for him. In reality, she still held a lot of hope. The silver-haired woman landed in front of him. Her eyes filled with faint mist. She could not bear to disturb Long Chen, so she said softly, "Why don't I try to help you?" "No need." Long Chen shook his head. As for the Eternal Dragon Emperor's sarcasm, he pretended not to hear it. Such a degree of humiliation could not destroy his state of mind. "Humph. I don't think there is much time left. If you can't prove it, then forget it." The Eternal Dragon Emperor waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Long Chen closed his eyes and continued to mobilize the strength of his body. He gritted his teeth and continued to trace the source of the changes in his body. Just wait and see. For many days, there was no news about Long Chen. Many people in the Eternal Dragon City could not sit still, especially the relatives and friends of those girls. So many people died in the Qinglan Palace. They needed an explanation. Although they respected the Dragon Emperor, the murderer was Long Chen. So, they just wanted to put Long Chen on trial. The entire Eternal Dragon City was filled with their figures. They vented their anger everywhere and encouraged others to resist. In an instant, the power of public opinion reached the Weiyang Palace. There were even many people waiting outside the Weiyang Palace for the result. Of course, they could not enter the Weiyang Palace. It was almost the most secluded place in the Eternal Dragon City. Among the 5 major dragon cities, some teams from other dragon cities came to the Eternal Dragon City because of Long Chen. For example, when Long Qingyue heard the news, she was extremely furious. She quickly rushed back to the Eternal Dragon City and looked for the Blue Fire Emperor. "Big brother, why are you so muddle-headed?" As soon as they met, Long Qingyue trembled with anger and scolded the Blue Fire Emperor. "Little sister, what do you mean?" the Blue Fire Emperor asked helplessly. Long Qingyue said, "From the beginning, I felt that there was something wrong with this Long Chen. He killed me once before in the cave of Ancestral Dragon. That time, I was the one who challenged him, so I had nothing to say. However, this time, he revealed his true identity. He is actually a demon. He killed more than 20 innocent girls and made such a huge mistake. He should have been killed on the spot to prevent future troubles. With Long Chen's talent, he will probably be invincible in the world if he is given some time. If we don't kill him now, when he becomes the next Eternal Dragon Emperor, we will be waiting for him to slaughter all of us." Long Qingyue was so furious that tears were flowing out of her eyes. Behind her was the commander of the Black Hell Army of the Devouring Dragon City, the Black Hell Emperor, Chen Ting. He stood quietly behind Long Qingyue and said with a frown, "Brother Qinghua, I personally feel that the 2 Dragon Emperors are too protective of Long Chen because of their relationship with Long Qinglan. This is not a very wise decision. Of course, I don't think that there is a problem with the 2 Dragon Emperors' decision-making ability. After all, Long Chen has a close relationship with them, and they love talents, so they may not be able to do it. However, as people who protect the entire human race, we should think for the entire Dragon God domain. Now, I have received the opinion of the 3 Dragon Emperors of the Devouring Dragon City. They have suggested that we hold a grand meeting to gather the experts of the 5 major dragon cities to burn Long Chen to prevent future troubles." Long Qingyue also hurriedly said, "I have already contacted the Dragon City of Life, the Slaughter City, and the Dragon City of Fortune about this matter. Although their Dragon Emperors have no objections, the entire upper echelons of the Dragon City, with the exception of the Slaughter City, basically support our decision. Big brother, this important mission will be handed over to you. As the current leader of the 3 Dragon Emperors, You are obviously the one with the highest authority. You should shoulder this responsibility and seek justice from that evil monster for the sake of your people." Speaking up to this point, Long Qingyue's tears were streaming down her face. Hearing this news, she was very pained at first. Then when she heard that Long Chen had not been punished until now, she became even more indignant and couldn't eat or sleep in peace. "I need to know what to do. How could the Blue Fire Emperor not be pained as well?" It was already obvious what kind of monster Long Chen was. More than 100 people had seen that scene. That was not a divine dragon at all, but an evil monster. This was the only way to explain why he was so nature-defying. There must be a mystical species in this world that possessed frightening power that surpassed all other living creatures. What was more frightening was that he was incomparably evil, just like Long Chen and Long Qinglan. The birth of every one of them was bound to bring about great disasters. Such public opinion had already swept through the dragon god domain. The reputation that Long Chen had previously built up had been completely destroyed after this incident. In fact, it was much more thorough than at the beginning. At this moment, the Black Hell Emperor took over and said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. You have to convince the Eternal Dragon Emperor to go along with the trend of the world. In a month's time, at the city gates of Eternal Dragon City, gather all the experts of the 5 major dragon cities as witnesses and let you use the green chaos fire to burn Long Chen. Perhaps this will allow him to reveal his true form in front of everyone. If that's the case, no one will be able to help him. For such a frightening monster, letting him live for another day would be a terrifying nightmare." When the Blue Fire Emperor recalled the scene of that day, even he himself felt a chill run down his spine. Do the 3 dragon emperors of the Devouring Dragon City all support this method? The Blue Fire Emperor asked. The Black Hell Emperor said, "You can rest assured that my visit this time is actually to bring a message from the 3 dragon emperors. You just have to pass the message to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I think the one who truly calls the shots in Eternal Dragon City is still the Eternal Dragon Emperor." "Of course, my father is the first Dragon Emperor," Long Qingyue said proudly. The Blue Fire Emperor was silent for a moment. His eyes lit up, filled with hatred and a sense of justice. He bade farewell to the Black Hell Emperor and Long Qingyue and laughed heartily. "Wait for my good news, both of you." With that, he strode away. After he left, the Black Hell Emperor reached out and pulled Long Qingyue into his arms. He stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. With a strange smile, he said, "It's really interesting to do this kind of thing. Master, you're really leaving. Everyone is already in the palm of your hand," Long Qingyue said in a flattering manner. "Work hard. You'll be rewarded later," the Black Hell Emperor said. "Thank you, Master." Long Qingyue was overjoyed and snuggled in the Black Hell Emperor's arms. At the same time, the important figures of the 5 major dragon cities were also approaching the Eternal Dragon City in the south. In order to kill Long Chen, almost martial artists of the Dragon Emperor's level had been mobilized. It had been a long time since such a major event had happened in the entire Dragon God domain. Chapter 2209. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the Blue Fire Emperor found the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It was already night time. The Eternal Dragon Emperor floated in the dark. Even in front of his son, he was a vague figure. His voice was extremely harsh. "Why have you come to me?" The Blue Fire Emperor took a deep breath and said, "I don't know if the 3 dragon emperors of the Devouring Dragon City have contacted you. They seem to want to kill Long Chen as soon as possible. Hence, they suggested that I use the green fire of chaos to burn him to his original form in front of the Eternal Dragon City 1 month later. Then, I'll kill him to prevent any future troubles." Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment. Finally he said, "They did tell me about this. In addition, the 2 dragon emperors of the Dragon City know his true identity. They also asked me to find out the truth as soon as possible. If Long Chen can't give us an explanation and proof, we can only kill him. These are all confirmed. The only thing that is not confirmed is the time." Hearing the Eternal Dragon Emperor's attitude, the Blue Fire Emperor was very happy. He said, "Father, you should have done this a long time ago. It's been so many years, and we haven't had a good talk. What happened to Long Qinglan all those years ago was truly regrettable, but the facts have proven that we were right, didn't we? In the end, he became a demon, and even his son is a demon. The father and son have long had no relationship with you, and we are your true children. Therefore I would like to be so bold as to say this. I hope that Father can disregard the relationship between you and Long Chen, and let it affect your judgment. Naturally, the sooner the better. If Long Chen needs proof, then give him a month. The Eternal Dragon Emperor remained silent. Until the Blue Fire Emperor couldn't take it anymore, he said, Blue Fire, do you really hate Long Qinglan that much? The Blue Fire Emperor was slightly stunned. It's all in the past. I don't hate him now. He's just a dead demon. A dead demon. Of course, I won't hold a grudge against him because I've lost to him many times. Now that I've found the reason for my defeat, I'm actually very happy. He wasn't that powerful. He could defeat me because he wasn't human, and neither was his son. Hee hee. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's voice was so cold that it was trembling. He said, at the very least, I can be sure that when he was young, he displayed peerless talent. It had nothing to do with this monster today. Of course, I can't be sure about his son. Since you said 1 month, and they also suggested 1 month, then 1 month it is. You should prepare well. If it's still the same after 1 month, you can wait to burn Long Chen to death. That would also fulfill your wish. Hearing this affirmative answer, the Blue Fire Emperor was secretly delighted. It seemed that from today onwards, he had really snatched back the attention that Long Qinglan had snatched away. At that time, he was too dazzling, causing the Eternal Dragon Emperor to only have eyes for Long Qinglan. During that time, the Blue Fire Emperor lived in extreme depression for countless years. Father, I'm leaving. The Blue Fire Emperor bade farewell to the Eternal Dragon Emperor and strode away. He knew what he had to do. The so-called proof that Long Chen had found was nothing more than nonsense. He was trapped in the Weiyang Palace, so how could he prove it? Moreover, the Blue Fire Emperor believed what he saw. Therefore, in this 1 month, it was nothing more than preparation, publicity, and so on. He wanted to attract all the experts in the world, and then let Long Chen show his true colors in front of everyone. If he killed him at that time, the Blue Fire Emperor would only become a hero in history. In the future, no one would feel sorry for Long Chen's death. After all, Long Chen was too heaven-defying. His death was equivalent to the human race losing another Eternal Dragon Emperor. Therefore, this was the safest way to kill him. After the Blue Fire Emperor left, the Eternal Dragon Emperor came to the deep courtyard. Long Chen was working hard, and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor accompanied him under the night sky. This time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was extremely serious and said, after discussing with the other 7 or 8 Dragon Emperors, the initial conclusion is that we will give you at most 1 month. Within 1 month, if you still can't prove your innocence and that you are a human and not an evil demon, then we can only escort you to the Eternal Dragon City's gate in front of all the experts in the world and burn you with the Chaos Green fire. What? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's face instantly turned cold, and he said angrily, Eternal, what kind of bullshit decision is this? Why don't I know who suggested this? The 3 from the Devouring Dragon City, or who else? The Eternal Dragon Emperor knew that she would find trouble with him. Eternal, get this straight. I am the first Dragon Emperor, and I have the highest decision-making power. Firmament and I have agreed on this matter, so even if you object, it's useless. We can't take this lightly. The people in the world are waiting for us to give them an explanation, and this matter can't be delayed any longer. Moreover, 1 month is already a long time. If he can't complete it within a month, it's useless no matter how much time we give him. Let me tell you, those who deserve to die will die eventually. Moreover, we still don't know whether he is a human or not. These words made the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor angrier and angrier. His long silver hair danced in the air, and his pair of black eyes gradually turned silver. This was a very deep silver color, like a dream or fantasy, hiding the vast world of the night sky. Eternal, you better think carefully. He clearly knows who he is. She was practically grinding her teeth as she said this. Hearing this, the Eternal Dragon Emperor curled his lips, and said, All right, stop talking about the past. I've already said that I don't even know who they are now. Do you know if that person in the well is Long Qinglan? Do you know if he was a teenager, or an adult, or after he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Do you know? They argued more and more fiercely. At this moment, Long Chen raised his head and interrupted them, and said, 1 month is enough. He didn't want the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor to be too angry about this matter. In fact, as the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, if they couldn't force the Dark Yama beast out in a month, They might not be able to do anything no matter how long they dragged it out. At least you know what's good for you, young man. You have a backbone. But reality is not as simple as words. If you want to live, prove it to me. If you are a monster, then you have nothing to do with me. With that, he disappeared again, and left. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. She looked at Long Chen, and shook her head and said helplessly, "You shouldn't have agreed to him. That's just to give myself pressure." Long Chen squinted his eyes. "I'll try my best first." Now, he didn't want to say anything more. Just as the Eternal Dragon Emperor said, if he wanted to live, he had to prove it. Everything else was useless, and there was no need to say too much. The resolute and determined look on the young man's face suddenly gave the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor a lot of hope. Even now, he didn't change his expression at all. Even in the face of death, he could still remain calm. What could defeat such a young man? She didn't know that what made Long Chen want to live the most was responsibility. After what had happened, he didn't even dare to tell Lingxi. This went against the vow they had made back then. But he had no regrets. He had an incomparably strong desire to get through this, to see her, to see his future child. He didn't want his child to lose his father at a young age, or even have to bear the same burden as him. His own father would be seen as a demon. A demon. That would be the truly terrifying thing. That would be the result that made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Because of this, he even wanted to use the god-slaying sword to cut open every part of his body, just to find the Black Yama beast. In fact, he really did it. After some time passed, and there were still no results, Long Chen calmly took out the god-slaying sword. He wanted to use the tip of the sword to pierce into every nook and cranny of his body. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find the Black Yama beast. This would definitely be a terrifying and painful process. He would constantly destroy his own body, and then use Origin of Dreams to recover. The pain and exhaustion didn't change his expression at all. From the beginning to the end, he didn't seem to be tormenting his own body. He made himself a bloody mess, all for the sake of survival, for the sake of protection and responsibility. Most of the time, this was something a man had to bear. Looking at this bloody scene, Dragon Emperor Yongye was greatly shocked. How strong of a mind did he have to be able to do this? Or rather, this was a miracle. She didn't know why he was so strong and persistent. In fact, she had never seen this side of him from Long Qinglan. This was also the biggest difference between Long Chen and his father. Not only would he be ruthless to others, he would also be ruthless to himself. It wasn't just Long Qinglan's credit that he could get to where he was today. His own hard work accounted for a large part of it. As he pierced his body again and again, time passed quickly again. Long Chen didn't bother to calculate the time. He followed his own steps to complete the exploration bit by bit, until he had injured every part of his body. He didn't miss a single part. The only thing left was his head. Don't tell me I'm hiding here? Up until now, Long Chen seemed to have forgotten about the pain. He started the last step. But at this moment, Dragon Emperor Yongye had to remind him. Long Chen, there's only one day left. In fact, she was already very helpless. The more she knew about Long Chen, the more she didn't want him to die. But when everyone in the world wanted him dead, when all the other dragon emperors wanted him dead, she couldn't stop them. Don't panic, it's the last step. But Long Chen comforted her as if nothing had happened. He held the god-slaying sword horizontally in front of his eyes. The blade reflected his pair of scarlet eyes. Do you think you can hide from my search by hiding in my head? Isn't it just splitting my head open? Do you think I won't dare to do it? At 8 p.m. on the 12th of June, Madman was invited to Baidu Tieba for an interview. The organizer was Tieba Novel Bar. The Tieba that was broadcasted simultaneously were Novel Bar, Dragon Blood God of War Bar, Novel Bar, Online Novel Bar, Fantasy Novel Bar, etc. Today, I'll make an announcement. On the 12th, all the dragons are invited to Tieba Novel Bar for the first grand ceremony of our dragons. The specific arrangements will be announced in a few days. I'm still in the middle of my internship, so I can only write at night. These few days have been the most tiring days in the past 2 years. I don't know how to describe it, but I've endured it. It'll be over in a few days. After that, I'll probably rest for a day and start to finish the previous chapters that I've written. Chapter 22:10. The 1-month period that had been agreed upon had arrived. Before that, a large number of powerhouses had crossed the time sea and arrived in front of Eternal Dragon City due to the invitation and manipulation of some people with ulterior motives. Among them, there were even more tyrannical dragon martial artists who were at least at the 6 paths of reincarnation or above from the other 4 dragon cities of the 5 great dragon cities. There were also city lords from the 72 divine descendants' ancient cities. For example, the Jun Divine City, which hated Long Chen to the core and had once held the Devil's Slaying Conference in order to kill Long Chen, had many people present. Of course, there were even non-human experts who had snuck in. For the entire Eternal Sacred Realm, both Long Qinglan and Long Chen were miracles among miracles. They symbolized unparalleled talent, which made people envious and jealous. Therefore, people couldn't help but suspect them. The major event that had happened in Eternal Dragon City a month ago was undoubtedly very sensational. This was a historical moment for the human race, and many people wanted to find out the truth. They wanted to see Long Chen's true form. Therefore, there were countless people who had come to Eternal Dragon City with all kinds of emotions. In order to prevent chaos, the Green Fire Emperor personally ordered that warriors whose cultivation had not reached the 6 Daos of Reincarnation Realm were not qualified to enter the Sea of Time. This restriction blocked off most of the people. However, it also resulted in the tens of thousands of people outside the Eternal Dragon City. Most of them were experts of the 6 Daos of Reincarnation Realm and above. In fact, almost all the experts of the human race had gathered here. For countless years, only Long Qinglan could cause such a huge commotion. Even many hidden experts had come here, waiting for the moment when the truth would come. In fact, they didn't necessarily want Long Chen to die. They just wanted to see the truth. Time slowly approached. Tens of thousands of experts floated above the Sea of Time, and the martial artists of Eternal Dragon City were maintaining order. This time, even the martial artists of Eternal Dragon City were not qualified to watch Long Chen's trial. Even Long Haoge had to beg for some time before he was allowed to come here. Almost all of the tens of thousands of experts were elderly, and none of them made a sound. It was a very scary scene. Long Haoge looked at the crowd in fear. Almost all the experts of the human race are here to put Long Chen on trial together. That guy really has a lot of face. When will I be able to do this? To be able to reach this step, he would have no regrets even if he died. Originally, he was much older than Long Chen, but now he was like a nobody that no one cared about. This made Long Haoge feel very aggrieved. He seemed to be able to understand how the Blue Fire Emperor felt. The scene was solemn and silent. Everyone looked at the center of the Sea of Time with cold, suffocating eyes. There was a huge empty space there, and Long Chen would appear there. It is said that the Eternal Dragon Emperor gave him a month to prove his innocence. Now that a month has passed, according to the current situation, he has already failed. No, it should be said that he has exhausted all his tricks. He has revealed his true form and can no longer hide. It seemed that most of the elders had this thought in their minds. This scene was very similar to the trial of Long Qinglan and the punitive expedition against him. However, the current Long Chen was far less powerful than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. From the gate of the Eternal Dragon City to the Weiyang Palace, the road was also full of people. In fact, in the Weiyang Palace, a few dragon emperors had already arrived. Almost every dragon city had sent their own representative. The first dragon emperor of the Massacre Dragon City, Brutal Blood Dragon Emperor, had personally come. He did not arrive early, as there was not much time left. He quickly came to the deep courtyard, and the first thing he saw was that Long Chen was using the god-slaying sword to cut open his own head. He repeated the process with a cold face, as if he was not the one being tortured. Beside him were the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, and the other 3 dragon emperors of the Dragon City. A total of 6 dragon emperors were gathered here. Including the Dragon Emperor in the sky, there were 7 decisive experts in total. What's going on? The Brutal Dragon Emperor walked up, frowned and looked at Long Chen, and asked in a low voice. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "It is said that he is looking for the monster that has taken root in his body. It looks bloody and scary, but it also seems like he is putting on a show." The Brutal Dragon Emperor sneered and said, "This acting is really special. Anyone here who is capable can try it. Anyway, I can't." The Eternal Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, looked at the sky, and said, "It's almost time. The people outside have been waiting for a few days. I have already said what I said, Of course I can't go back on my words. More importantly, it is for the safety of the human race in the future. Such a scary creature is an endless disaster for anyone. The brutal Dragon Emperor had bet a lot on Long Chen. In the beginning, he was the first Dragon Emperor to accept Long Chen and acknowledge Long Chen. As he expected, Long Chen's reputation and strength were rising. At that time, when Eternal Night wanted Long Chen to come here to see the changes of Long Qinglan's corpse, it was the brutal Dragon Emperor who had personally agreed to it. He did not expect that such a thing would happen. When he heard the news, the brutal Dragon Emperor could not believe it. He stood in front of Long Chen. The brutal Dragon Emperor was a young man with long black and red hair and a pair of seductive dark red eyes. His appearance was very elegant, but there was also a hint of evil. His red and black robe showed off his unscathed temperament as the Dragon Emperor. In terms of prestige, he was far superior to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. His lips were red and thin. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen and asked in a low voice, "Long Chen, can you give me an answer so that I do not value you in vain?" Long Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at him. Blood dripped down from his forehead, but he turned a deaf ear to it. His expression was still indifferent, as if he did not know what he was about to face. That kind of calmness was something that almost no one his age could achieve, especially when he was torturing himself, and it was inhuman torture. "There's no proof. You won't believe me even if I tell you. It's not over yet." After saying that, he closed his eyes again and repeated what he did before. However, the tip of the god-slaying sword was slightly off, as if he was searching for something. At that moment, the brutal Dragon Emperor was shocked. He suddenly realized that this young man had a demeanor that even he could not understand. He said subconsciously, "I actually believe in you. Work hard and prove your innocence. Dragon City of Massacre will always welcome you." This sentence made Long Chen open his eyes again. This bewitching and evil brutal Dragon Emperor was much better than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. "Thank you." Long Chen nodded sincerely. Blood dripped down. Outside the Weiyang Palace, the Blue Fire Emperor looked at the sky and picked up the star talisman in his hand. He said, "Father, it's been more than 2 hours. If we don't carry it out, there will probably be a commotion outside." "Oh," the Eternal Dragon Emperor replied. "Father, demons should be sentenced to death. They should show their true colors in front of everyone. What are you hesitating for? All right, go and get ready." The Eternal Life Dragon Emperor kept the star talisman. Everyone could hear the voice that came from the star talisman. At this moment, he looked around at the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, who was protecting Long Chen. "Eternal Night, stop fooling around. It's been a month." The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was about to say something. Behind her, Long Chen had already stood up. He stretched and said, "It's been 2 hours. I won't delay anymore. Let's change to another place. This way, everyone can see the evidence and my proof." His eyes, which were gradually turning dark red, were as calm as water, like an endless abyss. With so many experts surrounding him, a total of 7 Dragon Emperors had appeared, just to give him the final judgment. Until now, it was almost destined that he would never be able to make a comeback, but he was still able to be so calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples. This kind of perseverance made most of the Dragon Emperors secretly admire him. It was hard to imagine where he got his courage from. The Eternal Dragon Emperor glared at him and said, "All right, stop being so emotional. Let's go." He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, time and space changed. Under the power of the Dragon Emperor, everything around him was in an illusion. In an instant, the stars moved and the scenery changed. In that instant, Long Chen seemed to hear the voices of the crowd and countless eyes fell on him. Below him was the Sea of Time. The surroundings were very spacious, and there were 6 beams of light stretching toward the sky. Those were the 6 Dragon Emperors. They would not show their real bodies outside, so when they appeared here, they turned into 6 beams of divine light and rose to the sky, like 6 shining stars, emitting colorful lights. Together with the Dragon Emperor in the sky, there were 7 Dragon Emperors. In history, it was rare for 7 Dragon Emperors to appear at the same time. Therefore, this scene caused a huge sensation in the first place. 7 beams of divine light lit up the entire Sea of Time. Everyone was shrouded in the light, and the vast power swept out. The entire Sea of Time was under the confinement of the 7 Dragon Emperors, turning into an independent world. When the 7 dragon emperors appeared, tens of thousands of strong cultivators of the human race, of course, worshipped them first. Only Long Chen was left, isolated in the vast sea of people. He was surrounded by scrutinizing, disgusted, and jealous eyes, full of malice. He stood on the sea of time. He looked up and found the beam of divine light that belonged to the eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Her kind eyes were fixed on Long Chen, full of helplessness and bitterness. "Child, you decide what to do." If it was not for Long Chen's indifference, she did not know what to do. Long Chen looked at the tens of thousands of strong cultivators of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were even some familiar eyes. Because Long Chen was a monster, they were full of vigilance, hatred, and even disgust from the bottom of their hearts. "Use the chaos green fire to make me show my real body." A clue appeared in his mind. Chapter 22:11. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were many faces that Long Chen had seen before. For example, in Massacre Dragon City, there were Sky Curtain Emperor, Xueqi, Thousand Snow Emperor, and many others that he had met before, such as Fengzhu and others in the Dragon Tomb Army. In the 72 Ancient City of Gods, there were City Lord Di Jun and others. Almost all the experts of the human race had gathered here at this moment, waiting for the trial of Long Chen. On the side of Eternal Dragon City, there was a large team. All the warriors of Eternal Dragon City were here, including many who had fought with Long Chen for the dragon-imprisoned bow and dragon-imprisoned arrow in Qinglan Palace. There was also the Blue Fire Emperor, the Heaven's Mandate Emperor, and so on. Beside the Blue Fire Emperor, Long Chen also saw Long Qingyue. This woman had a sinister smile on her face, like a shadow hiding behind the Blue Fire Emperor, snickering. It was not as simple as gloating, but there was a kind of frightening viciousness. It seems that a key person is missing. After such a thing happened, the Black Hell Emperor would definitely come with Long Qingyue. However, at this moment, he did not appear beside Long Qingyue, which made Long Chen feel a little puzzled. However, victory or defeat seemed to be decided here. Long Chen thought of Long Qinglan, Lingxi, and those who cared about him. He had great courage in his heart, and it was this courage that supported him to face today's situation calmly. This was a battle between him and himself. "Father and Shi'er, give me strength," he narrowed his eyes. The eyes of tens of thousands of experts finally landed on him with burning passion. Suspicion, jealousy, disgust, judgment, delight, and all sorts of other emotions were displayed in such an arrogant manner. Countless fiery gazes condensed into countless rays of light, and just the gaze itself was filled with mockery and ridicule. Even though they did not speak, Long Chen seemed to be able to hear countless voices, and those voices were like a storm whistling in his ears. However, this did not make him afraid. It only made him fight. One scene after another flashed through his mind. From the very first moment when he was talking to that man in the forest, he told him that he must have the strength to fight for his own future. From the first time he met Ling Shi, to the first time she came out of the Ling Shi sword, to the time she left in tears, to the night she came to find him. One scene after another appeared in his mind. Blood, tears and growth. These were all part of his life. It was these images that ignited the passion in his heart, giving him the strength and courage to fight against the entire world. He was still young, and he could not let go of his responsibility to die. He had too many destinies. He had been a guardian all his life, and he could not die until there was peace and prosperity. Father's last wish and hope. The life that was about to be born in Lingxi's belly. Mo Xiaolang, who was far away in the Devil Star, Kitten in the Demon Divine region, Li Xuanji in the Darkness Divine City, and his younger sister who was still in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Countless worries didn't crush him. It only made him grit his teeth, clench his fists, and look at the world with his bloodthirsty eyes. He wasn't bloodthirsty. His heart was pure, but a guardian could never retract his claws and teeth. Time's up. Countless people were shouting. They wanted to see Long Chen's true face. They wanted to see this guy's demonic body. They wanted to see what kind of creature could have such terrifying talent. For a moment, earth-shattering voices came. "Everyone!" The Blue Fire Emperor shouted. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing 100 meters in front of Long Chen. Green flames were burning in his eyes. Those were the mystical flames that were born at the beginning of the world. The Chaos Green Fire Dragon had absorbed a portion of them. The Blue Fire Emperor was an expert with profound cultivation and a demigod body for a long time. There were more than 20 million god palaces in his body, and in each god kingdom, there was a chaos green fire burning. That's right. The time has long since arrived. We've given him a month's time. Now, 4 hours have already passed in this month's time. The Blue Fire Emperor's gloomy voice spread far and wide, as though it was echoing throughout the entire Sea of Time. On the Sea of Time, the sea water was surging. He subconsciously looked at the sky. The 7 divine lights were observing the people, but there was no movement. In other words, they didn't object to his actions. In that case, it was time to end it. He opened his arms, and the chaos green fire burned on his hands. In an instant, the seawater in the Sea of Time evaporated, forming a huge mist around him that filled the sky above the Sea of Time. First, let me briefly explain. The Blue Fire Emperor circled around Long Chen, and the chaos green fire formed a ring, surrounding Long Chen like a prison. A few years ago, he suddenly appeared in the Eternal God domain. Rumor has it that he came from a lowly world. At that time, he was weak and not worth mentioning. But when he revealed his identity in the battlefield of the gods, he moved from the spirit god domain to the chaos starfields. His strength soared, shocking the world. He defeated the #1 genius of the chaos starfields, and a little more than a year ago, he returned to the dragon god domain. At that time, he was still unremarkable. But in just a little more than a year, he has undergone such a transformation. This is simply legendary growth. Now, he is an invincible existence below the 8 trigram samsara realm. He is even more terrifying than the Eternal Dragon Emperor in the past. In addition, after a period of contact, we understand his tenacious character. We once thought that a peerless expert different from Long Qinglan was about to be born. Yes, even I thought so. I can imagine how terrifying he will be in the future. The Blue Fire Emperor was just building up momentum. He definitely couldn't kill Long Chen right away for such a grand event. The current Long Chen needed to be built up enough momentum, and he could only be killed in the climax. Otherwise, there would definitely be countless doubts and speculations in the future. But the Blue Fire Emperor's tone changed, and he said with great sorrow, "Who could have imagined that hundreds of us personally saw such a thing appear on his body? More than 40 girls were harmed, and more than 20 of them died on the spot. Let's see what happened back then." The Blue Fire Emperor waved his hand casually. In the Sea of Time, the ripples of the seawater revealed the scene of that day. It was incomparably clear, and even the despair and fear on the girls' faces could be seen clearly. Such young lives were lost, and one couldn't help but feel pity. That sinful black tentacle clearly didn't belong to the human race, nor did it belong to a dragon martial artist. The reason why the Blue Fire Emperor asked more people to come was to let them personally witness this scene that couldn't be faked, so that he would have more reason for his next actions. Kill him. After seeing that scene, some people couldn't help but roar. Following that was a roar that sounded like an explosion. It was as though all the powerful beings were roaring at the same time. At that moment, the entire Sea of Time was in an uproar as all the powers of hatred were gathered onto Long Chen. The evidence is conclusive. I didn't expect that the peerless genius that I'm so envious of is actually not of our race. In that case, that Long Qinglan should also be such a monster, and that's why he ended up harming the human race. Both father and son are simply terrifying demons. Now that they've been exposed, we can't be fooled anymore. If we don't kill this monster, the human race will definitely suffer in the future. For a moment, such voices could be heard everywhere. Heavenly Screen Emperor, City Lord Di Jun, Long Qingyue. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with hatred and excitement. This day had finally arrived. Clamor, roars, and a storm of voices struck again. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's gaze didn't change at all, as if he had dreamed of this scene many years ago. Today it seemed like nothing much. There were many people who were stronger than him, but they had to use such a method to kill him. This was enough to prove his high status. Long Chen, the evidence is already in front of everyone. What else do you have to say? If you're sensible, you'd better make it clear what kind of living beings you are, and how many people like you are out there. The Blue Fire Emperor said coldly. Oh, Long Chen nodded, and his lips curled into a faint smile. Many, there are still many. They'll be here soon. Thousands or even hundreds of thousands, millions. Any one of them can kill all of you. Any one of them is as powerful as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Are you guys afraid? Do you guys still dare to kill me? He maintained a playful smile the entire time. His words really scared everyone. For a moment, their faces turned pale. Even the high-spirited Blue Fire Emperor took a step back in fear. He didn't expect Long Chen to say such words, and it really shocked him. He didn't expect Long Chen to admit it directly. This was even better. The Green Fire Emperor immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Long Qinglan and him are probably the limit. Don't listen to his nonsense. If there really is such a powerful being, the human tribe can reproduce for millions of years. Therefore, don't be afraid. Since Long Chen has already admitted it, we don't have to be polite. I'm prepared to use the green chaos fire to burn him and force him to reveal his true form. Everyone, do you agree?" In this way, the public opinion of killing Long Chen wouldn't fall on him, but everyone in the world would kill Long Chen. Kill, the elders said coldly. For a moment, the word kill was heard. The word kill gradually drowned Long Chen. It was cold and emotionless like the tide. From the beginning to the end, he still didn't lose the proud smile on his face. This was what shocked the 7 Dragon Emperors the most. At this stage, what kind of support did this young man have? All right, kill. The Blue Fire Emperor's veins popped out as he shouted angrily. Chapter 22:12. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the divine dragon formed by the chaos green fire had already charged towards Long Chen. Kill! The fanatical shouts had already swept across the world. The youths and children who were still in Eternal Dragon City were trembling in fear when they heard the word kill. This was destined to be a moment recorded in history. Under the engulfment of the chaos green fire, the sea of time around Long Chen had already risen, turned into smoke and dissipated, revealing a large empty area. Under the Blue Fire Emperor's control, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon spiraled over. In the blink of an eye, it was about to entangle Long Chen. At that instant, Long Chen closed his eyes, opened his arms, and actually did not resist. Whoosh! Under everyone's expectant gaze, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon actually entangled Long Chen's body. At that instant, all the dragon scales on Long Chen's body appeared. The blood-colored dragon scales were ferocious and imposing. Just like Long Chen at that moment, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon entangled his entire body from his legs to his lower abdomen, then to his arms and head. That was the Chaos Green Fire released by an expert with a demigod body. It was almost one of the strongest attacks of the Blue Fire Emperor. He could use this Chaos Green Fire to kill an expert with a demigod body. When the Chaos Green Fire entangled Long Chen, many people could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They could almost imagine the terrifying pain that Long Chen was suffering under this entanglement. He was being burned alive. However, they did not see the scene in Weiyang Palace. Therefore, they simply could not imagine that Long Chen, whose entire body had been charred black, did not make a sound even after a quarter of an hour had passed. If it was not for the fact that his body was gradually being incinerated by the primal chaos green flames, they would have thought that the primal chaos green flames were ineffective against Long Chen. The chaos green fire shone brightly. Why is he not making a sound? Is he really going to die just like that? Why is he not resisting? For a moment, many people had doubts in their hearts. The anger that they had felt when they saw Long Chen transform into a monster with their own eyes gradually dissipated. Since it's such a powerful monster, why didn't it resist at all? They could see Long Chen's eyes. They were calm and collected. Even when the flames were burning him, his eyes did not change. He seemed to be looking into the distance. His eyes were filled with emotion. He was looking in the direction of Sky Dragon in the Chaos Star System. Until now, Long Chen had not told Lingxi about what had happened to him. If he unfortunately died, it would be a lifelong regret for Lingxi. Therefore he would not die. Everyone, don't be soft-hearted. He's using this method to gain your sympathy. Just watch, under the burning of the primal chaos green flame, I don't believe that he won't reveal his true form and fight with us. Everyone, be careful. Don't let him escape. The Blue Fire Emperor believed in what he saw. He increased the power of the Chaos Green Fire, causing Long Chen's entire body to be engulfed by the Chaos Green Fire. The others also watched attentively, waiting for the moment when Long Chen would transform into a monster. However, time seemed to have passed very long ago. Burning was nothing to Long Chen. The only thing he was afraid of was death. As long as he didn't die, he could bear everything. After countless times of time reversal and dream back to the origin, his body's recovery speed was faster than the speed of the chaos green fire's burning. However, the pain would not disappear. He believed that the other party would always want to achieve the real effect. And that effect was to make him follow the Blue Fire Emperor's words and reveal his true form. These words must have been told to the Blue Fire Emperor. Who could it be? It must be Long Qingyue. Long Chen's gaze pierced through the heavy flames and looked at Long Qingyue, who was hiding in the Eternal Dragon City's team. She was looking at the chaos green fire and snickering, her eyes flashing with a treacherous light. It's time. Long Qingyue was extremely excited. The chaos green fire had been burning for a long time and Long Chen should have almost reached his limit. It was time for him to reveal his true form. To Long Qingyue, this was just a matter of a thought. Come out, my darling, she said softly in a very low voice. When she said this, everyone almost suffocated. Ah! The Blue Fire Emperor was the closest to Long Chen. Hence, he let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, everyone looked over. They could clearly see an octopus-like tentacle reaching out from the chaos green fire. Under the burning of the chaos green fire, it actually let out a terrifying shriek and swayed. Monster. Evil demon. In an instant, even the warriors above the 6 paths of reincarnation realm hurriedly fled. Their faces were pale and filled with shock. What they saw today was the same as what the Blue Fire Emperor had said. Indeed, Long Chen was really that kind of monster. He really wasn't a human. He was a terrifying evil demon that harmed the human race. He deserved to be killed. He deserved to be killed. Rumble. There was a huge commotion in the Sea of Time. In the sky, the 7 rays of divine light trembled as they looked down. The expressions of the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others changed. Even the violent Dragon Emperor, who had said that he believed in Long Chen, was completely speechless. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's beautiful face turned pale. However, she still believed in Long Chen. From Long Chen's usual calmness, there was still hope for Long Chen today. She was the only one who had such hope. And what the others saw was that more and more octopus tentacles rushed out from the chaos green fire. Under the burning of the chaos green fire, they shrieked and danced. It's really a monster. It's true, it's true. My God, what kind of creature is this? He actually snuck into the human race. If we didn't discover him in time, what kind of disaster would he have caused? Fortunately, the Eternal Dragon City saw through his true form. Blue Fire Emperor, quickly kill him before he escapes. If that happens, he will definitely cause a catastrophe for the human race. Looking at the waving octopus tentacles, the Blue Fire Emperor seemed to have gone crazy. He couldn't help but laugh wildly and even shed tears. I'm the real genius, Long Qinglong. So this is what you are. What right do you have to overshadow me? You're not human at all. You two monsters that harm the human race. You didn't expect to fall in my hands, did you? Me and Hauga, why should we be overshadowed by you two? He couldn't help but cry out. For so many years, such bitterness had made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Even though Long Qinglong had died long ago, the knot in his heart still hadn't been untied. Everyone, the truth is in front of everyone. As long as such an evil creature doesn't die, it will be a disaster for the human race. Today, I, Blue Fire, represent the 5 major dragon cities and the human race to kill this evil demon. My fellow compatriots, please grant me your affirmation and strength to let me do it. The Blue Fire Emperor rushed into the sky and let out an extremely loud roar. Do it. Countless voices of support came. Looking at the waving octopus tentacles in the chaos green fire, the Blue Fire Emperor was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He couldn't hold it in anymore. To Long Chen, life and death were just a matter of a thin line. At this moment, he was very calm as he looked at the things that appeared and squeezed out of his body, swaying in all directions. They weren't under Long Chen's control, and they waved around to prove their existence. As expected, it's hiding in my head. Now there were bloody holes on his legs, feet, torso, arms and neck, and the octopus-like black tentacles grew out of them. The scene was extremely disgusting. Under the burning of the chaos green fire, the octopus tentacles were incinerated, but new ones grew out. Outside, there was a commotion. The time that Long Chen had been waiting for had arrived. I'm not afraid of you coming out, but I'm afraid of you hiding." He knew that the Blue Fire Emperor was ready to kill him. To him, this was a very simple matter. When Long Chen raised his head, a green light turned into a huge divine sword and slashed at his waist. This terrifying sword light could completely tear him apart. To everyone, this was the last moment that belonged to Long Chen. "Yongye Dragon Emperor, save me." Long Chen finally spoke. Only at this moment could he ask for help. Sure enough, the green sword light collapsed and even the primal chaos green fire was shattered. Everyone could clearly see a silver light descending from the sky and shattering everything, causing Long Chen's body to appear more clearly in front of everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone was filled with shock and confusion. The Blue Fire Emperor was even more dazed. He knew who had attacked. He had been accumulating power for so long just for this moment, but it had been destroyed. Of course, he was very angry. He said angrily, "Why did you interrupt me? He's a monster." At that moment, Long Chen, who had countless tentacles dancing on his body, was right in front of him. He looked at the Blue Fire Emperor with a calm gaze and said, "There's no need to ask. I'll give you the answer now." He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black tentacles dancing in front of him. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at him. Then, they saw Long Chen slowly pulling the black tentacles out. The wound was badly mutilated, and no one dared to look at it directly. They couldn't imagine how much pain Long Chen was in at this moment. Even at this moment, he didn't even frown. When it sensed that Long Chen was going to pull it out, the black Yama beast started to struggle. Its strength was much greater than Long Chen's, and it could even use Long Chen's own strength. Long Chen held Lingxi's sword with one hand and slowly stabbed it into the tentacles of the black Yama beast. At that moment, the black Yama beast let out an ear-piercing scream. When Lingxi's sword stabbed into it, it still brought it fatal pain and made it weak. It wasn't strong, but it was good at hiding. If Long Chen didn't guess wrongly, this was a very young beast. He's hurting himself. Everyone started to wonder. They saw that Long Chen really didn't make a sound. He used both hands to pull the tentacles out of his body bit by bit. Of course, no one could understand the pain he was suffering. This was his most fatal tribulation, but to protect those important people and things, his life and primordial spirit were transforming at this moment. Rip. He let out a roar. He finally unleashed his craziness. "Enter my body. You have the right." The black Yama beast was a terrifying thing that had never appeared in the history of the dragon sacrifice world. It seemed invincible. But Long Chen had something that they didn't have, and that was love. Finally done. Don't worry, everyone. This will be a series of climaxes. Madman's plan wouldn't be so simple. I apologize for making everyone uncomfortable these few days. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime internship, and Madman won't go out to work in the future. I believe that those who truly like me won't care about such a small matter. Besides, after it's over, it definitely won't be like this. I've been doing it for 2 years. 3 updates a day. Don't you believe me? Chapter 22:13. Just as all the experts, including the 7 Dragon Emperors, were outside the Eternal Dragon City Gate in the Sea of Time to judge Long Chen, there were basically no experts left in the Eternal Dragon City. No one should have been able to enter the most secluded Wei Yong Palace. But at this moment, a black figure appeared outside the Wei Yong Palace. Looking at the palace that was hidden in the illusion as if it did not exist, the man snickered and said, "This Wei Yong Palace can't stop me. I really have to thank Long Chen. Without him, I wouldn't have the chance to approach this place with peace of mind." Everything was under his control. He turned into a black shadow and gently squeezed into the illusion of Wei Yong Palace. He murmured, "They can't find me, haha, they can't find me. I'm coming." In fact, it took him about a quarter of an hour to enter the Wei Yong Palace quietly using all kinds of magical means. To be honest, it was almost impossible for the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor to leave this place at the same time. Even if they did, they would only leave for a short while. There was still the Dragon Emperor in the sky watching them. The only exception was at this moment. All the Dragon Emperor's attention was on the time sea. No one expected that someone would escape the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's trap and sneak into the Wei Yong Palace. After entering, the black figure snickered and went in the direction of the back courtyard. In a while, this place will be completely chaotic. Go on, go on. Haha, what a fun place. I'm really smart. In the blink of an eye with his speed, he had quietly arrived at the back courtyard. Beside him was a black willow tree, which seemed a little desolate. There was a dry well in the corner. It looked simple and ordinary, even a little run down. But this was indeed a place that no one except the Dragon Emperor was qualified to enter. This is it. I'm really a genius. The black figure stopped beside the dry well and looked down. Child, I'll let you out and let you grow. What do you think? He laughed at the mouth of the well. In the blink of an eye, there was a shrill scream from below. It was obvious that the person was very excited. Be quiet, be quiet. The black figure rushed in and reached the bottom of the well in the blink of an eye. He saw the monster with hundreds of black tentacles and the black ball in the center. Countless youths stared at the black figure with wide eyes, revealing incomparable excitement and agitation. Before Doomsday arrives, your mission is to turn the Eternal God domain upside down. Make them feel like they're on the brink of death. You've fully mastered the power of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, so you're definitely capable of doing that. Ha ha ha. Let's get started. I can't wait to see what happens. The countless youths looked at the black figure and let out excited roars in hushed voices. It seems that the moment I break the seal on time, those two old farts will know. It seems that I have to leave as soon as possible. However, if they can't kill you immediately, as long as you leave this place, they won't be able to stop your growth. The most chaotic ending movement is finally about to begin. I am truly a great sage. He could not help but laugh. The monster below followed him, waving its black tentacles in a frenzy. It's starting. The black figure rushed down. Shuck. Long Chen's indifference was a stark contrast to the black tentacle's sharp screeches. Everyone had the illusion that the black tentacle and Long Chen weren't one and the same. Many people even discovered that this wasn't an illusion at all, but reality. He was indeed in the midst of success. As he struggled with all his might, more and more of the black tentacle was squeezed out of his body. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even the Blue Fire Emperor himself was stunned. He was absolutely sure that Long Chen was the monster. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. However, now that the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had stopped him from killing Long Chen, and now the situation was happening, what was going on? For a moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Only the shrill cries of the black tentacles could be heard. Only Long Qingyue, who was hidden among the humans, had a gloomy expression. She even seemed to be in pain. She stared at Long Chen with her venomous eyes. She clenched her fists, and black blood vessels could be vaguely seen. They were like black snakes swimming under her skin, looking extremely hideous. Long Chen. Long Chen. She gritted her teeth. Originally, she wanted to kill him in one go, but now there was a change of plans. Furthermore, Long Chen's terrifying willpower had even moved her. She knew what kind of pain this method would cause. The black llama beast was almost completely connected to his body. It was as if he was tearing his own body in two, and he was tearing it apart slowly. There was no other person in the world who could endure such torture. Sometimes the power of love was greater than anything else. He looked coldly at the tentacles on his body. His face was already red, but he didn't hesitate. Instead, he was filled with heroic spirit. His tenacity had conquered everyone. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking Xian Xiao and came to watch his actions. Many people were even looking forward to his success. After all, this scene was too shocking. In the sky, the 7 divine lights were trembling in their hearts. Let me help him. The silver light of the Dragon Emperor landed in front of Long Chen. She stretched out her slender fingers and held onto the black tentacle. Instantly, Long Qingyue's expression changed drastically. She retreated backward, and the black tentacle screamed loudly. It recovered even faster and crazily retreated into Long Chen's body. Pull it out. Don't worry about me. Long Chen shouted. Initially, Eternal Night Dragon Empress was worried about his pain and was a little hesitant. However, after hearing Long Chen's resolute drawing, she used her strength without hesitation. She was at the pinnacle of the 9 Palaces rebirth realm and one of the rulers of the world. Naturally, her power was extremely terrifying. Under her control and pull, the black llama beast, which was still a cub, was quickly pulled out from Long Chen's body. At that moment, it was as if his flesh and blood were being peeled off. Long Chen was enduring unimaginable pain. This was the most tragic moment of his life. At that moment, everyone almost suffocated. They watched as the black tentacle was pulled out bit by bit, while the other tentacles were pulled back into Long Chen's body. At that moment, the black tentacle screamed crazily like a demon. At that moment, Long Qingyue retreated from the crowd in fear. At the last moment, everyone let out a gasp. They saw with their own eyes that the black tentacle continued to pull out of Long Chen's body from where the Dragon Emperor was pulling. Finally, a black ball of flesh the size of a human head pierced out. It rushed out of Long Chen's body with the other tentacles. That was the Black Llama Beast. It was finally free. Long Chen endured the terrible pain and performed Dream of Origin. His strong vitality allowed his wounds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the flesh and blood that he had lost were rapidly regenerating, returning him to his original appearance. At that moment, the Black Llama Beast had been eradicated from Long Chen's body. Whoosh! The crowd cheered and looked in shock at the Black Llama Beast under the control of the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Black Llama Beast was waving its black tentacles crazily towards the Dragon Emperor. At the same time, the black ball of flesh was expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a house. Many human figures began to emerge from it. Half of the torso, head, eyes, and nose gradually formed. Long hair danced in the wind, and the pair of balls of flesh on its chest trembled slightly. It appeared in front of all the powerful martial artists. Freeze! The Dragon Emperor used the vast power of time to freeze the time of the Black Llama Beast, causing it to stop. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have regained his composure as he stared coldly at the Black Llama Beast. He had succeeded and managed to escape this calamity. Only he himself knew how terrifying this was. It was love that allowed him to survive. This love was for his father, for Lingxi, for his brothers, and for his children. Therefore he could not die. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that on the Black Llama Beast's ball of flesh, half of a human figure had grown out. That look made everyone feel suffocated. Even the Dragon Emperor's mind went blank for a moment. Long and narrow eyes, hugging lips, sinister extensions, graceful figure, full breasts. This was a woman. She was very different from Long Chen, but she looked almost identical to one person, and that was Long Qingyue. How was this possible? In the sky, the first to roar was the eternal Dragon Emperor. He had seen with his own eyes that the monster in the Weiyang Palace looked like Long Chen when he was young. And now, the monster that was pulled out from Long Chen's body looked like Long Qingyue. At that moment, the surroundings were even more silent. Everyone stared blankly at the Black Llama Beast that was struggling under the power of time freezing. The Blue Fire Emperor, who was standing not far away, was even paler. He kept rubbing his eyes, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. However, the repeated confirmations made him despair, because he was not mistaken. Blue Moon. He couldn't help but look back, only to see that Long Qingyue was no longer among the crowd. Where's Long Qingyue? Everyone was extremely shocked. The current situation made them feel that there was a conspiracy going on. It was very scary. The Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. Under her control, a green figure appeared in front of her. It was Long Qingyue, whose face was full of panic. Long Qingyue's face was full of tears. She knelt on the sea of time and said in panic, "Father, elders, this has nothing to do with me. This is a trap. I don't even know what this thing has to do with me. Why would it look like me? It has nothing to do with you." At this moment, Long Chen came forward. As soon as he got close to the Black Llama Beast, the Black Llama Beast waved its black tentacles, wanting to attack Long Chen. "Let her try to get close to this monster," Long Chen said to the Dragon Emperor. "I stayed up late to write this chapter. This might prove my sincerity." Chapter 22:14. At this time, the Black Llama Beast was already under the control of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. It was difficult for it to even move, but Long Chen believed that its intelligence was not particularly high. However, it was definitely linked to Long Qingyue in many ways. He also guessed that this must be related to the Black Llama Emperor. Now, the Black Llama Emperor was nowhere to be found. This time, Long Chen had encountered such a calamity. He had barely avoided it and forced the Black Llama beast out of his body. However, this was definitely not enough. Not only could he prove his innocence, he still had to find out the relationship between Long Qingyue and the Black Llama beast. More importantly, he had to take revenge. How could he suffer such a loss for nothing? What kind of torture was this? He had almost lost his life. How could he let the perpetrator escape so easily? The Black Llama beast would attack him. Its black meatball had many humanoid figures, all of which looked like Long Qingyue. This was too shocking to the crowd. Everyone wanted to know what was going on, and Long Chen wanted them to know. The Black Llama beast would definitely not attack Long Qingyue. Therefore, if Long Qingyue was allowed to get close to the Black Llama beast, everyone would be able to tell if Long Qingyue was lying. No, he is controlling it. Everyone, save me. Father, save me. Long Qingyue's face paled as she screamed at the sky. No one will kill you. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said coldly. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. He wanted to save his daughter, but even he could not believe it. Furthermore, he was concerned about his identity, so he held it in and did not speak. The other Dragon Emperors also looked at each other, asking if anyone knew what was going on. At this time, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had already controlled Long Qingyue, letting her get close to the Black Llama beast. Don't worry. If it touches you, I will kill it. Since Dragon Emperor Yongye said so, everyone wanted to see the result. The Black Llama beast looked so similar to Long Qingyue. Would it attack Long Qingyue? The answer is no. When Long Qingyue approached the Black Llama beast under the control of Yongye Dragon Emperor, the struggling Black Llama beast suddenly became docile. All of its black tentacles danced around Long Qingyue, as though protecting her in the center. It was as though a cub had returned to the embrace of its kin. Woo woo woo! The Black Llama beast let out a melodious cry. It reached out its tentacles and intimately stroked Long Qingyue's body. Long Qingyue's face was pale as she stared blankly at the crowd. When Long Chen approached, the Black Llama beast instantly became ferocious. Under the control of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, it continued to roar wildly. This scene was witnessed by everyone. This included the Seven Dragon Emperor, the Blue Fire Emperor, the Sky Curtain Emperor, and City Lord Di Jun. All of this showed that the one who was truly related to the Black Llama beast wasn't Long Chen, but Long Qingyue. Long Chen looked around at the crowd and said, "The result is obvious. I was attacked by this monster in the Sea of Time a month ago. It wasn't easy for me to escape, and this monster's cub took over my body. Today everyone is judging me. Someone is targeting me and wants me to reveal my true form. However, I seized the opportunity to separate this monster from my body. As for why it looks like Long Qingyue and why it is intimate with her, I have no idea." Was this the truth? Everyone was a little confused. If Long Chen wasn't this monster, then neither was Long Qinglong. Their previous assumptions were wrong. But if someone was really targeting Long Chen, what did this have to do with Long Qingyue? Nonsense. He's framing me. This monster is a part of his body, so of course he can make it transform into my appearance and get intimate with me. This is all an illusion he created. Everyone, don't believe him. Dad, big brother, don't you guys believe Blue Moon? I'm Blue Moon. Long Qingyue screamed with all her might. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very pitiful. After hearing this, everyone glared at Long Chen. It seemed that Long Qingyue's words made sense. Long Chen might be trying to escape using this method. All of a sudden, the spearhead turned back to Long Chen. Long Chen didn't panic. He already knew that the other party would say this, so he said, "I'll ask you 2 questions. First, why did you run away before I pulled this damn thing out of my body? I'm guessing that many people saw you run away in advance. Could it be that you were able to meet me and turn this monster into your appearance? About this you can explain clearly." Long Chen's question forced Long Qingyue to a dead end. Her expression was indeed abnormal at the time and she was about to run away. In the end, she was captured by Dragon Emperor Evernight. The Dragon Emperor could testify to this, and there were also many people who had witnessed it. Why did she run away? If it was as she said, that everything was an illusion formed under Long Chen's control, then how could she explain her escape? Long Qingyue looked terrified and didn't know what to say. Everyone's suspicions towards Long Chen finally lessened a little. And at this moment, Long Chen asked the second question. Also the second question. Tell me, where is your husband, the Black Hell Emperor? Why hasn't he come out to clarify things for you? Upon being asked this question, Long Qingyue was even more stunned. Her face was filled with nervousness, and her expression kept changing. She looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze. Long Chen said, "As for the truth, I think everyone will know if they kill this monster. She said that this monster is a part of my body. Hee. Then please ask the Dragon Emperor Evernight to kill this thing directly. I won't even frown." However, some people who look exactly the same as the human form on the monster will probably have some changes. I wonder if the 7 Dragon Emperors and everyone else here think this is fair. He directly used this extreme and effective method. Actually, he wasn't sure what effect killing this black hell beast would have on Long Qingyue. This was just a test. But as expected, he saw Long Qingyue's expression change drastically. She became very miserable. Obviously, she was afraid of this method. But she couldn't say it. Once she said it, wouldn't it prove that she was related to this monster? She started to cry pitifully, begging the people of Eternal Dragon City to save her, especially the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She called for her father over and over again, causing the Eternal Dragon Emperor to tremble and feel very uncomfortable. "Eternal, I know you're feeling complicated right now, but why don't you let Evernight try killing this monster? This will prove your daughter's innocence, and at the same time, the truth will be revealed," the violent Blood Dragon Emperor said. Among the 7, the Dragon Emperor from the Devouring Dragon City was pale. He looked at the monster below blankly. Long Qingyue was now a member of the Devouring Dragon City, and the Black Hell Emperor. Let's try. The other 2 Dragon Emperors from the Dragon City of Fate and the Dragon City of Life, and even the Sky Dragon Emperor, all thought so. The Eternal Dragon Emperor couldn't change the minds of everyone, especially the Evernight Dragon Emperor. She didn't need the Eternal Dragon Emperor's permission to make a decision. "Don't worry, I just want to kill this monster. It has nothing to do with you, Qingyue." In front of Long Qingyue, the Evernight Dragon Emperor was like a silver light. Long Qingyue couldn't see her expression, but she knew how scary it was. At this moment, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor did not hesitate anymore. A spot of silver light gathered on his hand. Although it was just a small spot of light, it contained immense destructive power. One spot of light could destroy half of the Sea of Time. The Evernight Dragon Emperor told everyone that she only wanted to attack the Black Hell Beast. It had nothing to do with Long Qingyue. So everyone wanted to see the answer. They were waiting expectantly for this scene. Long Chen's calmness and Long Qingyue's fear gave many a bad premonition. As expected, just as the Evernight Dragon Emperor was about to stab the silver light, Long Qingyue screamed into the sky. She let out an ear-piercing scream. She looked very scary. Countless black veins appeared on her body, like countless snakes swimming in her body. That scream made many of the warriors on the scene couldn't help but take a step back. Ha! She began to laugh hysterically. She looked at everyone with a contemptuous look and said, "What are you so happy about? So what if you see through me? None of you will live past today. The real disaster is just the beginning. So what if you can trap me? Soon, they will all collapse in front of me, screaming miserably. I did this just to let you know in advance that you are about to die." She was talking incoherently, as though she had gone crazy. However, she didn't stop. She actually charged towards the Black Hell Beast. In the blink of an eye, she actually plunged into the body of the Black Hell Beast and fused with it. At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. This was something that they couldn't even imagine. Long Qingyue had actually fused with the Black Hell Beast. When she entered the body of the Black Hell Beast, the human figures on the meatball underwent a subtle change. It was as though they had returned from the dead to the living. Every single one of them turned into the Long Qingyue from before. They were lifelike and looked at everyone with a venomous and ferocious gaze. Ha! She couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Evernight Dragon Emperor was still controlling her. "Kill me! A bunch of fools! Lowly ants!" Hundreds of Long Qingyue laughed out loud at the same time. Such a scene and such words proved that she was the real monster, and that Long Chen was framed. At this moment, the truth was revealed. The only thing that the crowd didn't understand was who she was. Was she Long Qingyue? Chapter 22:15. Immortal. What do you plan to do? Dragon Emperor Eternal Night was, of course, happy for Long Chen's rebellion. She didn't like Long Qingyue in the first place. Although this outcome was unexpected, it didn't ruin her mood. At this moment, the one who was the most conflicted was definitely Eternal Dragon Emperor. This Long Qingyue before him hid a huge secret. Everything she said was unimaginable. The other Dragon Emperors said, let's imprison her first and interrogate her about what she meant. As for killing her on the spot, some had thought about it, but it was obviously impossible. After all, this monster had too many mysteries. They wanted to know the bigger truth. Don't try to find out anything from me. At this moment, the Long Qingyue on the hundreds of black meatballs laughed mockingly. Her body was connected to the meatballs below her, and the places where flesh and blood connected were covered with black pipes. It was very disgusting. Her sinister laughter was also very disgusting. Why would I let you ignorant people know anything about us? That's impossible, haha. As she spoke, her body began to swell rapidly. She became even bigger, almost as big as Long Qinglan's body in the well. Hundreds of black tentacles danced wildly around her. Change. She continued to laugh, and dragon scales grew on her body. Those were the black and white dragon scales of the great fortune Yin Yang dragon. The hundreds of Long Qingyue figures, including the black meatball, were all covered by the black and white dragon scales, becoming thicker and more powerful. The hundreds of tentacles also underwent terrifying changes. First, the dragon scales covered them. Next, the sharpest part was divided into two. The left part was white, and the right part was black. The end of each tentacle was divided into two parts. Finally, the white part on the left became a pale white dragon head, and the black part on the right became a black dragon head. That was the great fortune Yin Yang dragon with two dragon heads. On the meatball covered in dragon scales, hundreds of great fortune Yin Yang dragons grew. A total of thousands of dragon heads swayed before everyone's eyes, letting out angry roars that belonged to divine dragons. But there were some changes. At that moment, the entire world was silent. As a dragon martial artist, they were a group of people who were most familiar with dragons. It was especially so for people like the Green Fire Emperor. He was even more familiar with the great creation Yin Yang dragon. The great creation Yin Yang dragon would definitely not behave like this. The divine dragon's bloodline was noble and inviolable. But the monster in front of them was a terrible blasphemy. It was as if Long Qingyue's mystical dragon bloodline had completely merged with the Black Yama beast. The newly born monster possessed both the Black Yama beast's terrifying abilities and the great fortune Yin Yang dragon's aura. It was as if the great fortune Yin Yang dragon had hundreds of clones of the same power. Only a creature like the great fortune Yin Yang dragon could do this without rules. Only a terrifying creature like the great fortune Yin Yang beast could do this without any rules. The dragon-scaled meatball had hundreds of dragon-scaled Long Qing moons, and hundreds of great creation Yin Yang dragons grew from them. Hundreds of mystical dragons danced up and down, letting out shrill cries that did not belong to mystical dragons. The mystical dragons and Black Yama beasts had probably fused together. This was shocking, but also blasphemous. How is it? Is it hard to imagine that such an existence exists in this world? Your knowledge is too shallow. Haha, I'm just an insignificant character playing with you. On the meatball, Long Qingyue kept sneering. However, they can only know so much. Don't even think about learning anything from me. They can either kill me or kill me. Any one of you can do it, right? She sneered again and again, completely losing her identity as Long Qingyue. Dragon Emperor Yongye was still controlling her. He had originally planned to capture her alive, but now it seemed a little awkward. To kill or not to kill? Everyone wants the truth, but who will give you the truth? I've come to take back what I lost. Just as everyone was silent, Long Chen stood out again. He stood in front of Long Qingyue, the monster. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Long Qingyue said coldly, that person's descendant. Hee, you've been targeted. How long do you think you can live? That's not important. What's important is that you and all of you will pay the price. Or perhaps, everything that happened today had something to do with what he heard. Within 100 years, the dragon would be sacrificed. Everyone, I want to fight her. Hearing Long Chen's words, Long Qingyue couldn't help but sneer. All right, it seems like you hate me. Indeed, if you weren't smart enough, you would be a corpse now. You let me enter your body and then you peeled yourself off. It must feel bad. Do you want to do it again? Even the 7 Dragon Emperors didn't have a solution. Long Chen looked at Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and said, "Let her go. I want to try and take revenge." From the beginning, he had been trying to prove his innocence. Everything that had happened had proven it clearly. Everyone felt guilty towards him, but he didn't think it was enough. Long Chen's cold and sharp gaze gave Eternal Night Dragon Emperor a choice. Be careful. She trusted Long Chen. If it wasn't for his ability and terrifying willpower, he wouldn't have survived today. There must be a deeper reason for him to make such a choice. Therefore, she let go of Long Qingyue. At this time, the other 6 Dragon Emperors landed and surrounded Long Chen and Long Qingyue. They stood in 7 different directions, completely blocking Long Qingyue's way. Only by fighting could one see the uniqueness of the monster in front of them. Since Long Chen was willing to test the waters, then let him go. For a moment, everyone was nervous again. On one side was a monster formed by hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragons. On the other side was the seemingly tiny Long Chen. Hatred, humiliation, framing, all of these were given to him by the other party. Today, Long Chen almost lost everything. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Finally, at this moment, he clenched his fists and turned into a dragon in front of everyone's eyes. During the battle in the Cave of Ancestral Dragons, Long Chen defeated her and took her life. Today, when they met again, Long Qingyue looked completely different. She was the fusion of a dragon and a beast of Yama. The fusion of 2 terrifying bloodlines created a peerless monster. The black tentacle had already turned into a great creation yin-yang dragon. The blood-colored dragon was hidden in the endless blood mist. Until now, no one knew what kind of dragon warrior Long Chen was. Even the Dragon Emperor couldn't tell. But they could feel the power in Long Chen's bloodline that made them respect him. It was like the meeting of old enemies. The 3 types of ancestral dragon blood essence were extremely hot, burning like a raging fire. On the other side, Long Qingyue smiled and said, "You asked for it, so I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, whether or not I do anything to you, today is the day you die. I originally wanted you to become one of us, but you gave up the chance to become a noble being. That's not up to me anymore." Under Long Qingyue's control, hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragon heads looked up at Long Chen. Heaven and Earth Storm. From the beginning, Long Qingyue used a fatal move. This was an attack that hundreds of dragons used at the same time, forming a terrifying killing power. Not only that, but even the humanoid Long Qingyue on the meatball could be attacked. They all held green hell whips that had the power of time in their hands and attacked the ancient blood spirit dragon. The attack was extremely ruthless, and it was obvious that it wanted to tear Long Chen apart. Under the Heaven and Earth Storm, the space in front of Long Chen was shattered. The 2 vast attacks were like a disaster. The combined power of hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragons was terrifying. But even so, Long Chen was not nervous at all. He had suffered so much just for this moment. Time reversal. In that instant, his body turned into an illusory void dragon, running on the sea of time. The power of time was released. Back then, Long Chen had used this move to block the attack of the monsters under the sea of time. This time, after being strengthened, it was used in the real world for the first time, producing a terrifying effect. The shattered space began to reform and return to normal. The green hell whips that were swung at Long Chen were shattered by the power of time and directly returned to Long Qingyue's side. The opponent's double attack was instantly and invisibly resolved. To everyone, this was simply a miracle. In this world, perhaps only the 2 Dragon Emperors of Eternal Dragon City could use time to such an extent. But it was only a possibility. Such a monster could actually fully display the mystical dragon power of Long Qingyue. This shocked everyone. They imagined that if it was someone much stronger than Long Qingyue, for example, if it was the Eternal Dragon Emperor and this Black Yama beast, wouldn't it create hundreds of Eternal Dragon Emperors? That would be too terrifying. But under such circumstances, Long Chen had once again suppressed his former opponent. Under the reversal of time and space, it was the time storm. The time storm raged. As time and space reversed, it descended on Long Qingyue's body. The terrifying power of time swept through the monster's body with a hum. Instantly, countless great creation yin-yang dragons cried out in pain. The dragon scales on their bodies shattered, revealing pitch-black octopus tentacles. Clearly, This transformation of the mystical dragon was only an outer shell. The true body was still the black llama beast. Under the intense pain, Long Qingyue's body was bleeding. She was about to defend herself ferociously, but Long Chen's speed was even faster. 14th Sacrifice. There was no mercy to speak of when it came to revenge. His huge mystical dragon body completely poured out 14 types of power. In an instant, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all descended. All of them bombarded Long Qingyue's body, causing Long Qingyue to fall back from the bombardment. The black tentacles on her body broke one by one, and the meatball also exploded. Long Qingyue let out a series of screams that made people's scalps go numb. But this was just the beginning. Long Chen rushed forward again, even more ferociously. Chapter 22:16. Anger and Hatred. It was because of these strange creatures that Long Chen had endured such immense pain. It was finally time for him to retaliate. There was an endless hatred in his bloodline. The memories of the ancestral dragons were awakening. Perhaps this was the opponent that they hated. Hence, Long Chen rushed forward without mercy. His attacks were more ferocious than anyone could have imagined. He transformed into the blood spirit thorn and pierced Long Qingyue's body countless times. Hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragons sprouted from the meatball, and many bloody holes appeared on its body. Many of the humanoid figures had been destroyed by Long Chen, but the black llama beast's vitality was too strong, and it seemed to have no weaknesses. No matter how Long Chen killed it, its broken body would quickly regenerate. Everyone watched the battle in a daze. It felt like if he didn't destroy this black llama beast in an instant and turn it into pieces, he wouldn't be able to truly kill it. Although Long Chen was excited to kill it, he could only vent his anger in time. He could only hear the pained screams of the other party, but there was no real effect. Moreover, Long Chen might not be able to do anything to her. Indeed, in this battle, Long Qingyue was getting angrier. Previously, she had been suppressed by Long Chen. Now, she finally exploded. She let out a furious roar. Hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragons were ferocious. They fought with Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon body. Although they did not have a physical body as tough as Long Chen's and terrifying mystiques, they were superior in terms of vitality and numbers. They were able to force Long Chen back. Haha, little worm. In front of our great race, an ant like you will never understand the wonder and power of life. Hundreds of Long Qingyue smiled mockingly at Long Chen. 10,000 heavens. It was the move that gathered the power of spacetime in the past. Back then, this move had almost killed Long Chen. Now, it was no longer one great creation yin-yang dragon casting 10,000 heavens, but countless of them. At this moment, more than half of the great creation yin-yang dragons were engaged in close combat with Long Chen. Even Long Qingyue, who was on the meatball, was fighting with the green hell whip. Wherever the two of them went, the time and seawater exploded, forming terrifying waves that swept in all directions. For a moment, a storm was formed. The other half of the great creation yin-yang dragon was preparing for the 10,000 heavens. The black and white dragon heads formed semicircles, combining into a complete circle. Black and white mist filled the air, forming the Taiji yin-yang fish pattern. Long Chen remembered that in the next instant, the Taiji yin-yang fish should have opened up, bursting with resplendent divine light that contained tens of thousands of worlds. The tens of thousands of worlds squeezed and exploded, forming a destructive force. Long Chen might have been able to block 10,000 heavens. But at this moment, as long as Long Qingyue was not dead, there would be tens of thousands of 10,000 heavens. Although Long Chen was much stronger than before, it did not mean that he could withstand such an intense bombardment. For a moment, everyone could not help but worry for him. Although he was talented, it was a little too much for him to fight this monster. At this moment, Long Qingyue's power was invincible under the demigod body. Probably only a warrior with a demigod body could use the divine power of all beings to suppress her. Obediently accept your fate of death. On the meatball, Long Qingyue giggled. She was not wearing any clothes. Although she was connected to the monster, her skin was still delicate and white. She was rather charming, with full curves. The jade peaks on her chest trembled slightly as she laughed, making people feel disgusted. No one could forget the terrifying thing below her. Just as most of the great creation yin-yang dragons were entangled with Long Chen, many other divine dragons had already used the 10,000 heavens to target Long Chen. At that moment, what everyone did not expect was that he actually transformed into his human form. He retreated and rushed into the sky, looking down at Long Qingyue. Basically, the divine dragons were in their strongest form. Transforming into a human form in the middle of an intense battle was a very unwise move. For a moment, everyone exclaimed. They thought that Long Chen had given up on the battle. Just as they had this thought, Long Chen's eyes were still cold and calm. A golden divine dragon suddenly appeared on his right hand. A golden divine dragon with only 2 dragon claws coiled around it. That divine dragon was elegant and beautiful, like a work of art. It was the enslaved dragon. Enslaved Dragon Bao. It was a Dao item with a total of 700 Dao patterns. Basically, only experts with demigod bodies were qualified and had the strength to use it. If Long Chen controlled it, it would greatly increase his combat power. In the blink of an eye, the blue dragon arrow was knocked on the enslaved Dragon Bao. Although the blue dragon arrow only had 500 Dao patterns, if it was shot by the enslaved Dragon Bao with 700 Dao patterns, its power would be greatly increased. Long Chen's movements were extremely fast. To him, the time it took for Long Qingyue to complete the 10,000 heavens was far slower than the speed at which he shot the arrow. At this moment, he was very smooth. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow, took aim, and shot the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the blue dragon arrow turned into the infinite blue dragon and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it collided between the twin dragon heads of one of the great creation yin-yang dragons, which was the Tai Chi yin-yang fish that was about to open. Rumble. The massive power of the azure dragon arrow caused the yin-yang fish to shatter and destroy it. The 10,000 layers of royal heavens that were about to be unleashed were pierced through by this power and exploded. The power formed a destructive blow, blowing the 2 dragon heads into pieces and injuring many of the dragon heads in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the scene with their mouths agape. Seeing how calm and composed Long Chen was when he used the enslaved Dragon Bao, they realized that he was a cold-blooded killing machine. The blue dragon arrow instantly returned to his hand. With the terrifying speed of the massacre sword art, he shot the arrow again. With this terrifying coordination, the great creation yin-yang dragons that were about to release the 10,000 heavens were all smashed into pieces. The 10,000 heavens was an attack that required a lot of time to charge up. The attack from Long Chen's enslaved Dragon Bao was her nemesis. After a series of rapid shots, most of the dragon heads exploded. Any great creation yin-yang dragon that wanted to release the 10,000 heavens would immediately be shot by Long Chen. Moreover, this kind of damage was relatively difficult to recover from. Only then did everyone understand that there was a reason why Long Chen had transformed into his human form at this moment. As for the arrogant black llama beast, it was now very miserable. In the end, it didn't even dare to release the 10,000 heavens. She closed in on Long Chen to attack, but Long Chen had no intention of getting close to her. He was more agile and in the blink of an eye, he was far away. At this moment, the blue dragon arrow in his hand had been replaced by the imperial dragon arrow with 600 Dao patterns. A 700 Dao pattern Dao treasure paired with a 600 Dao pattern Dao treasure. This kind of power definitely surpassed any kind of 700 Dao pattern Dao treasure. The real attack was not only the power of the imperial dragon arrow, but also the explosive power of the enslaved Dragon Bao. The pitch-black imperial dragon arrow was knocked on the golden enslaved Dragon Bao. The 2 mystical dragon shadows worked together. As Long Chen retreated, he saw Long Qingyue charging towards him with the countless great creation yin-yang dragons. Long Chen turned around and shot an arrow. Instantly, the imperial dragon arrow transformed into a dark emperor dragon. It roared and split the sea of time below in half. It suddenly pierced through the black llama beast's meatball. In an instant, a tenth of it was ripped off. Many of the human-shaped Long Qingyue were even pulverized. Arg! Long Qingyue screamed again. That scream was shrill and sharp, causing everyone to frown. Now, the image of Long Qingyue as a monster had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. She and Long Chen's positions had been swapped. Around them, the 7 dragon emperors watched this scene quietly. Especially the eternal dragon emperor. He was the one with the most complicated feelings. Of course, he could not bear to see his daughter die. He wanted to know the truth and the reason. But at this moment, Long Qingyue shouted crazily, "Very well. You are very strong and outstanding, but you will only die a better death. You will never know the secret of my race. Haha, death is very close. Are you all ready?" The large number of great creation yin-yang dragons continued to charge towards Long Chen. Long Chen shot another imperial dragon arrow. This time, he tore off another tenth of the meatball. The speed of destruction was faster than the speed of her recovery. It's impossible to get any information from her. Only he knew this clearly. In this battle, it was very likely that Long Qingyue was just a small character. The Black Yama Emperor behind her might be a big fish. Therefore, Long Chen showed no mercy. The Imperial Dragon arrow pierced through her body again and again, rushing into the sea of time and causing huge explosions. As the Imperial Dragon arrow pierced through her again and again, Long Qingyue laughed happily and cried out in pain. She looked very ferocious. No one dared to approach her until her body was riddled with thousands of holes. Enough! The Eternal Dragon Emperor finally could not take it anymore. He stopped Long Chen's actions, so that Long Chen could not move. Everyone looked at the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor coughed and said, "Capture her. The 7 Dragon Emperors will study her carefully. If there is nothing else, you may disperse." Everyone had expected this outcome. It was impossible for Long Chen to kill her. After all, she was the daughter of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and she was involved in such a conspiracy. But no one expected that Long Qingyue would not give him face. Father, haha. Her broken body did not recover. On the broken ball of flesh, there was only one left of the hundreds of bodies. Actually, I am Qingyue. That's right. I am your daughter. Long Qingyue looked at him with a strange smile and said, "The Eternal Dragon Emperor was a little stunned. But I do not regret today's ending at all. It is such a terrifying and vast life. To be able to dedicate my Long Qingyue life to them, I feel extremely honored and happy, even if I die today." She looked at everyone and giggled again. In the end, she laughed loudly and said, "Today, I've lost to him again. I have nothing to say, but what does it matter if he defeats me? My level of existence is the lowest. I originally wanted to say that you would understand one day, but today you will understand." Her face was full of a happy smile as she looked in the direction of the Eternal Dragon City. Just as everyone was reflecting on her words, Long Chen released the Imperial Dragon arrow in his hand. It pierced through her body and tore her to pieces. Chapter 22:17. This arrow was merciless. Long Chen had already used the 700 pattern dragon enslaved bow and the 600 pattern imperial dragon arrow to the extreme. He aimed at the last part of Long Qingyue's body and used the terrifying penetrative power to transform into a dark emperor dragon. Under the intense collision, Long Qingyue, who had just finished speaking, was completely torn apart. Before this, everyone was still thinking about what Long Qingyue had meant. When the countless fragments turned into powder in the light and the black Yama beast was completely torn apart, everyone finally reacted. But at this time they could no longer stop it. Of course, there were not many who could really stop it. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone watched as Long Chen put away the dragon-enslaved bow and imperial dragon arrow, as if he had completed something insignificant. His gaze turned to the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He was probably the one who could not tolerate the fact that Long Chen had killed Long Qingyue. She has already fallen. Leaving her alive would be a great disaster. From the series of events that happened today and what Long Qingyue had revealed, Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He seemed to be on the edge of the truth. Long Chen was right, but the Eternal Dragon Emperor was different from the Firmament Dragon Emperor. When he saw his youngest daughter disappear with his own eyes, he was still very sad. But he could not hate Long Chen. Today, Long Chen was even more of a victim. He had only completed the revenge that he should have. If it was anyone else, they would have done what Long Chen had done. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stood beside Long Chen and said, "Everyone saw what happened today. I believe you have some of the answers in your hearts. But there must be a lot of doubts. In fact, we are the same. We did not expect this to happen, and we do not know what Long Qingyue is talking about. Dragon Emperor Yongye. She said that we will all die today. What does that mean? A warrior suddenly asked. Everyone remembered what Long Qingyue said before she died. The 7 dragon emperors looked at each other and frowned slightly. At this moment, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically as he looked in the direction of the Eternal Dragon City. Weiyang Palace. She cried out in surprise to remind the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others. Her body itself was silver light, and just as she was about to shoot towards the Eternal Dragon City, something truly earth-shattering happened. It was as if doomsday had come. In that instant, Long Chen felt a terrifying crisis of death. It was just like the time when he was in the Sea of Time, when the huge black llama beast suddenly appeared behind him. It was a terrifying feeling as though there was a dagger on his back. Not only him, but almost all the warriors gathered here had the same feeling. Of course, after hearing the words Weiyang Palace, only the 7 dragon emperors, Long Chen and a few others knew what Weiyang Palace was connected to. The simple connection was the disappearance of the Black Llama Emperor, the words of Long Qingyue before she died, and the corpse of Long Qinglan in the Weiyang Palace. However, before Long Chen could figure out the sequence of events, a terrifying change that could be described as a real disaster happened. Just as Eternal Night Dragon Emperor called out the 3 words Weiyang Palace, the entire Eternal Dragon City trembled at that moment. This was a tremor that was countless times more intense than before. The buildings that were reinforced with a formation map collapsed, and the seawater of the entire Sea of Time shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Eternal Dragon City that had been preserved for countless years actually looked like a ruin. During this period of time, countless screams could be heard. At this moment, no one knew what was happening. At this moment, a black shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed high into the sky. Everyone looked at it in horror, and suddenly, they trembled all over, and a chill ran down their spines. This was because what they saw was actually the same thing that happened to Long Qingyue, something that looked like an octopus tentacle. Just the length alone was dozens of times that of Long Qingyue. Rumble. The trembling of the Eternal Dragon City became more and more terrifying. For a moment, it seemed like doomsday. When everyone saw the first black tentacle, what they were most worried about happened. At the same time, countless black tentacles that were tens of thousands of meters long burst out from the center of the Eternal Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, those hundreds of black tentacles had covered the entire Eternal Dragon City. Vast, destructive, trembling, everything seemed like doomsday. No one could have guessed that such a scene would happen. The thing that appeared in front of everyone was obviously an incomparably huge black llama beast. It was dozens of times bigger than the one that Long Qingyue had. It was very likely that it was many times stronger. This monster had not revealed its true body, but almost everyone except for the 7 Dragon Emperor was so scared that they hurriedly retreated. Their faces were pale, and some even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. That huge thing that covered the sky gradually rose from the Eternal Dragon City. It waved hundreds of black tentacles that were tens of thousands of meters long, and even tens of thousands of meters long. Then, it revealed its huge black meatball and slowly rose into the sky, showing all the experts of the human clan how terrifying and powerful it was. In just a moment, the Eternal Dragon City had become a tragic sight. In fact, many people had died in this tremor. The 7 Dragon Emperors had wanted to save them, but the other party had already come out, and it was too late to do anything now. Moreover, they had not expected that Long Qinglan's previous body would become so huge after leaving the dry well. In terms of power, it was at least dozens of times stronger than before. Such a size and power made all the Dragon Emperors' faces turn ashen. That's right. This was Long Qinglan. Long Chen stared blankly at the incomparably huge monster in the sky. It almost covered the entire sky, and its black tentacles extended to an incomparably long distance. It was huge, strange, and the countless waving black tentacles caused one's hair to stand on end, causing millions of people to tremble. He definitely could not leave the dry well. The Black Llama Emperor is not here. He must have a deep relationship with the Black Llama Beast. The one who released my father this time must be him. The one who planted the Black Llama Beast in my body must also be him. Long Chen finally understood the other party's goal. He wanted the Eternal Dragon Emperor to judge him a month later, and then lured all 7 Dragon Emperors to the Sea of Time, so that the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would not be able to reach the Weiyang Palace, and then he released Long Qinglan. This was his true goal. Clearly, Long Qinglan, who had escaped the Seal of Time, had undergone a terrifying change. Of course, from Long Chen's own experience, he naturally understood that this was not the real Long Qinglan, but rather his corpse that had been taken over by the Black Llama Beast. As for whether this had happened before or after he had died and landed in Eternal Dragon City, it was uncertain. Even Long Chen's mind was blank at this moment, let alone the others. On the Sea of Time, the experts from the entire Dragon God domain stared in shock at the huge Black Llama Beast dancing in the sky. Eternal Dragon City had almost collapsed, and there were still hundreds of thousands of people inside. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on the huge black ball of flesh in the center. That ball of flesh throbbed like a huge heart, and there were countless lumps growing on it. Upon closer inspection, those weren't lumps, but Long Qinglan in human form. This time, there were tens of thousands of similar human figures on the ball of flesh. Clearly, the Black Llama Beast's body would grow, and the number of human figures on the ball of flesh would increase, but not grow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black tentacles danced casually, and the space was almost torn apart. The entire space was a mess. Hundreds of thousands of people stared at the huge creature in the sky, and not a single one of them wasn't shocked. Now, no one knew where the Black Llama Emperor had gone. Although the 7 Dragon Emperors had many questions in their hearts, they naturally knew that, just as Long Qingyue had said, the current monster would definitely bring a great calamity to the entire Dragon God domain. The other Dragon Emperors hurriedly summoned the other 2 Dragon Emperors of their own Dragon City. They all understood that this was a terrible disaster. Just like Long Qinglan's reappearance back then, at this time, all the strongest of the human race had to come together to face this monster. This was a catastrophe. Everyone, are you ready? The Eternal Dragon Emperor temporarily put the matter of Long Qingyue to the back of his mind. It was precisely because of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's benevolence that this monster had been born and become so terrifying. He had no time to blame the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Qinglan. At this time, someone finally saw the human figure on the ball of flesh clearly. That was the adult Long Qinglan, and he looked exactly the same as Long Chen had seen him. What was going on? First, Long Chen was thought to be a monster. Then Long Qingyue became a monster. Long Chen was originally innocent, but now such a huge Black Llama Beast had appeared, and it was Long Qinglan. For a moment, everyone looked at Long Chen strangely, and their gazes were filled with wariness. Everyone, please don't make wild guesses. Everyone, please don't make wild guesses. Just like me, my father's corpse in Eternal Dragon City was also infected by the Black Llama Beast. He doesn't even have his own consciousness now. It's the Black Llama Beast that controls this monster's body. Also, I just found out that the reason why I'm being judged at this time is because of the Black Llama Emperor and Long Qingyue. The Black Llama Emperor wasn't here from the start. It's obvious that they're trying to lure the 2 Dragon Emperors away from the unending palace to release it. Long Chen explained quickly, lest they misunderstand. Of course, his words also involved the news that the 2 Dragon Emperors had preserved Long Qinglan's transformed corpse. But now that things had come to this secret was no longer important. If there was a good ending, and everyone could prevent this disaster from happening, perhaps the 2 Dragon Emperors would explain it more clearly. This was a battle that Long Chen couldn't interfere in. Chapter 22:18. At this moment, it was as if the world was collapsing and doomsday had arrived. The hundreds of black tentacles on the Black Llama Beast's body waved, causing the world to collapse. Even if it didn't attack, it caused the Eternal Dragon City to continue collapsing and gradually turn into ruins. This destructive force was even spreading to the surroundings. Above the Sea of Time, a large amount of seawater swept in all directions, submerging an area that was almost the size of the Sea of Time. Fortunately, there weren't many people around the Sea of Time. Otherwise, with the impact of the seawater, it would definitely be a massacre. All of you hide well. The majestic voice of a Dragon Emperor came from the sky. 7 Dragon Emperors attacked at the same time. This was a rare scene in history. The last time was almost a dozen Dragon Emperors fighting Long Qinglan in the sky above the battlefield of the gods. This time, the Black Llama Beast was also moving around Long Qinglan's corpse. The Dragon Emperors were basically fighting Long Qinglan again. Long Qinglan definitely held back the last time, but this time, it might not be the same. Every dragon emperor was an expert that was close to the level of a god. They had the power to dominate the world. Any one of the dragon emperors could easily destroy half of the territory of the ancient city of Martial God and turn everything into nothingness. They could even destroy the entire broken dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The 7 of them joined forces. This was an unprecedented grand occasion. Of course, their opponents were even stronger. They all had a feeling in their hearts. Moreover, after seeing Long Qingyue and the Black Yama Beast fuse and transform into hundreds of great creation yin-yang dragons, it would be even more terrifying if this Black Yama Beast could also transform like that. At this moment, among the 7 divine lights, one of them descended first, landing in the sky above the tens of thousands of experts and the Eternal Dragon City. A large amount of light of life appeared on his body, and green primordial symbols rained down under his control. This was the Dragon Emperor from the Dragon City of Life. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he looked like an old man. In fact, the 7 of them were about the same age and were all very old people. As for how they maintained their looks, it was related to their character and mentality. For example, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was a stubborn old man, would never use his youthful appearance to treat everyone. It was also natural for women to love beauty. Of course, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor would not turn into an old woman. The God Realm of Life. Under the command of the Dragon Emperor, countless green light symbols scattered and twisted. Then, they formed a spherical green light shield above the Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen and the others quickly entered the Eternal Dragon City and entered the protection of the Dragon Emperor's realm of all beings. Since he did this, he clearly understood that even the 7 of them might not be able to deal with this Black Yama Beast. That was why he wanted to protect Eternal Dragon City first. However, the Sea of Time was different. The God Realm of all beings did not cover such a large area of protection. At this time, Long Chen was also under the God Realm of all beings. This thing did not obstruct Long Chen's vision. He could still clearly see every human form of Long Qinglan on the Black Yama Beast. His eyes were filled with hostility, like a wild beast. When he realized that he was surrounded by 7 opponents, tens of thousands of him raised their heads and looked at the 7 dragon emperors with hostility. Take note, after what happened with Long Chen, everyone must know that he isn't Long Qinglan. So don't show any mercy. Don't be too optimistic. If we don't get rid of this monster today, our human race will probably be finished. The 7 dragon emperors warned each other. I understand. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor nodded. She was the one who had been merciful previously. However, she wouldn't do so now. Below, Long Chen could not come into contact with a battle that was close to the level of gods. These people stood at the peak of the dragon's sacrificial realm. Unknowingly, the 2 sides had begun fighting. Then, even with the protection of the God Realm of all beings, Eternal Dragon City shook violently. Of course, if not for the God Realm of all beings, Eternal Dragon City would have been pulverized, and the hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors would have been annihilated as well. Therefore, this was a catastrophe. Everyone could see that the sky had already exploded due to the power of the Dragon Emperor and the Black Yama Beast. Countless explosions rang out. The entire starry sky was completely torn apart. It was a mess. Those black tentacles were like swords that pierced through space and time, carrying with them a terrifying power that swept all around. In order to kill this monster, the 7 dragon emperors did not hold back at all. Down below, under the destructive power of the battle, the entire Sea of Time turned into nothingness and was completely dissolved. The surrounding land, which was 10 times the size of the Sea of Time, was directly annihilated. The entire Eternal Dragon City, under the protection of the realm of all living beings, floated in mid-air, while the ground below was simply destroyed into a bottomless abyss. This was just the beginning. The people who remained in Eternal Dragon City all had miserable expressions. Only now did they understand how close death was to them. Everyone obediently stayed in Eternal Dragon City, which was still trembling. They looked at the sky with pale faces. It was almost impossible to see clearly. It seemed like a battle between gods. Long Chen was also one of the people who could not help. As expected, this has led to a catastrophe. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon Emperor did not hate Long Qinglan as much as he had imagined. Otherwise, even if the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had stopped him, he would not have let such a dangerous thing survive until now. No one knew the outcome today. If even the 7 Dragon Emperors could not defeat this monster, the remaining 8 Dragon Emperors would probably not be able to do anything either. By then, the entire dragon god realm would probably be finished. All of this seemed to prove what Long Qingyue had said, that after 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice would perish. Black Llama Beast, Sky-Devouring Clan. This new thing that appeared in Long Chen's vision was closely related to the arrival of the apocalypse. He couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. Even though the monster was currently fighting in Long Qinglan's body, Long Chen hoped that he would be defeated. Long Qinglan himself definitely didn't want this to happen, so he kept hoping that not only himself, but all of the human race would be able to survive this calamity. This was definitely Long Qinglan's wish as well. Rumble. Even more explosions rang out, and everyone looked over in shock. They discovered that as far as they could see, everything was shrouded in darkness. Everything was destroyed, and in the darkness, there was only the divine light produced by the battle, as well as the vicious roars of the monsters. Tens of thousands of humanoid Long Qinglans screamed with all their might on the body of the Black Llama Beast. Long Chen looked coldly at the figures that belonged to him, but they were doing the actions of the Black Llama Beast. The dead should be respected, but the other party had forcefully taken over his body. Such a heinous act caused Long Chen, who already knew the truth, to burn with rage. No one would be able to tolerate their father's corpse being defiled in such a manner. Even when he was first taken over by the Black Llama Beast, he was not so angry. But at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. It had been a long time since he had been pushed to this point. Even when he was facing death, he was not so angry. But when he saw the other party using Long Qinglan's body to do these ugly actions, his chest felt like it was going to explode. Of course, he knew that he did not have the right to participate in this battle. But that day was not far away. The Black Llama Beasts and the Sky-Swallowing clan were like a shadow that shrouded the dragon's sacrificial continent. It was impossible to get rid of them. There was also the Black Hell Emperor who had escaped. Long Chen silently swore that one day, he would make these damned things pay the real price. Although he grew very quickly, he still needed time. Maybe 10 or 20 years would be enough. Boom. Another explosion. The entire sky was torn apart. Countless rays of light pierced through and tore the 100-meter-long black tentacle apart. Long Chen could vaguely see that the 7 dragon emperors in the sky had already transformed into mystical dragons. Although they were still very small compared to this monster, they were much larger than before. The 7 mystical dragons could not be seen clearly, but they were basically ultimate mystical dragons. Moreover, they were the most unique and powerful ultimate mystical dragons. For example, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was a time element mystical dragon, and had a certain relationship with the Void Universe Dragon. After transforming into mystical dragons, they continued to attack. They wanted to end the battle quickly and kill this monster quickly. They could already feel that the other party was growing rapidly during the battle. It seems to be awakening Long Qinglan's power and mystique. Everyone quickly realized something terrifying. What they saw was that the hundreds of tentacles were actually turning illusory at this time, turning into illusory divine dragons that were shrouded in mist. It was very mysterious, as if they had disappeared, but at the same time, they were real. Only Long Chen knew that they were void cosmic dragons. On the meatball, the shape of a void universe dragon appeared. Although it was not real, although it was just a copy of Long Qinglan's past, it was still terrifying enough. It made Long Chen even angrier. The 7 dragon emperors did not know that this was a void universe dragon. They only knew that this was Long Qinglan's blood inheritance. They thought it was an unparalleled mystical dragon. Among them, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor worked together. They were on the 2 sides of the Black Llama Beast. White and silver threads shot out from their dragon scales, instantly forming a huge net in the sky. It was formed by the power of time. Eternal Nirvana Formation. This was the power of the Tao of Stillness. It was similar to Long Chen's Eternal Instant, but it required 2 people to work together to use it. When 2 dragon emperors worked together, it was said that even Ling Huang of the spirit god realm would be defeated. But now the silver and white intertwined net wrapped around the Black Llama Beast and automatically formed, completely enveloping it. After success, the other dragon emperors breathed a sigh of relief. They seemed to have frozen the Black Llama Beast. But Long Chen felt that the Black Llama Beast's terrifying mastery of the heavenly Tao of time was inherited and replicated Long Qinglan's power. Even the Eternal Nirvana Formation would be ineffective. Tonight at 8, the Dragon's Festival will begin. The main forum was Tieba Novel Forum. At the same time, there were Novel Forum, Dragon Blood God Forum, Fantasy Novel Forum, Zhanlong Forum, World-Defying 9 Heavens Forum. In addition, there would be prizes. Madman had personally come up with 21 questions about dragon blood to test everyone's familiarity with the book. It was said that the special prize was an Amazon ebook. The internship was over. Let's party. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.